The sun was starting to set over the port town, bathing the run-down concrete streets in a reddish hue. The dwindling sunlight did not touch the darkened corner where a rugged-looking youth leaned against a dirt-stained brick wall with his eyes closed. He seemed to be napping or perhaps absorbed in some internal thought. He was much taller than he should have been, but was also a rather lanky kid with spiked blonde hair. The young man was dressed in worn-down blue denim pants with a sleeveless black cotton shirt and old leather boots, with his exposed arms showing considerable lean muscle, but nothing close to the extent that would rate him as being well-built. His wired but still strong build came about due to several years' grueling training, as well as something less natural. The adolescent's most obvious attributes were the three thin whisker marks that adorned either cheek. A sibilant voice that he alone could hear brought the lad crashing back into the waking world. "Time to wake up, Gaki. Our weekly paycheck just arrived." Uzumaki Naruto's blue eyes snapped open upon hearing his nine-tailed tenant. Kanahagakure no Sato's resident pariah yawned and glanced over towards the near street corner and watched as a small young man in an expensive leather trench coat handed a large parcel to some obvious addict and then received a bag bulging with Rio notes in exchange. An opium dealer, and a rather successful one it seemed. A dealer didn't come to handle such a large drug shipment without the proper connections. The blonde guessed that the man had to be aligned with some cartel or syndicate. Naruto wouldn't even consider rolling such a person in most cases, but decided that he might as well end his career on a high note. As it happened, he would be taking the Genin exam on the morrow, and then these profitable little excursions into the bigger cities would be over. The third Hokage might have been willing to turn his blind eye to the young demon child's violent indulgences while he was still an academy student, but it would be a whole other matter once he was given his Hitaiate and made an actual Konoha shinobi. Naruto would rather have continued on as he was, but he had given his word to the Sandaime. Naruto wasn't honorable in most respects, but his word, once given, could be taken to be the gospel. Naruto waited until the scumbag turned in his direction and ran through some hand seals, ensnaring the walking corpse in a basic suggestive genjutsu. His senses were ensnared into believing that his next delivery led him straight into the area where the demon container was hiding in the shadows and waiting. Naruto crept back deeper into the alleyway, drawing his target into the proverbial web. A typical academy student and most genin would not have been able to use such an advanced illusion. Both the skill and chakra levels required were too high. But Naruto had Kyuubi no Kitsune sealed within him. With the greater demon's power to draw upon, chakra was not an issue. And with his advanced training and combat experience, neither was skill. The entranced drug dealer at last stumbled deep into the gutter, and the blonde made his move. He snuck up behind the man and tackled him onto the pavement, a hand covering his mouth so that he wouldn't be able to scream out. The demon vessel reached towards the kunai lodged in his boot on sheer instinct, but then decided against slitting the dealer's throat upon noticing their similar sizes and the expensive clothing the other wore. That really was a nice coat, and it would be a shame to soil it with the maggot's blood. He instead placed his unoccupied hand on the man's cranium and twisted, snapping his neck with a single motion. A textbook kill, clean and without wasted time or exertion. Naruto stole a look inside the cash sack and smiled. There had to be 100,000 Rio inside, perhaps more. There was no need be bothered about retribution where the dealer's organization was concerned either. Naruto wouldn't be coming back to this trash heap again, and no Yakuza would ever dare attempt to send men into a shinobi village. The ANBU and others would slice them to pieces in less than an instant. There hadn't been any witnesses regardless. Naruto had no remorse about what he had done. This man was a criminal and a scumbag, and no one worth a damn would miss him. Nice work. This'll keep us going for a good long time. Compliments humbly accepted, Baka Fox. Naruto had started leaving Konoha on weekends to obtain expense Rio 2 months prior to being enrolled in the Genin Academy at 7, coinciding not through mere coincidence alone with his proper introduction to his inner demon, who had made his presence known when the child had been mired in depression. Naruto could still remember that evening. He was sitting on a swing alone, crying about how the other kids wouldn't have a thing to do with him and thinking that he would do anything to have someone want him around. And then the demon's voice sounded in his mind, a dangerous growl that would have been terrifying to a child not as desperate to have company as Naruto. He had not needed another person again since that morning. The kitsune had given companionship and guidance to the lonesome human child. Naruto had to swear to take the demon's direction in all matters and promise to help the Nine-Tails in seeking some method to break the fourth Hokage's seal and obtain his liberation in return. He had in essence become the demon's tool in obtaining his protection and guidance. But all shinobi were tools to someone, so he wasn't bothered so much. These days, the two almost treated one another as equals, but the blonde would admit that the demon held the true power in the arrangement. He was the creature's host, but needed its strength and direction in order to grow within his harsh environment. Naruto's tenant had insisted that the small stipend the Hokage gave him was too inadequate. Naruto knew that the Kyuubi took pleasure in the bloodshed that the pair caused while hunting and could not have cared less about the cash. But the Yukai did make a point. Konoha's crooked merchants had long charged Naruto ludicrous markups and sold him third-rate products. And all the while said people sneered down at him and taunted that a thing like him should be thanking them to be permitted to patronize their second-rate establishments at all. Their looks and comments stung. Not that the child had ever let it past his idiotic smiling mask. He had never understood why the villagers hated him until the demon had come to enlighten him about the seal on his stomach. Now, the Konoha villagers but served to push Naruto's hatred with their cold glares and harsh words. He had abandoned the smiling mask ages ago, replacing it with a vile scowl that always seemed to be with him inside that accursed place. He hated the village and those living in it. Leaving was not an option. The Sandaime would send his hunter Nin to retrieve or perhaps outright kill him. And even with the demon's assistance, Naruto was not strong or skilled enough to stand against a single elite-level shinobi, so much less an entire squad. Konoha would never allow its demon child to walk into another hidden village's clutches. Naruto was stuck in a village that hated him, and once he returned late that evening, he wouldn't be allowed to leave again unless on a mission. The meager leave he had then was given with the Hokage's allowance and supervision. Sandaime tended to order Yinbyu teams to shadow Naruto and track his movements whenever the demon container departed the village on weekends. He supposed that the old man would rather he took his pent-up anger out on nameless thugs and criminals as opposed to sharpening his teeth upon Konoha civilians. Not bad, little punk. Too bad you're going to die over it now. Naruto looked up towards the urban enclave's entrance. Several thugs were streaming into the area, all wearing identical, sneering expressions. He could have smacked his head. He should have known that a Yakuza dealer would have had protection. None appear to have proper combat training, and so the demon vessel was not the least bit intimidated. A dozen mindless grunts were no match against a single trained shinobi, so this was no challenge. He didn't much care to kill those that didn't have something to take regardless, but neither was he in the mood to mind. Perhaps it would be better to waste them and keep their mouths shut. He supposed he'd at least be a good sport and give them a chance to back down. He turned his attention back to the Rio. Get lost, Bakiaro. I'm counting cash here, and I don't want to be disturbed. The lead thug tooted and sneered again. No, I don't think so. You don't fuck with the Mitani organization and live to tell about it. Our honor demands your blood. Naruto felt the Kyuubi growl inside his mind. The demon was smashing against his bars. I'm bored. Time to let me out. I won't get another chance to hunt for ages. Naruto made his decision in an instant but stalled a moment as the thugs sized him up. The Kyuubi hadn't sensed the usual Konoha stalkers since morning. Naruto took care never to tap into his demonic powers while the Hokage's men were around. The blonde didn't bother to hide all his abilities, but also did not need the Sandaime, knowing that he could communicate with his tenant or grant the Nine-Tails control over their shared skin. Fine, but make it quick and make sure you don't mess up my brand new leather coat. Naruto sank down to a knee and closed his eyes. The lead vagabond stepped next to him, sneering as he brandished a sharp but otherwise nondescript katana. Naruto sensed his partner's vicious smile as the crimson demonic chakra began pouring outward. Fingers elongated into sharpened claws and teeth became bestial canines. The kitsune grinned again as he assumed command over his host. "Insolent mortals, you ought to have run while you still had the chance." The Yakuza gaped and made to retreat, but the ancient monster's killing intent stopped them cold. There could be no escape. Red, slitted eyes widened in bloodlust as the slaughter commenced. Minutes later, the blue-eyed Uzumaki Naruto walked back out into the open, now dressed in the opium dealer's expensive trench coat and matching pants. The new-cut leather smell mixed with the acrid stench that the demon's bleeding rampage had created. The young shinobi also wore black designer sunglasses, a surprise acquisition that the now disemboweled criminal leader had donated alongside his katana. Naruto was no Bushido artist and never intended to use the blade, but thought that he might be able to sell it at a decent price. Blood dripped down Naruto's hands and smeared the coat's sleeves both inside and out. Said sleeves would now have to be removed. The demon container shrug slung his ill-gotten gains over his shoulder and sprinted towards his home village. Due to their respective preoccupations, neither human nor demon had noticed the two robed characters that had observed the entire bloodbath perched atop a building within eyesight. The taller gave a laconic grin that bared his pointed teeth in approval while his partner looked on with an impassive expression. XXXXXXXXXX. Around lunchtime the next morning, a cleaned and rested Naruto moved down the usual route connecting his dilapidated apartment and the Genin Academy. During his earlier years, he'd never been able to purchase much more than cheap ramen to eat due to his meager allowance and crooked shopkeepers. But now, with his additional resources and the privilege to shop outside Konoha, he could sit down to more balanced meals. He shuddered to even think about what he might look like had he never gotten any proper nutrients in his diet. His growth, no doubt, would have been stunted, or perhaps he would have looked like a normal brat rather than the genetic monster that he was now. Naruto's decision to allow the Kyuubi to tamper with his growth and chakra more than outright needed had addled his hormonal balance and caused him to grow at an unnatural rate. Due to this, he could almost be called a boy trapped inside a man's body. But that assessment wasn't accurate either, as he had killed a man in cold blood at 7, and had been more or less independent longer than he could remember. So he was not a child in mind or spirit either. Uzumaki Naruto was an adult, no matter what the village records said. Damn demon, wish he would go ahead and die, and leave us all alone. Naruto narrowed his gaze as he stopped and stared at the audacious old woman. People such as this ignorant old prune angered him to the point that he had to make great pains to curb his killer instinct. The Kyuubi's constant prodding him to let loose and kill didn't help matters. The Jinchuriki was already quite irritated about being required to take this ridiculous exam to end up saddled on some second-rate genin team. He lacked the patience to keep on walking and let the comment roll over him on this particular morning. Instead, he grinned in the same savage manner he'd seen so many times on the demon and met the villagers' cold glare. "Come on over here and repeat that, Anna." The woman spat on the ground next Naruto and glared, dribbling on his boots. "Don't you dare intimidate me, monster. You should have been put to the sword at birth." Naruto's lead lashed out and kicked the old bitch's walking stick down the street. She stumbled and tumbled, spilling her week's groceries all over the pavement. The demon vessel smirked and glanced at the spit puddle on his new shoes. An eye for an eye, he thought as he summoned his own saliva and released a snot-tinged stream onto the poor creature's head. "You'll be supper next time, Grandma. Keep that in mind." His mood slightly improved. Naruto started back towards the academy building, humming a little tune as the Kyuubi laughed at the woman's plight inside his head. He arrived late, as usual, never much caring to be punctual to the useless lessons that Iruka-sensei heaped upon the likewise useless children. He had mastered everything that the entire practical curriculum had to teach a long time ago. For that reason, he was now prone to skipping classes in order to learn and train at his own pace. He only attended on occasion, as per the Hokage's demands. Missing class also served Naruto's purposes by not seeing him placed as the highest-ranked rookie. Attendance and classwork completion contributed to the class ranking system, and he would rather be pissed on than accept being placed on a genin squad with the year's dead last. Let the Uchiha brat get stuck as the lead babysitter. Naruto didn't need all the pointless attention anyway. The ones who mattered already knew that he was the best. He entered the classroom with a sour expression as he donned his new shades. The other students were either sweating over the upcoming test or making useless conversation with one another. Such blatant emotional outbursts were not at all suited to prospective shinobi. He walked over to the rear corner and plopped down into an unoccupied seat. The Jinchuriki propped his legs up onto the next desk down, rudely occupying the spot where Aburame Shino was preparing to sit down. Naruto lazily raised his shades to expose his eyes and stared at the bug user with a cocked brow as though daring the introverted kid to do something about it. Shino only shook his head and stalked away to find another seat. Naruto smirked and covered his eyes again and leaning back to stare at the ceiling. Well, look who chooses to grace us nobodies with his exalted presence. Naruto made no reaction as Inuzuka Kiba slouched down into the seat adjacent to his. The demon vessel had no true comrades other than the fox, but the brash and outspoken Kiba stood as his closest facsimile to a buddy. The animal trainer acknowledged the taller blonde's immense strength and skill and seemed to accept him as their academy class's alpha male. Pack mentality at its finest. The Inuzuka scion, somehow, seemed to comprehend Naruto's true power level where the other students could not. Pure animal instinct, Naruto surmised. Shino might have the same recognition due to his sensory bugs, but one could never really tell anything with that kid. Kiba never sneered at or cowered near or outright blatantly ignored Naruto, like so many others did at any rate. And so the superior shinobi tolerated his presence and deigned to engage in impolite conversation with the Inuzuka on occasion. Morning, Mutt. I drew their knot, but the Hokage won't even let me skip the exit exam. Well, here's hoping we get put on the same team or something. Nice threads. Thank you. And that would be better than some possibilities, I suppose. Naruto slowly inclined his head to sneer at the organic angst machine located up near the teachers. Uchiha Sasuke sat looking bored and irritated with his eyes closed while almost every girl in the class surrounded his position and quarreled over his attention, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino being the loudest among them. Naruto had at one time empathized with the would-be avenger. Both were orphans and essentially alone. That had ended soon enough. The Uchiha was a spoiled brat who acted the tragic little victim. He had never had to work at all, as his clan's inherited wealth had sustained him with ease. Everybody in the village both loved and admired him, and virtually every girl in their age group crushed on him. Sasuke had at least had parents and all the rest at one time. Naruto had dealt with so much more and had survived and prospered through sheer grit and mindless determination. He wasn't in the least envious, but neither did he reserve any sympathy or respect to spare on the crybaby wastrel. Sasuke would one day challenge his invincible missing mean brother and lose in a grand and humiliating manner. Thus would end that clan in good riddance. It sucks, man. Girls always obsess over those tragic hero types. He ain't got a damn thing that I don't. Maybe they know you'll hump and spray all over their legs. Fuck you, Naruto. Naruto gave no response other than a snort, knowing that the Inuzuka hadn't been insulted. For his part, the blonde had no interest whatsoever in dating the immature little brats in their class. The whole lot was all too weak, and most had no understanding about or respect towards what it meant to be a shinobi, electing to waste valuable training time mooning over the Uchiha and similar silent head cases rather than striving to advance their unremarkable skills. Each prospective kunoichi in the room helped to validate the regrettable maxim in Konoha about said girls being lesser shinobi than their male counterparts. Naruto didn't believe in said bias, to be sure. The Jinchuriki knew that there were skilled kunoichi equal to even the best male shinobi in Konoha. One needed to do no more than look at Densetsu, no Komo Tsunade to understand that, even though she no longer resided in the village. Naruto couldn't blame her either, as he too would leave Konoha in a heartbeat provided he could do so without being pursued. Attention, class. The Genin exam will start in a moment. You will come here when called and demonstrate the jutsu asked. Naruto and Kiba ceased blathering at one another and paid attention to the exam. The demon container was curious to see whether or not somebody would manage to not pass the usually elementary test. Hyuga Hinata was called first and managed to perform the required technique despite her nervousness. A single basic one-seal jutsu, the Bunshin. That was all the pathetic school required to pass a genin candidate. Naruto shook his head in disgust. This was so retarded and such an insult to his intelligence that he was at that point contemplating rising and walking out. He had been able to do the Bunshin no jutsu in one shot, at a mere 7 years old and with but 2 months basic training under his belt at the time. Hinata seemed pleased at least. Naruto guessed that it might have been the only thing she had ever done right in her whole miserable existence. He despised weakness, and this timid little mouse had it in spades. A lamentable disgrace to a most potent bloodline. He noticed Kiba's leer trailing the girl as she walked with a meek stride over to start a line along the room's distant wall. Stop drooling, Kiba. It's disgusting. Yamanaka, Ino, and Sasuke were called up in turn, and then Nara Shikamaru and Sakura. Naruto cracked his knuckles with a bored look when the Uchiha smirked and created 12 clones where nothing more than the standard 3 had been required. Sasuke's little fan club turned about as one to glare, but most blanched in terror and hurried to turn back around upon glimpsing their target. Naruto seemed to possess the unique skill to make most students cower in his presence, due in large part to his having almost crippled an older student when the Gaki had taunted him about being an orphan a while back. The Hokage had been furious about that incident and had been made to pull several strings to even be able to keep Naruto enrolled at the school. Sakura glanced at Sasuke and blushed upon being handed her a Taiyate. Next examinee, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto rose upright with a certain laziness in his movements. The blonde wasn't one to showboat in most cases, but he wasn't even going to pretend that he was taking this ridiculous rubber stamp test like a real exam. The demon carrier ignored Kiba's well wishes and removed his glasses upon reaching the examiner's desk across the room. Irika-sensei proceeded to give Naruto his instructions. Please perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto. Naruto nodded and glanced at the sullen Sasuke with a sneer. Sign he's sole Uchiha massacre survivor had exceeded the requirement 4 times over. The blonde thought that it might be humorous to use the same multiplication in trumping the angst-ridden brat. And with a single slow hand seal. Bunsin no Jutsu. 3 times 4 times, 4 meant no less than 48 trench-wearing blonde clones crowding the small classroom. Naruto kept the textbook Jinjutsu active a while longer than needed to show his superior chakra reserves and then allowed it to dissipate. Both Irika and the other examiner, a Chunin instructor named Mizuki whom Naruto had liked even less than his scarred teacher, were both outright impressed, and several students were stunned. As though it were an accomplishment or something. Most skilled shinobi could produce several hundred or even more than 1,000 clones. Good work, Uzumaki-kun. You passed the examination. Naruto shrugged at Mizuki's comment and took his Taiyate with the same sour expression that he had worn upon beginning the test. He stalked over the graduate line and leaned against the wall while putting his shades back on. Sasuke looked more than a little pissed at having been upstaged, but was still regarding Naruto with an appraising expression. Perhaps the punk now regarded him as a rival. The demon vessel could have laughed, and almost did. Perhaps in a millennium or 10. Uzumaki Naruto considered Uchiha Sasuke to be a minor irritation at the absolute most, someone he was most content to ignore. Kiba then took his place in the graduate line, looking more pleased than the worthless exam merited about having passed. At least the mutt was better than the pink-headed nincompoop located to his other side. Well, congratulations to us. That test was too stupid, though. Naruto nodded and started watching the clock, hoping he could leave soon. Shino and Akimichi Chuji also passed the exam and moved into the line. The blonde Jinchuriki stared at the distant wall as the Genin exam finally came to an end. He watched as the Yamanaka girl bound over into and invited Sasuke to a little gathering at her place, only to be outright ignored as the Uchiha departed alone. Naruto mirrored not long behind despite Kiba's protests. The blonde knew that he wasn't going to be welcome at the little event and had no desire to attend. Yamanaka might have invited him to be polite, but he knew perfectly well that he wasn't wanted. Naruto decided to slip into the woods to exercise and practice his ninjutsu in solitude until supper time. Had he not altered his direction, so at that moment he might have noticed one Tuji Mizuki approaching a sad classmate who had somehow botched the Genin exam. XXXXXXXXXX. Several hours later, a somewhat disheveled Naruto stood in a clearing. The bushes and trees in the area were scorched in places due to his jutsu training. The demon vessel had run through the basic elemental techniques that mostly comprised his limited arsenal. He had no actual instructor to teach him jutsu, and the sparse scrolls in the public collection didn't contain much past the bare essentials. Shinobi techniques were considered to be prized secrets and were thus not made available to the masses in written instruction. The Sandaime had several advanced scrolls in his possession as well as most clans, but Naruto was obviously not permitted to peruse them at his leisure. At least that roadblock might be removed with his being assigned to a Genin cell. One minor upswing to something the blonde was not wild about being stuck doing. Assuming that his instructor would condescend to teach much to Konoha's hated demon, Naruto stopped making the seals on the weak right-on technique he was about to use upon hearing someone running in his direction. The Ninetales noticed it as well. Somebody's coming this way. Naruto snorted in his head. I know that already, Baka Fox. Give me a little credit. The Bijou snarled in response. Watch your mouth, you insolent brat. He's not alone. At least two other shinobi are close behind. Naruto hid behind a tree and watched as the person approached. The arrival was someone that he recognized as a hopeless gaki who had been in his old class. He was panting as he ran and holding some ornate-looking scroll. He was some civilian kid and not connected to a clan, and so could not have laid hands upon such a treasure at home. The weakling had to have stolen it somehow, though Naruto knew not when or where. No matter, but whatever was contained in that scroll was much too valuable to be wasted on this worthless punk. Naruto laid a quick chakra string trap that tripped the kid up as he passed, and then scrambled out to steal the scroll. The gaki had never seen it coming, and Naruto had long since disappeared into the trees with his prize when his victim regained his bearings. The kid's pursuers caught him up as he struggled back upright, sure to be disappointed upon seeing that he no longer had the stolen item. Naruto hid the huge scroll under his trench coat and tucked it under his arm upon leaving the woods and strolled back towards his apartment at a leisurely pace. He couldn't help but notice several chunin milling about the village streets and buildings like headless chickens. Whatever was in that little scroll, the Hokages, seeing as village shinobi had been dispatched to retrieve it, the old man was desperate to have it back. All the more reason to hold on to it. The blonde would return it when he felt like it. Once barricaded in his apartment, Naruto locked his door and opened his misappropriated treasure onto the kitchen table. His cold expression shined with rare, genuine interest as he saw what he had gotten his hands on. The blonde could see several restricted class techniques at one quick glance. Like a kid in a candy store, looks like I've really nailed the jackpot this time. Naruto's tenant was just as excited. Whatever intel that Konoha might possess regarding the Yondaime's accursed seal that kept the Kyuubi trapped inside Naruto would no doubt be contained within this restricted lore. Finally, a lead towards my freedom. Let's see what's in there, and quickly. Naruto mock pouted inside his head. Just don't bother pretending that you're not in some great hurry to leave me. I'm rather offended, Kyuubi. Shut up and read the scroll, insolent brat. Naruto smirked in his mind and made sure the kitsune could sense it. But you know you love me still, Kyuubi. The demon snarled and made a commotion, smashing into his prison and giving the blonde a migraine. This is quickly beginning to try my patience, mortal. The usual banter aside, Naruto knew the Kyuubi was getting mad when he started insulting his vessel's mortal condition. He supposed it was rather stupid to tease the trapped demon when his singular goal was at stake, given the beast's irritable temper under even the most ideal circumstances. Once the Nine Tails was loose, then Naruto would be liberated as well, their pact being complete and him no longer bound to do the demon's ever-changing bidding. The blonde wasn't so sure that he wanted to be alone again, though. He didn't mind being a tool as long as he had the bijou around. When the seal was broken and the demon loose, Naruto would be alone once again. The prospect wasn't a welcome one, but he wouldn't let that little sticking point stop him. Stop your bitching, Fox. I'm getting to work now. Quit making so much fucking noise. Naruto looked over at the initial item on the scroll. Kafebunsin no Jutsu. Shadow clones that could actually fight rather than serve as harmless distractions. An interesting technique with the potential to be valuable as well, but not one all too suited to the blonde's combat methods. Naruto tended to utilize a grappling attack as opposed to the textbook martial arts that traditional shinobi liked. Ground and pound, throw them down and beat them to a pulp using a mounted position, grab them in close range, and beat them down with knees and elbows. All in all, street combat at its best. The unorthodox method turned Naruto's size and reach to his advantage, but despite that his taijutsu was his most glaring shortcoming. Naruto liked most to use his overwhelming chakra levels and blitz his enemies with elemental ninjutsu, and would not battle hand-to-hand unless made to. The Demon Container's game plan wasn't one that a massive clone rush meshed with, but the Kage Bunshin skill might still be worth knowing in a pinch. Naruto memorized the seals with a little practice and moved on. XXXXXXXXX. Meanwhile, the Sandaime Hokage sat in his office thinking. The gullible academy student who had stolen the village's Kenjutsu scroll had been initially caught by the treasonous Chunin instructor Tuji Mizuki, who had berated the lad over losing it and subsequently assaulted and crippled him. The poor child would survive, but his shinobi aspirations were over. Mizuki had placed Genjutsu around Sarutobi's quarters to trick the guards, and the Hokage had been out attending to other business when the boy had snuck in. Yumino Irika had witnessed the altercation between Mizuki and the student and had then attacked and incapacitated his traitorous colleague. Mizuki was now being treated to Marino Abiki's well-known hospitality. The scroll still hadn't been recovered, but the Sandaime knew that it was still within the village limits. One Chunin had reported seeing Uzumaki Naruto outside and walking around during the search. One quick glimpse into Sarutobi's crystal ball revealed the demon vessel pouring over the scroll inside his apartment. Naruto had been skilled enough to obtain it without being caught, and so the Hokage decided to allow him to keep it in his possession a while and learn what techniques he could. Sarutobi wasn't all that concerned about the scroll, so long as he knew where it was. And apparently the rumors concerning a hostile organization interested in the tailed demons were true. The AMBU squadron that the Sandaime had sent to observe Naruto during his recent outing had been slain by some other shinobi. A regrettable loss, but validating this new threat had been made their deaths worthwhile. The missing nin that comprised this group would no doubt make a direct move against Naruto at some point, and the boy would then need the skills that the restricted scroll could teach him. Uzumaki could be trusted not to abuse the Kenjutsu. He was a good lad at heart, despite his best attempts to convince the entire world otherwise. His snide tongue and surly attitude were but the emotional armaments that he had constructed to help protect his mind against the Konoha villagers' slings and arrows. Underneath lie a brilliant and dedicated young shinobi who would someday prove a true asset to the village, provided said village allowed him a chance. The Hokage had concluded the usual meeting with the graduating class's academy instructor and the Jounin elites selected to handle the new Genin teams moments earlier. Irika had been cut and bruised due to his battle with Mizuki, but his wounds had not been serious. There were 26 graduates this time around, meaning that one team would be short-handed a member, at least until the current Chunin exam candidates have been sorted through. Hitaki Kakashi had immediately volunteered to mentor the Uchiha survivor. The copy Nin was the natural choice given that he possessed the Sharingan, but Sarutobi was concerned that he would be biased towards young Sasuke and neglect his other two students. Under better circumstances, Sandaime would have liked to have given Naruto over to Kakashi's instruction also. The silver-haired shinobi was a living technique database and could have taught the ambitious container much. Uchiha Sasuke's presence all but guaranteed that the much more talented Naruto would have gained very little attention on Team 7. However, once Sarutobi had told his gathered subordinates about Naruto's true skill levels, Asuma had shook his head and grumbled that the lad was another Uchiha Itachi in the making. He asked whose clan would be slaughtered since Naruto had none. Yuhi Kurenai had glared at Sarutobi's wayward son's bias, causing the aged Hokage to smile inside. Naruto would not be placed on a team 10 either. Yumino Irika hadn't had a single clue as to the genius student he had kept and mostly ignored in his class. The poor Chunin had been humiliated. Sarutobi's personal inclination was to place the blonde on Team 8 alongside the Inuzuka kid. Naruto was a complete loner outside the classroom, but Irika's reports indicated that the demon carrier was at least cordial with young Kiba within the academy. Kurenai might be the ideal among the three Jounin to instruct Naruto as well. She was patient enough to deal with his difficult personality, and the Hokage believed that as a Genjutsu specialist, she understood the human psyche well enough to eventually break through his well-worn, tough, emotional shell and reach out to him. She was also talented enough to gain the boy's respect. Several S-ranked Konoha betrayers, including Orochimaru and Itachi, served as glaring reminders about what could happen when a true prodigy was allowed to rot in his own resentment and superiority. Kakashi had come dangerously close to traveling down that road in addition before being taken under Yondaime's wing and set straight. Sarutobi would not allow history to repeat with Uzumaki Naruto. He could not bear to see the fourth's legacy driven away by anger and bitterness. Orochimaru. Thinking about Orochimaru caused the Hokage to sigh wistfully and light his pipe. He had alienated his once prized student by selecting Namake's Minato to be his successor, but had been unable to summon the resolve to strike his old apprentice down when he had discovered Orochimaru's vile experiments, and thus seen the man's true colors. Naruto was developing in a manner eerily similar to the Snake Sannin in various respects. Both had the same insatiable drive to learn and memorize jutsus. Never had Sarutobi seen a young shinobi as single-minded in his devotion to his training as Naruto. He rewarded the lad's dedication on occasion through permitting him to learn advanced jutsus from the Hokage's personal scroll collection when he asked permission. He never neglected to return what he borrowed, and Sandaime was confident that Naruto would soon do the same with the Kenjutsu scroll currently in his possession. Perhaps Sarutobi was somehow trying to make right his past mistakes he had made with Orochimaru in doing everything in his power to help Naruto now. He could not admit it in words, but the demon container occupied a special place in the old man's heart. He saw the boy as what the prodigal son, Orochimaru, might have been with stricter guidance. Thereupon he did all that he could to counterbalance the villagers' abusive practices. He knew all about the local storekeepers cheating Naruto and would have simply increased his living stipend, but the lad had declined and stated that he had no desire to become a dependent. He assuaged the child's rage by allowing him to leave the village and sharpen his practical skills by preying on petty street criminals in surrounding locales, with the proper supervision naturally. Many observers would see this as an insane practice and encouraging violent behavior, but Sarutobi knew better. Killing was intricately connected with the shinobi way. Naruto was destined to be great, and thus becoming acquainted with the unpleasant art now was not necessarily a negative thing. And the practice prevented him turning his anger against the villagers that did the most to provoke it. Sarutobi would stop them hurting the boy altogether had he the power, but even the venerable Hokage could only do so much. He couldn't openly favor Naruto lest the council decide to have the old man recalled and subsequently replaced with some new Hokage who would outright persecute the demon vessel and order him either executed or cast out. Sarutobi could only assist him surreptitiously and make certain he incurred no direct physical harm. People were ignorant and hated what they could not understand. However, the Orochimaru introspection had also opened up a new possibility in the Hokage's mind. Mitarashi Anko had suffered the most due to the Snake Sannin's betrayal. She understood what Naruto had been through better than any other shinobi in Konoha. Her jutsu knowledge was on par with most regular jounin, due to her having once been Orochimaru's personal assistant, though she did not possess the rank. She had quite impolitely declined to take on any students in the past, but perhaps she would make an exception and train the prodigy Naruto. The term was tossed about so much in Konoha that it exasperated the Sandaime. Seemingly whatever advanced bloodline scion ever managed to graduate atop their academy class was lauded as a genius. Hyuga and Uchiha Sasuke were but the two most recent examples. Both were talented young shinobi, but neither truly anything spectacular. Naruto was, and nobody had ever once acknowledged it. At any rate, giving Naruto over to Mitarashi Anko would be the ideal solution. Naruto would be stifled on any possible Genin team. His skills were on a whole other plane relative to the other rookies. Saddling him with low-ranked missions and basic chakra control training would accomplish nothing other than irritating Naruto and engendering resentment. The boy would decide that he was being intentionally held back in order to benefit the other Genin. An individualized instructor, on the other hand, might allow him to develop at his own rapid pace rather than making him slow down so that his teammates could keep up. The idea broke with established tradition, but exceptions could be made in exceptional cases. Both Naruto and Anko were lonely people who pushed back against the society that snubbed them. Perhaps they could find in one another the companionship that neither had located in anybody else. Anko had never come to trust people again after being used and cast aside like a thing by Orochimaru, and Naruto had never even been extended an opportunity to trust somebody at all. Perhaps pairing the two could salvage both tortured souls. The only potential problem was that isolating Naruto by not placing him with his fellow Genin to train might not be wholly optimal in the end. Teamwork was perhaps the hallmark Konohanin virtue, and one that all the village's shinobi had to comprehend. At least Sarutobi had the boy's placement narrowed down to only two possibilities. The next logical step would be to consult with both prospective sensei and hammer out an actual arrangement. The Hokage pressed a button under his desk and summoned his messenger. The man appeared a moment later. "Hi, Hoket-sama. I need you to recall Yuhi Kurenai here and summon Mitarashi Anko as well." "Hi, Hoket-sama." Sarutobi snorted under his breath at the man's monotone as he departed to do the Sandaime's bidding. He leaned back in his chair and smoked his pipe in contentment. Perhaps the delicate Naruto situation would come to a positive end. This newfound missing Nin threat, coupled together with Orochimaru's upstart hidden sound village, meant that Konoha would need strong new shinobi to survive. One day, the despised Uzumaki Naruto might even end up saving the village. He already once had as a mere newborn. After all, Jiraiya's student would have spat upon these people could he have seen the abuse the villagers had heaped upon his child. The Sandaime prayed that this tragic tale would have a happy ending. In Chapter 1, at least Sarutobi had the boy's placement narrowed down to only two possibilities. The next logical step would be to consult with both prospective senseis and hammer out a finalized arrangement. The Hokage pressed a button under his desk and summoned his messenger. The man appeared a moment later. "Hi, Hoket-sama. I need you to recall Yuhi Kurenai to my office and summon Mitarashi Anko as well." "Hi, Hoket-sama." Sarutobi snorted under his breath at the man's monotone as he departed to do the Sandaime's bidding. He leaned back in his chair and puffed his pipe in contentment. Perhaps the delicate Naruto situation would come to a positive end. This newfound missing Nin threat, coupled together with Orochimaru's upstart hidden sound village, meant that Konoha would be needing strong new shinobi to survive. One day, the despised Uzumaki Naruto might even end up saving the village. He already once had as a mere newborn, after all. Jiraiya's student would have spat upon these people could he have seen the abuse to which they had so long subjected his baby boy. Sandaime prayed that this tragic tale would have a happy ending. Chapter 2. New Experiences Frustration. Disclaimer: Naruto ain't mine. Not making any money here, you know the deal. Naruto hadn't slept well at all the previous night. His concentration was such that he would usually never allow wayward thoughts to impede his important biological processes. This had been a special exception. He had stayed up well into the night, hunched over his kitchen table, reading his stolen Kenjutsu scroll, which had contained several restricted techniques that the demon vessel was most anxious to practice and master. But the situation regarding Naruto's demonic resident was what had plagued his mind and kept him awake overnight. The scroll had indeed contained some details regarding Yondaime's seal, and the news had not been at all pleasing. Details regarding a method through which to counter the Shursho Fuin technique had been scarce and vague, but there had been enough to conclude that the process required the user to give his or her life in order to break the seal. Should Naruto have done so, the attempt would have killed him prior to unlocking the cage. That would have claimed the demon as well, due to their souls and chakra being linked. The Kyuubi would have seen his accursed prison melting into nothingness right as he departed the living plane. The demon vessel attempting to liberate his occupant would doom them both. He had actually been somewhat relieved to know that his partner would be with him a while longer, despite having some compunction about what that would do to the Nine Tails. That alone had been quite enough to disturb his rest. The demons thrashing about and howling vile curses directed at the fourth well into the morning hours hadn't helped matters either. Stop thinking about it, Gaki. There's nothing we can do right now. The Kyuubi sounded much more subdued than usual. Either he was emotionally exhausted due to his recent tirade, or he was starting to lose hope about ever escaping his predicament. Naruto vowed to redouble his attempts to seek out a method to break him loose. I know that, Baka Fox. It just irritates me is all. We were so damned close. Not as much as it does me. Don't sulk, we'll just have to seek out another way. Perhaps you're right. I only hope there is one. Don't be a fool. The fourth was but one mortal man. His knowledge was not absolute. Naruto wasn't so sure whom between the two the demon was trying to reassure. He had no more time to ponder the matter regardless. Irika was now entering the classroom to announce the new Genin team assignments. Naruto would now learn which two weaklings he was to be burdened with watching over through the Chunin exams. He noticed that Mizuki was absent, but paid the matter no mind. The scarred Chunin instructor was all smiles as he began to speak. Ohio graduates. Being present in this room means that you have passed the Konoha Genin Academy's exit examination and are now to be given the chance to become real Konoha shinobi. As many among you might know, each year's Genin candidates are assorted onto three-person teams and placed under an elite shinobi's instruction. These people will decide whether or not their respective charges are indeed prepared to become Genin. Some among this group will no doubt be returned here to obtain additional seasoning. Others are sure to excel above their class rankings and surprise us all. Naruto narrowed his blue eyes in distrust behind his shades when Irika sent him a sidelong glance as he spoke that last sentence. The Hokage had more than likely told the idiotic Chunin something about Naruto's real skill levels. The demon carrier rather hoped that the man harbored deep regrets about having neglected a real genius, while heaping attention upon a weak pretender like the Uchiha. Some great teacher he was, unable to recognize talent when it sauntered up and punched him in his scarred nose. Naruto had topped the class in most cases during practical examinations and scored well enough on written tests. The blonde hadn't devoted much time to allowing the older man to reach out to him, but that didn't stop his being irritated. Some killing intent leaked into the demon child's stare on accident due to his indignant attitude. Irika shuddered and averted his gaze as he continued. Now then, we have a unique situation this year. There are 26 graduates. Doing the math, you will note that this means that one squad will be short member. With some deliberation, we have decided that the class's number 1 rookie is the best equipped to deal with this handicap. And so our initial Genin squadron will be Team 7, containing Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Naruto's existing scowl soured to reveal a look that could curdle milk in an instant when Sakura squealed and carried on as though she'd won some 10 million Ryo in a sweepstakes. This obnoxious and hormonal little girl was a total disgrace to the shinobi name and thus an embarrassment to everything that the blonde took pride in. He cared nothing about being a Konohanin in particular, but the shinobi ideal on the whole was something that he had a devout respect towards. Worse still was that Haruno would be no doubt accepted into the Genin ranks due to her being partnered with the little Uchiha prick. Sasuke appeared most displeased with the arrangement as well. At least Naruto wouldn't have to deal with either, a most welcome occurrence, seeing as he would so hate to be made to garrote his new teammates. Team 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Uzumaki Naruto, and Yamanaka Ino. Naruto decided that he could have done much worse. Kiba was at least a passable warrior, and his canine senses would prove valuable in tracking situations that the blonde hated being bothered with. The Inuzuka was also about the sole person in the class that the demon vessel could talk to without having to repress his overall desire to rend and tear much. Ino, on the other hand, borderline average might be the most appropriate term to describe her skills. The girl excelled at nothing whatsoever, and her attitude was something like nails grating along a chalkboard. The Yamanaka mind control techniques were almost useless in combat in addition. Dealing with her was certain to be a most unwelcome chore. He watched as she turned around to look at him with some dread showing in her bright eyes. Naruto didn't curtail his disapproving expression in the slightest. A little intimidation might help to keep that loud mouth shut. This has got to be my lucky day. We're on the same team, and we landed the cutest little thing in the class to boot. Apparently, the mud a couple seats down was in heat. Naruto was really in no mood to make jokes. He was tired, both due to missing sleep and to an exhaustive jutsu study session. He decided to be honest about their third teammate's shortcomings. Pretend you know how to be serious, Kiba. She's going to be a huge liability. I've watched Ino in the practical exercises, and her level is well beneath ours. And you were more interested in the Hyuga yesterday anyhow. You'll never be able to keep a girl long with such a wandering gaze. That coming out of the expert on relationships. And we've got you to do our fighting. Naruto couldn't help smirking in amusement. I do appreciate your confidence, but I'm not going to be your keeper. No worries, partner. I'll always be right with you when it counts. Take that to the bank. Naruto had little to say in response to such a declaration. The bank would kick me out. Do your best, Kiba. I expect no more than that. The assortment continued onward as the two talked. Nara Shikamu, Hyuga Hinata, and Akimichi Chuji were made to comprise Team 10. Weakness mixed with laziness was guaranteed to make that team into a disaster. Aburame Shino was then placed with two no-names who were well beneath the insect user's level and would no doubt be sent packing back to school. 8 teams, and Uchiha Sasuke's personal nightmare existed at the end. Irika then dismissed the new squads to take a 2-hour lunch break, following which the prospective genin would meet their individual team instructors. Small, Naruto, let's go and hit up the lunch special at Ichiraku's My Treat. On a regular day, Naruto would have snorted and walked out on his own. He had been planning to go and take a nap. He had no doubt that their instructor would be giving the new genin team another test. This one to determine whether or not the trio had the right mindset to become real shinobi. He would need his rest to ensure no mistakes on his part, since the other two were almost guaranteed to make several. But Kiba looked to be making a genuine attempt to become an actual teammate as opposed to a somewhat cordial classmate. Naruto decided not to spurn the gesture and would act along. I never took you to be the ramen type. That slop will stun your growth, you know. Yeah, I'm really lacking for size. I might not be a beast like you, but I'm not stunted. Naruto let out another smirk. And Inuzuka calling somebody else a beast was hilariously hypocritical. Whatever you say, Mutt. You are small, though, where it matters. Naruto strolled away towards the academy's exit, leaving Kiba to discern the meaning behind the vulgar remark on his own. He knew the way to Ichiraku's anyway. He had patronized the little stand on a near-daily basis when he had been younger. The old man who ran the place and his daughter were among the only people in Konoha who had ever treated the demon carrier with anything other than contempt. He had never gone back again once Kyuubi had more or less ordered him to stop eating ramen. He had still looked like a disgusting little runt the last time he had gone to Ichiraku's. How the times had changed. He had exited the building when he heard Kiba bawl out well behind him. "Fuck you, Naruto!" XXXXXXXXXX. The ramen stand was much the same as it had been the last time Naruto visited the place. The place was not that busy at the moment, as he and Kiba had beaten the usual lunchtime crowd. Ichiraku's would be packed in about an hour. The demon container disliked crowds, and so he hoped that they would be long gone when the other local patrons started streaming in. He had no desire to be sneered at while trying to eat. The two Konoha genin took a seat on a bench at the service counter's distant end. The old man didn't take long to reach them. "Good morning, young man. I'll take your orders here." Kiba beat his chest like an ogre as he placed his order. "I'll have your full meat special, and don't be stingy with the sirloin." Old man Ichiraku responded to the animal trainer's order with a smile. "Well now, you and Izuka sure know what you like, I'll give you that. And now to serve your... Well, I'll be damned, the prodigal son has returned at last. It's been too long since you last came to visit us, Naruto." Naruto removed his shades to expose his dull blue eyes. The old man's tightened a bit at seeing the vibrant and smiling little Gaki, who had once been his most reliable and ever-present customer, turned into the complete opposite as a young man. The demon container had no regrets. The delinquent he had once been had been weak and ill-suited to become a shinobi. He had worked hard since then to make changes and become a stronger person. Naruto tried to smile back, but the gesture proved unable to pierce through his cold and emotionless visage. "It has been a while, old man. I had a personal dietitian who told me to stop eating ramen. We'll just have to try extra hard to keep you now that you are back, then. I'll have a regular miso with a vegetable ramen, extra thick on the greens." Ichiraka nodded and turned back to the kitchen area. Come on out and see what's been dragged back in here." Naruto had to take pains not to look down at the counter as the old man's daughter emerged. Being treated with all this sudden attention, having lived so long with no one save an invisible demon to talk to, made him rather upset. The demon vessel was not a social creature. Little Ayam had grown into an attractive young woman since he had last seen her, and her stare bothered Naruto. He wasn't used to girls looking at him with anything other than terror or disgust. It didn't take her long to remember who he was. His whisker marks were too distinctive. "No way, that can't be little Naruto." "But it is. Our number one customer is back at last." Ayam gaped at Naruto several long moments. His brow creased when a pink tinge appeared on the older girl's cheeks. "I think I'd like to take my break now, Dad." The old man gave a knowing smile. Kiba was also grinning like a lecher. Naruto supposed that his being 12 was lost on the pair. "Sure thing, pumpkin, but be prepared to get back to work when the lunch crowd hits." Naruto watched as Ayam rushed back into the kitchens and out behind the stand into her home, which didn't bother him as much as her stare had. He and Kiba got their meals soon enough. The Inuzuka tore into his with gusto, chowing down on his steak ramen at a pace that could rival an akimichi. Naruto ate with deliberation and picked at his meal. "Man, you've got even better luck than me." "Nice catch, Naruto." "I've got no idea what you're on about, Mutt. I haven't caught a thing. Keep leering at me, and you're gonna catch an ass whipping." "Fuck, so clueless." The demon vessel shrugged and turned back to his miso. He and Kiba ate in relative silence. 5 minutes or so later, their peace was interrupted by something sliding in between them on their bench. Something warm and soft attached onto Naruto's bare arm. He glanced over into Iam's eyes. She had taken a quick shower and had removed her bonnet and work apron and let her hair down. Sorry about making such a quick exit there, but I needed to get cleaned up. Naruto was shocked in his silence, paralyzed by the sweet aroma that assaulted his nostrils. A saline scent that came with working around cooking ramen all the time, mixed with chamomile shampoo, some strange but inviting brocade that could best be described as girl. Iam smelled like something nice, he supposed. The lonesome Naruto had never been anywhere near this close to a girl in his living years, and now this gorgeous specimen was wrapped on his bicep like an anaconda. Kiba took up the demon carrier's slack. He does, sweetheart. I think you've overloaded his circuits a bit, that's all. Naruto snapped from his entranced state and glared at the Inuzuka with his usual scowl. Iam stuck her tongue out at Kiba with an impish grin and remained attached to the blown. The demon container was all too aware that he was very close to the girl now. I don't need you to help me talk, Mutt. And you're looking nice this morning, Iam. Thanks a lot, Naruto. Now tell me what you've been up to all this time. I thought you'd gone missing or something. Naruto, he decided not to even think about that and turned his thoughts towards blacker things as he scowled. Don't be concerned about that. You'll be sure to know when something happens to me. The villagers will have a parade. Iam decided to quickly change the discussion topic, not wanting to see this reunion spoiled. Forget those assholes. Anyhow, I see you've graduated the Genin Academy like you'd always said you would. That's one step closer to becoming Hokage. Congratulations. I always believed you would make it. Hokage. Naruto smirked as he remembered those days. He was so desperate to make people pay attention to him that he would always declaim that he would one day become Hokage to anybody who would listen. That was another thing that had disappeared due to his becoming acquainted with the Kyuubi. The demon vessel was now more apt to burn Konoha than to lead it. Such was the demon's prevailing desire. The Nine Tails would have his vengeance. I abandoned that childish dream a long time ago. I am Chan. Well, at least you're a genin now. I wanted to enter the academy once too, but we couldn't afford the tuition and Dad needed my help running the restaurant. Maybe you could come over to the house when I'm not working sometime and teach me some shinobi moves. That would be really cool. Naruto blinked his eyes, oblivious to the real meaning behind Iam's request. There was a reasoning being students starting lessons at a young age. Teaching basic concepts like molding chakra became trickier as one grew older. The tenketsu had to be built and deepened as soon as possible on, or else their overall potential would be stunted. Training a person to execute jutsu at 17 with no prior training might well be an impossible task. He might be able to teach her to throw a kunai at least. Spending time doing so would no doubt hinder his own training, however, and his hours were sure to be restricted enough due to pointless team sessions and crap missions. I don't know how possible that would be. Oh. Naruto watched as Kiba smote his brow and shook his head in sheer exasperation. He then pondered the situation a moment and glanced at Iam's downcast expression, and the situation plowed into his mind like some speeding locomotive. He was almost certain that he could hear the damned demon laughing derisively at his stupidity as well. The ramen girl didn't care at all about learning techniques. Iam was trying to tell him that she wanted to spend some time alone with him. He knew that he shouldn't care, but her hurt expression bothered him. Well, maybe we could do something. In what was a rare, perceptive moment, Kiba realized that he was becoming a third wheel and stood to take his leave. I still got to drop by my house and pick up Akamaru before we meet the new sensei. Catch you back at the classroom, Uzumaki. Kiba stood up and strolled away whistling a tune. Iam waited until he was gone and then leaned her head into the demon container's neck. Her hair was still not yet completely dry and tickled his skin. She felt really nice, Naruto thought. The demon had always proved to be a great companion, but there was something special about real human contact that couldn't be replaced. You've gotten so tall and handsome, Naruto. I've really missed you. You're not a kid anymore. I wasn't aware that you cared. Guess I was a real prick to disappear like that. All I can do is apologize. Naruto understood that such gentle words should not be escaping his lips. This entire situation wasn't right, but he couldn't summon the resolve to leave. Ayam released his arm and reached over to cup his cheek, stroking his whisker marks with her thumb. He closed his eyes and sucked in a euphoric breath as she touched the sensitive area. Let me tell you why I work in the kitchen now rather than serving. Some time back, I overheard a customer running you down to his buddies while I was taking an order. I lost my temper and threw hot broth onto him. He marched up to Dad and demanded that I be fired. Dad kicked him out and told him not to come back ever again, and that anybody else who badmouthed you was not welcome at Ichiraku's. Naruto sat silently, at this point reduced to just enjoying all the new sensations. Ayam seemed to understand and kept touching him. The demon container had never experienced anything near as pleasurable as this. He only hoped that nobody else was watching. His meticulously built reputation would be shattered should word get out about his having been reduced to absolute mush by some civilian girl with magical hands. Something was building in the blonde's nether regions and was getting more intense with every caress to his trademark feature. Sorry to interrupt here, Pumpkin, but I need you back in the kitchen. Ayam stomped in annoyance, but stood up to leave. Old man Ichiraku was at least compassionate enough to leave the two a moment. Naruto shook his head when their contact ended. The girl then threw her arms around his neck from behind and planted a case kiss on his cheek. I have to go back to work now, and promise you'll come and see me again. The Kyuubi's host took deep breaths and willed the imminent climax to whittle down into nothingness. He would not tolerate being stimulated into this in a public place due to some civilian girl that he barely knew at all. The sad irony was that Ayam was also the girl he knew better than any other in Konoha or elsewhere. He responded without thinking. I promise, Ayam-chan. I'll start coming to eat here again. Don't forget to come by and teach me some moves too. Ayam squeezed him again and sashayed away with a wink. Naruto ran a hand through his spiky hair with a sigh. To quote one Nara Shikamaru, this situation was entirely too troublesome. Once his throbbing erection had died down enough, he stood up. Only then did he notice Kiba's empty ramen bowl next to his own two partially eaten dishes. That damned mutt had promised a treat and then disappeared without paying. He reached into his pocket, but the old man's voice stopped him. Meals on the house. We're just glad to have you back. Thanks, old man. I better get back to the academy. See you around. Ichiraku smiled, but then his expression hardened. Remember what you promised, Ayam. Don't break my little girl's heart, Naruto. Naruto nodded and departed without a word. He had some thinking to do. XXXXXXXXXX. Kiba hadn't arrived back at the school as Naruto retook his usual seat, relieved at least that he wouldn't have to deal with the Inuzuka's teasing about Ayam at the moment. The demon carrier was livid about having lost his control at the ramen stand. He should have ignored Kiba and never agreed to go to Ichiraku's. He had been enraptured due to the ramen girl's touch and had given in to his hormonal instincts. Ayam did seem to care about Naruto, at least. Such an incident could never be repeated. Loive and want and hormonal cravings on the whole were irrelevant. Whatever impeded Naruto's progress as a shinobi could not be tolerated. The girl wasn't even a kunoichi. She could not even begin to comprehend the perilous world that comprised the blonde's entire existence. The Jinchuriki repeated this mantra inside his mind, but could somehow not accept it despite wanting and even needing to. Naruto would need to train harder, torturing his mind and senses until all impure thoughts were banished. He would not see these petty and useless emotions ruin all that he had strived to attain. He was Uzumaki Naruto. He was Konohagakure's living scourge and vessel to the mightiest demon that had ever walked the land. Never again would he allow human desires to override his conscious control. Yes, very well put. We have matters much more important than chasing females to attend to at the moment. There'll be more than time enough to slake your lust once we've become stronger and shattered this damned seal. Naruto shook inside. He hadn't expected the demon to be peering into his thoughts. I understand, Kyuubi. I won't relinquish control over my senses again, I swear. Everybody wants to procreate, Gaki, but that girl isn't strong enough to be your mate. Their conversation ended as Irika called Team 8 up to meet their instructor. Naruto stood and stretched as he stalked to the Chunin's wooden desk. Yamanaka Ino was there as well, and Kiba came crashing into the classroom with a barking dog nestled in his clothing. Ino glared at the Inuzuka and would have done the same to Naruto had he not been Uzumaki Naruto. She wasn't too pleased that her new teammates had ditched her to go and eat lunch. Not that the demon carrier gave a damn. This is Yuhi Kurenai. She will be your Jounin instructor. Good luck, squad. Naruto looked over to Irika's side, where said woman was standing. He almost relinquished total control over his thoughts again. Ayam was cute enough, but Kurenai had to be some goddess descended to earth. She had luxurious black hair and a killer look that was obscured and exposed at the same time in the black and white wraparound garment that she wore. Her other clothing was crimson red and matched her exotic crimson orbs, much like blood, but lacking the malice that existed in the demons. Naruto stared at Kurenai a moment, and then allowed a quick nod while turning his attention back to Irika. The Kunoichi led her team outside with a hand motion. Naruto remained a step behind the others while wearing a neutral expression until the quartet came to a halt at a small and well-hidden garden at the building's rear, and Kurenai spoke. Well met, team. Congratulations on passing the Genin exam. First, we'll all need to get to know one another. With this in mind, I'd like you each to tell the rest something about yourselves. And I'll begin. Standard procedure, Naruto immediately understood. I am Yuhi Kurenai. I was made Jounin not long ago and have never supervised a Genin cell until now. I specialize in Jinjutsu techniques. I like to sample wines and socialize, and to read literature and cook. I dislike perverts and poor personal habits, and especially people who look down upon me, because I am a kunoichi. At present, I can't help you three to succeed as Konoha shinobi and to prove that Jinjutsu can be as potent in combat as the more traditional shinobi battle arts. Kurenai looked at Naruto upon mentioning that she hated bigots. The Jinchuriki leaned back against the school building's wall, unwilling to volunteer to take the lead in making his introduction. Kiba took the role instead, speaking out in his usual boisterous manner. The name's Inuzuka Kiba. I like Akamaru here, as well as hot meals and even hotter girls. I hate whatever I can't chew on, and little queers like Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto when he's on a rag. I want to serve and protect our village as best I can, and then to land me a good woman and have a strong litter. The blonde girl was next to go, glaring daggers at Kiba when he insulted Sasuke. Naruto sent the Inuzuka an approving sneer. Ai Mino. I like green tea, ikebana, and doing origami. I also like Sasuke-kun. The things I can't stand are loud baboons and men who ditch me to go and gorge themselves, and forehead girl too. The dream I have is to Sasuke-kun's heart and show Sakura who's boss. Both Ino and Naruto glanced at Kiba when the girl mentioned loud baboons. And then it was Naruto's turn. The blonde stood straight and cracked his neck, but then decided that he was still too tired to be bothered with standing straight and leaned back into his spot against the building as he began talking in what he hoped passed as an intimidating tone, though he imagined that it sounded more like irritated boredom. Name is Uzumaki Naruto. Hobbies include are limited to learning new and advanced techniques and learning to kill people with them. I hate worthless garbage, shinobi who'd rather go on dates than work at improving their skills, and civilian worms who pretend to be our equals. I've got one ambition, to master all the ninjutsu techniques in existence, and to use that knowledge and power to get the respect that I deserve. Complete silence greeted the demon carrier's introduction. Ino had gone pale, mostly due to Naruto having looked directly at her when spouting his dislikes. Kurenai watched the blonde with a look that seemed torn between being concerned and impressed. Kiba smirked and wagged a hand in an exaggerated gesture. He also likes cute ramen stand girls. He's not as badass as he wants to pretend. Naruto's response was to whip out a shuriken and tossed it at the stupid mutt. Kiba blanched as he rolled to dodge the missile. Damned mongrel, ruining his diatribe like that. Perhaps allowing the others think that he was posturing and nothing more would work to his advantage. Naruto scowled and returned to his post against the wall as Kurenai spoke up again. The woman seemed to be much more at ease than she had been earlier. Well, that was interesting. I will now explain how we're going to operate. In the past, the village has chosen to create specialized genin squads designed to tackle particular missions, whether those be combat, espionage, or whatever. That has now changed, however. Due to various abnormal circumstances taking shape outside Konoha's borders, the Sandaime Hokage-sama has decided that our new blood needs to be able to thrive in all situations and combat whatever threat might meet them. As such, each genin cell will have one person designated as a combat specialist, one tracking specialist, and one support and/or tactical specialist. You call all surmise the rest as pertains to this team, I would hope. Naruto nodded. That was simple enough. Kiba was the tracker due to his enhanced bestial senses and trained animal companion. Others filling this role on other squadrons would include Hyuga Hinata with her Byakugan and Aburame Shino with his Kikaichu. Naruto was to be Team 8's warrior and would have wanted or accepted nothing else. He and Kiba should be able to work well enough as a tandem in battle. The Inuzuka specialized in close quarters combat to a large degree, which would leave Naruto able to move around and use his ninjutsu and jinjutsu to his best, while Kiba kept enemies occupied. Ino would hang back and not be a burden, and would be the support person then. The Yamanaka clan's Shintenshin no jutsu possession skill was good in gathering intel, while inaccurate and slow and suicidal in general to attempt to use in a combat situation. Not that this all meant shit to Naruto, as he doubted either would be able to keep up with him. So could do tracking while Naruto kills people, that sound about right. Not so deep or eloquent, but still correct. Good thinking, Kiba. Now that we've all been introduced, let's take some time to rest. We'll commence our initial training session tomorrow morning at dawn, and I want us all to be at peak condition. Until then, suckers, I could use that nap right about now. Kiba strolled back toward his compound while waving over his shoulder. You seem real strong, Uzumaki-san. I'll do what I can to get better too. Ino smiled a timid smile, but almost ran to escape the tall blonde shinobi. Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his spiked locks as he started back towards his squalid little apartment to get some needed rest. Sleep was not to be as on that occasion, however. Remain behind a moment, Naruto-kun. I'd like us to speak in private a while. The Jinchuriki turned back towards his new sensei. Kurenai waved him over to take a seat on a small blanket that she had laid out on the grass. He remained somewhat nervous about being this close to such a stunning woman despite the earlier situation with Ayam. He putted over to the indicated spot and sat down, crossing his legs in the traditional relaxed position. You seem to be emerging as the team's leader. I'm not so sure about that, Yuhi-sensei. I have no real leadership abilities. And he didn't, at least in his own mind. Naruto viewed others as encumbrances and would much rather handle things on his own. He certainly had no wish to inspire people or make them seek out his presence and stand beside him. The demon vessel had survived on his lonesome and would continue doing so. His nine-tailed partner was all the companion he had ever needed. Please, Kurenai will do. And you underestimate your charisma. The Inuzuka are well known as outspoken and headstrong individuals, and Kiba is no exception. But even though he banters with you, he seems to recognize you as the stronger and obey your direction. Irika-sensei's reports indicate several instances. Do not repeat this to the others, but I had believed Ino to be a hopeless case coming into this team meeting. Perhaps I will be mistaken. You seem to have stirred something inside her. Naruto arched a curious brow. But Ino still moons over the Uchiha. You heard her great ambition. Kurenai nodded with a smile. The demon container started feeling at ease talking to her. That's correct. I did hear her claims. Your cutting remarks have made her reconsider that previous mindset, I believe. She does have potential, and I hope that being scared straight will push her towards realizing it. Naruto had indeed been aiming to scare the Yamanaka, though not with such a productive goal in mind. He had been expressing his opinion because he could, no other reason. You're welcome, I guess. Naruto-kun, you seem a bit nervous. Please don't be intimidated. Naruto stared back and locked his gaze on those entrancing red orbs. I've been exposed to worse things. It'll take more than a little chat to scare me. She smiled again, though Naruto imagined seeing some concern beneath the gesture. The spiked blonde concluded that he rather liked her smile. And with good reason, assuming Hokage-sama's stories are true. Your present skills rival an elite shunins, according to what he's told us. As such, the Sandaime has decided that you are not going to be training in basic exercises alongside the team. You will instead be working with a personalized instructor while conducting basic missions with us. Naruto was a little thrown at this. He had never heard about something like this being done. He was also rather surprised to hear that any Konoha shinobi would consent to taking him as a personal apprentice. The Jinchuriki imagined that the old man had done some substantial arm twisting to set this little scenario, not that the blonde wasn't appreciative. This could be a great chance to take his training to the next level, assuming the instructor was good, which he or she would have to be to meet with the Hokage's approval. Despite that he was the slightest part disappointed that he wouldn't be training with Kurenai. I don't know what to think. I hadn't expected something like this at all. Hokage-sama believes that your overall development would be stunted due to me needing to train Kiba and Ino in basic shinobi exercises. I am rather inclined to agree, given your enhanced abilities. However, proper teamwork is also crucial to being a shinobi in this village. You have been placed on a rookie team due to this. You will also be shadowing your sensei on some higher rank missions. She was once apprenticed to a most skilled and knowledgeable shinobi, and will prove a more suitable choice than I would be to mold your individual strengths. Naruto had heard stories about a woman who had once been apprenticed to the Snake Sannin. He couldn't recall her name, but she had to be the Kunoichi that Kurenai was talking about. There had been other rumors about her also, in particular that she harbored a bloodlust to rival his inner demon. Still, the legend Orochimaru's protege would no doubt know certain things that no one else in Konoha would, save perhaps the Hokage. The diabolical Sannin had been the most ingenious jutsu masters to ever reside in the village. Learning under such a person would be like a dream come true, even though the tutelage would come secondhand through a student. You must be talking about Orochimaru's old apprentice. Kurenai nodded, and her previously gentle voice took on a stern, lecturing tone. That is correct, Naruto. Mitarashi Anko is to be your sensei. You would be well advised not to ever mention the name Orochimaru in her presence. However, that monster is a very sore topic with her. No worries. I'm going to botch a chance like this. The woman's voice then returned to being companionable. Naruto wondered how she managed to seem so nice and gentle at one moment, and then turn dangerous as all hell the next. Kurenai was perhaps the same as an overall shinobi, demure and kind as a civilian and teacher while cold and ruthless on a mission. Naruto had not created such similar changes in his own mindset. The Jinchuriki tended to be vicious and snide all the time. Kurenai wasn't quite the same though. She hadn't made him think those harsh thoughts as most other people in Konoha did without much exception, and he couldn't place this awareness in the least. The blonde did realize that he somehow knew that he could invest his guarded trust in her, though he still wasn't quite prepared to make that plunge. To be certain, but being able to realize that he could without needing to be concerned about having the gesture thrown back at him with a sneer was rather soothing. That's good to hear. Anko-san will be waiting to meet you at Training Ground 19 in an hour. Then I'd best get over there. I'm sure being late wouldn't make a good impression. Naruto had risen to leave when her hand grasped onto his. He must have imagined the sudden electric spark that surged through him. One last thing, Naruto-kun. You're more than welcome to come to me seeking help or advice, even though I am not your designated instructor. I will be depending on you much more than the others should our team ever encounter real danger on a mission, so you ought to be able to depend on me as well. Naruto blinked and nodded. Right, I need to be going. Naruto shook the unbidden thought that he would be making pains to need extra work on his jinjutsu. The blonde couldn't think about such matters at the moment. He had to clear his mind and keep his senses at optimum condition. The Jinchuriki released Kurenai's hand and started at a brisk pace towards the village training grounds to meet with a woman that most reports labeled as being at least borderline deranged. The demon carrier's shinobi experience was about to become much more interesting. In Chapter 2, Naruto arrived at the designated training ground not long following his talk with Kurenai. He hadn't had to pass through Konoha proper as the location was rather close to the academy. That was too bad. The villagers' glares and curses might have served to get him into the more homicidal mood that he was likely to need here. The area seemed to be completely deserted, but that couldn't be correct. The demon carrier didn't detect any illusionary jinjutsu either, though that didn't necessarily mean that there wasn't one. A skilled jounin would no doubt be able to mask the technique well enough that he wouldn't be able to easily sense its presence. Still, the odds were that the woman was hiding somewhere within the vicinity. "Behind you, brat." The demon's warning caused more harm than help. The kunai that would have simply grazed his neckline instead plunged deep into his shoulder due to his accidentally twisting into its flight path in an attempt to dodge. Naruto grunted in pain and surprise as the blade tore a hole in his white muscle shirt and lodged near to the bone. Blood oozed out like a sieve and stained and ruined the garment. The demon container yanked the kunai loose and glared up into the nearby tree from whence it had been thrown. His prospective sensei sat lazily on a sturdy branch with her legs crossed and sporting a rather insane grin. The bleeding soon halted and the wound began healing over due to the Kyuubi's intervention, though it would still take at least another hour to repair totally. This bloodthirsty bitch had cut him pretty deep, and her expression betrayed that she wasn't the least bit apologetic about having done it. But two could play that game. She was quite the sight to behold, he thought. She was dressed in a rather provocative netted bodysuit that revealed enough skin to be deemed as rather obscene. Over that indecent garment, she wore a short leather skirt that at least managed to obscure her most private places along with a matching coat very similar to Naruto's, except that hers still had the sleeves where he had removed his. Her femininity was an outright tsunami in comparison to Kurenai's subtle ripple. And similar to the red-eyed woman, Mitarashi Anko's eyes were most distinctive. Her irises were yellowish-brown and large like a snake's, and she seemed to have no visible pupils. Still, whatever allure she might have possessed was overshadowed by her having tossed a kunai into Naruto's shoulder. She slid down to ground level with a sensual grace that suited her somewhat serpentine nature. "So, I guess you're the punk that Hokage-sama wants me to train. And you're Mitarashi Anko." All those terrible rumors seemed to hold some truth. Naruto stared back down at the bloody kunai in his right hand as he spoke, and the obviously addled jounin's previous grin widened into a complete smirk when she nodded. He blinked and tossed the blade back to her. He wouldn't have been able to hit her with a return throw anyway, and attempting would have accomplished little save angering her. She caught the projectile with practiced ease. He looked on with disgust as Anko brought the weapon near her mouth and proceeded to sensually lick Naruto's dripping blood clean as though she were performing a similar act on some lucky, or perhaps not so, given her questionable mental state, man. "Sorry about that, kid, though it was really your mistake. I only meant to give you a little tickle. At least you've got good instincts. Didn't expect you to sense that kunai coming." Again, her tone and mannerisms exhibited that she wasn't at all genuinely sorry. "I'll survive, though you could have just said hello instead. But there's no fun in that. And you taste really good, too. Anyway, you've been sent out here to become my apprentice. The old man tells me you're some kind of prodigy and really good with your ninjutsu. That doesn't mean shit to me. I've never taken students up to this day, and I sure as hell don't feel like wasting my time with you either. So you're going to prove to me that training you is worth my energy, right here and now." Naruto watched the woman warily, but was nonetheless determined. Not many would talk about the Hokage with such irreverence. He was already starting to like Anko a bit. "Very well, then. I expected that. Tell me what I have to do to become your pupil. It's real simple, kid. All you've got to do is draw blood on me in a spar. I'm not going to bother trying to teach some green genin. Show me that you're as advanced as the Hokage brags and that you have a sack down there. Otherwise, you can go back and climb trees with Kurenai and the other brats. Naruto smiled inwardly. Nice and straightforward, just how he liked things. This apparently wasn't some ridiculous spiritual test with an inner meaning. The only problem was actually managing to injure the volatile Kunoichi. The demon container somehow knew that she wasn't going to make this easy on him, though she would probably pull her punches to a large degree. Or at least he hoped that Mitarashi Anko wasn't crazy enough to actually maim him. This sounds entertaining. Whenever you're ready. Naruto relaxed into a practiced but seldom applied shinobi stance. This would mark the only true combat test that he had ever had. His previous experience sparring against other shinobi was limited to having easily whipped Kiba in a couple isolated bouts back at the Genin Academy. His other battles had been against non-shinobi and had been laughably easy victories. The Kyuubi vessel took a second to weigh his options. Attempting to hide and wait would be pointless. There were no teammates or other shinobi present to divert the Jounin's attention and give him an opening, and he would have to blow his cover to attack her eventually regardless. That Kage Bunshin technique might provide a suitable smokescreen, but would likely not work and would squander much chakra in the process. Anko slid into her own stance and uttered a stipulation that completely shattered his plan. One more thing. You're not allowed to use any chakra techniques. Naruto grit his teeth at the saccharine smirk on the Kunoichi's lips. She must really not want anything to do with training him. This meant that his arsenal would be limited to throwing weapons and basic taijutsu, and he sadly excelled at neither. He really wished that he had thought to bring that stolen katana to this test. He had no training whatsoever regarding how to properly use it, but the additional reach still would have somewhat increased his chances to land a hit on this woman. That a rather large handicap. Tough shit, brat. The world ain't always fair, especially to us shinobi. I'm not trying to learn how many damn jutsus you know. Any moron can memorize hand seals and build chakra. I'm testing you as a person. I want to see whether or not you really have what it takes inside to be my apprentice. So stop standing there and come at me, you little shit stain. Show me what you've got. That was true. The world had never treated Uzumaki Naruto right. He had risen to his current position against all the odds. And he was not going to be derailed by this test or by the psychopath giving it either. She was somebody that he could respect, and he liked her attitude, but she was going to be made to bleed somehow. He would make her accept him. With no techniques allowed, there was only avenue by which to proceed. He concentrated his chakra into his leg muscles in order to boost his speed and charged. The demon carrier's kick was sloppy and poorly timed, and the Jounin dodged it with nonchalant ease. Naruto growled and tried to sweep her legs, but that missed as well. The demon carrier was set to transition into a punching combination, but Anko beat him to the attack, sending him sprawling with a quick yurick into the jaw. Naruto spat up some blood and bared his teeth as he pushed back upright. Nice punch. I don't think I've ever been hit that hard. Anko shrugged, that same insane grin on her face. And you couldn't hit the Hokage monument on the broadside. Shut up and fight. Naruto withdrew the kunai that he always kept at his boot and rushed at his adversary again. He was rather angry at this point, and his swipes were wild and inaccurate as a consequence. Anko evaded them with no trouble and countered the third berserk swing with two quick attacks using the blade that she had used to pierce the demon vessel's shoulder earlier. Naruto experienced stinging sensations on his neckline and at his side, and only then realized that he had been cut again. He was getting his ass kicked. Even more humbling was that Anko wasn't even trying to attack him outright, and was doing nothing save evading and countering his inadequate attacks. You look dead fucking sexy with all that blood running down your cheek, you know. The demon container ignored the attempt to rile him up more. Obviously, the direct approach was not going to work. He was wasting stamina, and Anko's counterblows were beginning to take a serious toll on him. And yet the only distance attack he could use involved throwing his one kunai, or about the 6 or so shuriken that he had in his pouch. Against Mitarashi Anko's vastly superior speed, the strategy seemed a waste. Then again, he could always be a bit more daring in Gafibunsin no Jutsu. To hell with the rules. Naruto was a shinobi, and there was nothing more important than completing one's mission. 12 Naruto copies rushed at Anko, who quirked an eyebrow. The demon container wasn't sure whether she was impressed that he could do the restricted technique or indignant that he had disobeyed her instructions. The real spiky blonde leapt back into the nearby trees, using the clones as a diversion. The kunoichi wouldn't take long to obliterate them, so Naruto had to act quickly. He laid down a quick illusionary jinjutsu to obscure the general area and buy a precious couple more seconds and moved to a good vantage point and started doing hand seals. Anko destroyed the bunshins with her kunai and glanced directly up to where their creator was standing. The illusion had been useless, but it didn't matter now. Katan, Hitama. The demon carrier repeatedly spammed the basic two-seal Katan jutsu and sent small fireballs in a barrage in Anko's direction. They were weak attacks, but they also weren't designed to hit her. He aimed the balls to spray the ground near her and back her up towards a distant tree grove. He smirked as she cursed like a sailor and dodged the attacks, but was still being pushed right in the direction that he had planned. Once Anko was in position, Naruto made the seals to unleash a power technique that would bring his opponent down hard and stretch his right palm out while using the other to brace it. Raiton, Bunkiten no Rakurai. Electricity gathered in a large sphere in Naruto's outstretched palm. A huge lightning bolt blasted outward from the orb and sailed towards the grove. This one mammoth beam separated into about a dozen smaller bolts at the median between the two. The trees blasted ablaze and exploded upon impact. He had deliberately aimed so as not to kill or seriously injure her, but she didn't imagine she'd be getting up soon either. The explosions wouldn't hit her, but the resulting shockwave would put her down. He waited as the smoke cleared, but right as he was about to get a clear vision, a hand wrenched his hair and a kunai pressed up against his throat. Nice try, but not quite good enough. At least you've got some balls, though. Most other genin wouldn't have dared to break the rules. Anko's breath was hot and dangerous in his ear, similar, and yet so much not so as Iam's had been earlier. Naruto certainly had no naughty thoughts about this situation. At the spot where the Jounin should have been knocked out, near the grove, sat a splintered log. The demon container had been bested by the Kawarimi, the absolute most basic technique taught at the academy. There are no rules in battle. All that matters is winning. That's right, kid. It's good to see you understand that. Too bad your battle is over. He had to admit, it was tough to argue with a blade pressed into a vital spot. He wasn't prepared to accept losing yet, though. Anko wasn't going to seriously injure him. That much had been made apparent by her holding back during the entire test up to the present. Naruto stomped hard on the tree branch that the two were standing on. The wooden appendage snapped, and both Genin and Jounin went sailing towards the ground. Anko abandoned her hold on the demon carrier and rappelled against a nearby tree, trunk to roll back and land upright. Naruto hadn't the time to do the same, but still landed gingerly against the tree's base. He shook out the cobwebs, but only had time enough to glimpse the kunoichi's still grinning visage as she pointed her arm at him, and 3 summoned snakes escaped her trench coat's sleeve and bound him to the tree trunk. He was not physically weak by any stretch, but his strength was useless against the coiling serpents. Naruto was completely immobilized, not able to move even an inch. Amusement danced through Mitarashi Anko's snake-like eyes as she observed his plight. You've done pretty damn good up to now, but give it up. There's no escaping this. The snakes squeezed the demon carrier tighter every time he tried to resist their hold. Numbness began to set in as the constricting serpents slowed the circulation in the Uzumaki's limbs. He had to escape immediately, or else he would lose consciousness. Fortunately, his arms were only bound at the biceps, allowing him to move his hands together to make seals. He did so without drawing attention to the action by keeping Anko's rather sadistic attention occupied through making audible choking and wheezing noises. The Saitiki na Karata was a right-hand technique that released intense static electricity through the user's skin pores. Completely useless in most situations, but it was exactly what was needed here. Anko's shadow, snakes hissed loudly as they retreated away immediately. He used the tree as a springboard and hurled his body at the Jounin Kunoichi as soon as he was loose. He knew that he wasn't going to get another opening and that he had to make this one count. Naruto was already on Anko by the time she managed to come to terms with what had happened, wrestling her to the ground and mounting her. The demon container then realized that he no longer had his kunai and had most likely dropped it upon his landing. He held her weapon at bay with one hand and used his superior size to dominate the kunoichi in their position. Grappling was one art that most shinobi were not skilled in at all, and Anko was no exception. Among Konoha's ninja clans, only the sumo-style Kimichi incorporated it into their training at all. Naruto wasn't a properly trained wrestler either, but over the years, an improvised variant had come to replace traditional shinobi martial arts in his arsenal. His own grappling was more akin to street combat than anything proper or technical. This was the only moment in the entire spar in which the spiked blonde held the advantage. Since he couldn't cut her due to having no blade on hand, he would have to use his bare hands to get the job done. He raised an arm to deliver a vicious strike when a pleasant sensation in his nether regions broke his concentration. So kinky. Didn't know you had it in ya, brat. The adolescent demon container whimpered pathetically as Anko massaged his crotch with steady and experienced hands. He became all too aware that her legs were spread wide due to their mutual position, and that the manner in which he was mounted atop her could easily be mistaken as something much raunchier by an observer. Anko easily noticed his discomfort and relished in making it worse. The woman rubbed her hardly covered skin against Naruto's body and nipped at his ear, batting his lobe with her tongue and then dipping the probing organ inside to take a taste. "Stop this." Her response was deceptively sweet and gentle. "I don't think so, kiddo. Because you've done so well up to now, I've decided to give you some extra special early lessons. Lesson 1. Never leave your weak spots unprotected. Lesson 2. Never let your target get into your head." With those words, Anko roughly grabbed onto poor Naruto's private area and twisted mercilessly. The demon vessel gasped out a scream as pain overrode his senses. A second twist was accompanied by a nasty headbutt that sent the spiked blonde staggering up, and a kick to the sternum that pushed him back against the same tree he had previously been bound to. The Jounin was up quickly and pressed her trusty kunai into his shoulder joint. Not coincidentally, this was the same point where she had impaled him with her initial greeting. The steel blade stung like hell as the tip dug into the raw wound. At least he was rather relieved that her seduction had only been a psychological ploy and that she wasn't genuinely trying to get into his pants. The age gap was a bit much. "Very good beating my snake hand, but no more tricks." Naruto glanced down at the tree's roots and saw his kunai sitting in the moss. Anko trailed his vision as intercepted his attempt to grab it. She twisted his right bicep and dislocated his shoulder with a sickening pop. Still, the injury had been worth capturing her attention. He immediately raised his other arm and yanked her purple pineapple ponytail backward to keep her in place. The demon carrier then let out a shriek as he propelled his body at the kunoichi and impaled his own shoulder clean through to the bone on her kunai. The momentum allowed him to headbutt her in the mouth, his hittai smashing directly against Anko's grinning lips. He let her hair go and watched as she stumbled back on rubbery legs with a dazed expression. Naruto breathed out in triumph as the blood began trickling down her chin. He had busted Anko's lower lip wide open. He had passed the test, and she was honor-bound to train him. "I win, Anko-san. I passed your little test." The kunoichi's tongue darted out and licked her lips and chin, tasting her own essence. Those yellowish-brown snake eyes widened, and she looked at her apparent new student with a tangible respect. Anko looked down at his completely destroyed shoulder and shook her head in exasperation as she pulled the kunai loose. Why, you crazy little bastard? Yeah, I guess you did. Come on, you need the hospital. Anko's voice wasn't as boisterous as it had been earlier. He had apparently nailed her pretty hard with that headbutt. She bent down and reset the Demon Kayer's dislocated shoulder as well as she was able and picked him up by the waist. Naruto was in no condition to even walk. His one shoulder had been ripped to shreds and the other torn by the ligaments. He was bruised and cut all over and was still having a hard time breathing thanks to the kunoichi shadow snakes. And he could swear that he had cracked a rib or two due to his tree plunge. Still, he didn't want to be carried to the hospital. The demon had always managed to heal his wounds in the past, and going to get medical treatment would look weak. He also didn't care to deal with having the medic neens glare at him. There's no need. I've always been able to heal quickly. I'll be all right by tomorrow. Bullshit, kid. You're going whether you like it or not. At the least, you can keep your sensei company while she has her damn jaw fixed. You know, I just remembered that I never told you my name. Don't be an idiot. Everybody around here knows who you are. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto objected no more and simply let her sling his less damaged arm over her shoulders and drag his dead weight away to the ninja hospital. Having somebody care enough to drag him to get treated when he was wounded was nice anyway, even though said person had been the one to cause the damage. He laid his head back against his new sensei's neck and let his legs carry him under her direction as he closed his weary eyes. You sure got your tail kicked, kid. That was pathetic. Naruto did not need this right now. He was hurt and tired and didn't want to be taunted. Shut up, Baka Fox. I didn't hear you making any offers to help out. The Kyuubi chuckled darkly in amusement inside Naruto's mind. Remember who this woman answers to. We can't have the third knowing about our connection, you know that. Besides, you needed to do this alone. You're not ever going to become stronger by using me as a crutch, and this woman's training will help us to reach new heights. Understand. Now let me get some rest. I'm so fucking tired. The demon departed back into Naruto's subconscious as he at last succumbed to exhaustion and blood loss. The last thing he heard was Anko's cursing accompanied by a loud, booming voice coming closer. Déranque mission succède. Naruto made this conclusion upon completing Team 8's initial exercise. He really didn't consider doing some idiot villager's lawn work to be worth his time at all. This morning the team was set to cleaning out the kennel cages at Konoha's animal shelter. They had arrived at the site only moments ago. The demon container wrinkled his nose in utter disdain at the septic stench that dominated the place. This is so gross. I can't believe we have to do this crap. Naruto smirked at Ino's screeching complaint. The truth was that he still more or less disliked the loudmouthed Yamanaka, despite that he was starting to at least accept her as a teammate. She had surprised him by actually stopping by the hospital to visit him during his 2-day mandated observation period. Kiba and Kurenai had both called on him several times, as had Anko. The Hokage had dropped in once also to inquire about his recovery. Sandaime had understandably not been able to stay long due to having other matters to attend to. Still, the spiky blonde was rather touched that Konoha's venerable leader would make time to visit him in convalescence despite all his other obligations. Naruto hadn't even needed to be in the hospital. The Kyuubi had completely healed him in less than 6 hours, but the medic neens wouldn't cave in to his demands to be cleared. Naruto was convinced that they had kept him against his will just to torment him. 2 weeks had passed since his having been demolished by Anko in the sparring match. His beloved leather trench coat and pants had both somehow disappeared as he rested during that initial collapse. Anko-sensei still denied having any knowledge pertaining to their whereabouts. During that time, he had completed 3 basic missions with his team and had also spent 6 hours in training with his personalized instructor every day that neither had a mission. He was making progress. Anko had already taught him her trademark snake hand technique. He could bring out the serpents, but could not control them very well. To do that properly, he would need a proper summoning contract with the snakes. Attempting to call out the serpent boss Manda and obtain his patronage would be the next item on their training agenda. Stop your damned bitching, Ino. This ain't that bad. Don't tell me what to do, dog breath. I can say whatever I want. Listening to Ino and Kiba bicker was starting to become a usual pastime during missions. The mutt doesn't get it, Yamanaka. This place is just like home to him. Naruto's interjection received the typical Inuzuka response. Fuck you, Naruto, and stop taking her side. We guys are supposed to stick together. I'm loyal to whichever side suits me at the moment. There you go with that badass routine again. Give it up, Uzumaki. Nobody's buying it. Several dogs in the kennels starting barking along with the Genin team's argument. Kurenai had taken the opportunity to duck out to run some errand or another. He didn't blame her. He sure as hell didn't want to be around this stinky dog pound. The demon container glimpsed one particularly ugly resident while surveying the area, a spotted bitch that was missing a leg and an eye. She was howling particularly noisily. Your sister's calling, Kiba. Better go see what she wants. Kiba narrowed his eyes and looked where Naruto indicated with his thumb and sneered. Oh yeah, that's just hilarious. I'll remember to pass that little remark on to Hannah when she comes home. She's out on a mission now, but I'm quite sure she'll be more than willing to cut your big whiskered ass down to size when she gets back. Naruto only shrugged nonchalantly. I welcome the challenge. But until then, we should get these bullshit missions done the smart way. Kakebunsin no Jutsu. Naruto made the requisite seals and expended more chakra than normal to create about 30 clones. He ordered them to clean the kennels while he and his two teammates watched and waited at the entrance, refusing to do anything other than supervise. The work was done in less than an hour. That was a really cool technique, Uzumaki-san. Naruto sighed. He would much rather Ino stop calling him that. Being addressed so formally was rather annoying, but coming out and saying so was more bothersome and might also make her think that he considered her to be an actual comrade or something. Whereupon he only nodded and banished his clones. At least she was starting to talk less about the Uchiha and not acting quite so girlish while on missions with the team. It's nothing that impressive. Several jounin in this village know and use it. Naturally, the mutt couldn't keep his yap closed. That was what made him so endearing. The Inuzuka clapped him on the back and smirked. He's so humble, a genin using elite-level jutsus and not thinking anything about it. Ino joined in the teasing also. Naruto wondered what he had done to become a target. That's right, and ruggedly handsome too. He's almost as dreamy as Sasuke-kun. Only then did Naruto realize his mistake. The Kage Bunshin was a restricted technique, and should word get out that he knew it, he would likely be implicated in having stolen the Kenjutsu scroll that contained the instructions to use it. That wouldn't be a problem, except that he actually had the damned thing in his possession. He had used the technique once against Anko during their battle, but doubted that his sensei had thought much about it. On the other hand, Kiba and especially Ino were liable to open their mouths to others who would seize upon the chance to use the knowledge against him. He would have to return the scroll to the Hokage soon and hope that he could avoid any serious punishment. He was enraged inside about having made such a moronic and pointless blunder. You're both beginning to try my patience. Chill out, Naruto. Nothing to get uppity about, you sexy Tangyu. The demon vessel was both embarrassed and pissed. Those around him had never dared mock him so casually in the past. Even the big-mouthed Kiba had always known his limits. With this burgeoning team, those particular barriers were dissipating, and he didn't like it one bit. True hatred was something that he had always been accustomed to and could retaliate against in kind. He didn't know how to deal with this light-hearted teasing at all. He smirked and decided to get his back. Some quick hand seals and... Snakes. I hate snakes. Get rid of them. Naruto watched as a shadow snake shot out and snapped at the other two genin. Ino's screaming was a less than pleasant sound, but their startled reactions were well worth having his eardrums assaulted. He wasn't wearing anything with sleeves, and so they visibly materialized right in his wrist skin. The stray dogs in the kennel didn't like the summoned serpents either and raised a clamor. Akamaru growled at one back, but backed away whining when it hissed back. The dog was every bit as craven as its master. The The demon container wondered when Kurenai would be back. The team couldn't leave until she dismissed them, and he had better things to do than standing around here. We get the point, Naruto. Now reverse this damned Genjutsu already. The spiky blonde raised an inquisitive eyebrow. These are no illusions, Kiba. Seriously, you're both such scared little children. The demon container retracted the shadow, snakes lazily. He had rather enjoyed watching them squirm. Anko-sensei's perverse tendencies had to be making an impact upon him. Naruto wouldn't have even bothered to care about playing such mind games with his two teammates a week or so prior. He would have only scowled and ignored them. That wasn't very nice, Naruto. Naruto grinned sadistically at Ino in an attempt to imitate Anko's trademark expression. You didn't call me Uzumaki-san, Yamanaka. That was rude and improper. Ino blanched as though he had threatened to kill her, and given his usual temperament, the idea wasn't lacking in proper cause. He had gotten those too, but good with the snakes. Yamanaka and the mutt wouldn't be taking any liberties with the demon vessel again anytime soon. Naruto was right back in the dominant position where he belonged. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Naruto airily waved her apology away. Don't worry about it. Naruto suits me better. Tell Kurenai-san that I went to train. The demon carrier then departed, leaving two bewildered teammates standing at the kennel. He wasn't going to act outright hostile to them when they weren't doing so to him. Most people thought Naruto to hate everybody indiscriminately, but that wasn't the case at all. Only those in Konoha who treated him like dirt. Everybody else, he tended to be rather passive towards. The hedgehog bared its spines only when threatened. But neither would it do to have the other two genin assume that the terrible Uzumaki Naruto's edge was beginning to blunt, and so he had scared them a little. He was now starting to view them as genuine companions as opposed to total inconveniences, but he wasn't about to let them know it. 2 days later, Naruto entered Training Ground 19 at the usual training time. Several other genin teams were up and drilling with the sunrise, but Mitarashi Anko was not at all receptive to leaving her bed even a mere second earlier than her internal clock made her, and as a consequence Naruto started later in the morning. Sensei and Gakusei hadn't met the last 2 days because one or the other had been sent on mission. As per the usual, the unstable Jounin was nowhere in plain sight. Every time they convened to train, the spiky blonde would get cut somewhere or the other due to her customized greeting. And no sooner had the process the thought, a kunai passed by and made a small incision above his hairline. Naruto scowled as a couple severed blonde locks passed through his vision on their descent to the ground. At least you've learned not to move into it. Someday, you might even dodge it. The second sentence sounded rather more garbled than the other, as though the speaker were talking and chewing at the same time. Naruto heard a loud swallow as he turned to where the noise had originated. Anko sat cross-legged in a tree, picking at her teeth with a used dango skewer. The kunoichi's obsession with those little rice balls was ridiculous. Morning, sensei. Whatever, brat. Here, I got something to give you. Naruto smirked and gave a mocking little bow. Anko gave a maniacal grin and heaved a large green parcel down to him. He raised his brow and tried to catch it with one arm. The package turned out to be much heavier than it appeared, and the demon carrier used his second arm to conturbulence it, but still collapsed. He scrambled back to his standing base and tore it open. He discovered that it contained his missing trench, which now somehow weighed well over 100 pounds. The outside remained the same, but upon examining the inside, he discovered that small, bulging patches had been sewn in a haphazard manner all over his expensive overcoat. Training weights. Some dimwit had stitched fucking weights into his best ensemble and done poor work in doing so. This is the worst tailoring I've ever seen. Anko let out a sheepish smile and scratched her head. See, it's a kind of strange tale. You passed out 2 weeks ago, Mato guy helped me lug your worthless ass into the hospital. While you were conked on the bed, we two started discussing some things. Well, more like I tried to talk a little and guy shouted a lot. So I guess I blurted out something about your taijutsu not being quite up to scratch. He started bellowing on about youth, and snatched up that coat, marched out like he was on some crusade. I didn't have the heart to stop him. I think he even patched all the weights in on his own time. Naruto shook his head in disgust. He slipped the trench on and tried not to slouch over due to the added weight. His pants were still gone. The demon vessel imagined that Guy had tried to alter those also and had ruined them beyond repair. He then took his stolen katana that had been latched to his waist and attached the case to a hook on the coat's exterior. He had started carrying it upon getting his medical clearance. Naruto still didn't know how to use it, but it couldn't hurt to have around. The blade would have spared him much pain and harm during his battle with Anko 2 weeks prior, and it made him look so much more intimidating. All he had to do was place his hand on the grip when some villager glared or spat at him and the moron would go running. Well, it's good to know my sensei is so responsible. She puts me in the emergency room and then lets some weirdo steal my clothes. Anko shrugged and slid down to the ground in her usual sensual style. Hey, show some gratitude. Guy came up to me the next morning and demanded that I send you out to train with him and his protege in the early mornings. I could have been really inhumane and allowed it. He still sent something in case I changed my mind. Stretch out that wrapping cloth and take a look. Naruto did so and stared gobsmacked at what he saw, a green spandex training suit. Well, now I have something to use as a target next time I do jutsu practice. Take care to leave it out somewhere he can see it. Now, let's get to work. We'll spar 2 hours and then take a shot at calling Manda. The spiked blonde nodded and the two went at one another. He was getting a bit better at reading her moves and responding to them. He still had yet to land a single substantial hit on his specialized Jounin sensei, and still looked like he had been run through a meat processor at each spar's end. But he was making steady improvement nonetheless. During this encounter, he was able to use the katana to keep her honest to a degree. Anko was the slightest bit wary about closing in to bust his chops when he had a razor-sharp steel blade to swing at her. Naruto couldn't even come close to hitting her accurately, but there was the chance that an isolated lucky swipe might catch her. The demon container had also gotten a good chop in on her shadow snakes when she sent them at him. That had only gotten her temper roused, and he had paid in spades. Anko seemed to take sadistic pleasure in making him spar against her, while wearing his weighted leather trench and not slowing her own pace at all to compensate. When the spar had ended, Naruto was cut and bleeding in several places as usual. His wounds were nothing serious this time at least. He thanked the heavens that he had the demon to heal him. Otherwise, there was no way he would ever be able to survive this training. The Kyuubi had been outright ignoring him these last couple days, though. The spiked blonde was a bit bothered and heard about being cold-shouldered, but had been too preoccupied with training and missions to resolve whatever issue the demon had taken with him. He missed their wordless conversations. Enough rest. We're ready to try the summoning now. Get your ass up and over here. Naruto had been resting under some trees, but stood up and dragged his weary body upright and into the clearing where Anko's sensei was waiting. That weighted trench coat was beginning to irritate him something serious, but he wasn't willing to remove it and look like some pansy. Okay, I'm ready. Whenever you want to start will be good. Anko nodded and moved aside to give them both some room to work. He watched as she did the technique and summoned a large snake that carried a peculiar scroll in its mouth. Naruto took the scroll and signed his name in his blood as the contract procedure stipulated. The demon carrier then rolled the scroll back up and pocketed it in his coat. All right, that should do it. My own contract with the snakes is only a partial one, and I've never actually called the boss out. Still, it can't hurt to try. Throw enough chakra behind the summoning, and Manda should sense it and come here. We can only hope he doesn't have an appetite this morning, or else he might decide to try and eat us both. Naruto said nothing as he began making the seals. This was a very tough technique, much more draining than the others he regularly used. Once done, he slammed his still bleeding right hand onto the ground and shouted out, "Kuchiyose no Hutsu." A smoke cloud appeared in the clearing, and an enormous snake appeared. It had 3 heads and stood taller than most houses in Konoha. The beast looked around in bewilderment and then glanced at the 2 shinobi. That's not Manda, but still a damn good first try. Dismiss it, and use more chakra. Naruto did so. The tri-headed serpent hissed as it went away, annoyed with having been called needlessly. Kuchiyose no Futsu. The demon carrier bellowed out the technique as he threw all the chakra he could muster into the summoning. He could sense the Kyuubi popping into his conscious mind. The huge chakra pull had apparently roused the demon's attention as he came to see what all the noise was about. This time the smoke cloud was even larger and the summoned serpent was titanic with a horned head. The creature spoke with an unctuous, hissing drawl. "Bow down, mortals. Manda is now in your lowly presence." Naruto wasn't particularly surprised that the snake boss could talk, seeing as he communicated with the kitsune on a regular basis. Manda swayed his large head about and tasted the air with his tongue. A moment passed, and then it cocked its head down to where the demon container and his sensei were standing. Anko was almost in awe. She obviously hadn't expected her charge to actually call the boss. Manda ignored Naruto and concentrated his attention on Anko. "You're Orochimaru's disciple, yes. I remember you. I presume your master calls." Anko put a hand on her waist and snarled out a reply. Naruto had never really seen the kunoichi pissed up to that point. "I haven't seen that asshole in many years, Snake, and he sure as hell ain't my master." Manda bared his fangs at Anko's blatant disrespect and spat out his own retort. "Your petty vendettas do not concern me, little woman. Tell me who summoned me here this instant. My patience wears thin." The spiky blonde raised an eyebrow. This overgrown garden snake had a serious attitude. "My companion called you. He wants to make an arrangement with you." Manda paid Anko no more heed and coiled around the pair. Both master and apprentice were now both trapped within a small area and walled inside the great serpent's body. The boss summon cocked its head and stared at Naruto. Several long moments passed, and then Manda let out several short, choking hisses that sounded similar to laughter. "This is a mere hatchling. No weak mortal child could summon the almighty Manda." Naruto closed his eyes and tried not to become angry. He knew that this creature was much stronger than him, even with the demon's chakra, and rousing Manda's ire would mean certain death. He was still exhausted due to having to burn nearly his entire chakra reserved to call the serpent here. "I am young, as you say, but I did still summon you, great serpent lord." Manda rasped out his hissing laugh again. "The hatchling speaks. How very amusing. Allow Manda to see what you really are." The snake brought its head ever so close to Naruto's body. He could almost smell the venom on the serpent's maw as he tasted the air right around the demon carrier. Suddenly, Manda's eyes widened a bit, and he jerked his head away and stared down at the pair. "You stink like the nine tails, child. The Kyuubi's host, you must be. Most intriguing." Naruto wasn't sure, but he thought that he could detect a little hesitation in the great serpent. The Kyuubi snarled inside Naruto's mind, but said nothing. The demon also seemed to understand that he and his vessel had no chance to survive against Manda should a reckoning occur. He didn't notice Anko bite down on her lower lip when her charge gave no visible reaction to the Kyuubi's mention. Manda lolled his head about while he considered the matter and then spoke again. "Very well then. Normally I would never consider accepting one so young, but perhaps I might be willing to make an exception and allow you to serve me, little demon. All that we need to discuss now is your tithe." Naruto was confused and said so. "I don't understand." Manda shook his great head and laughed again. "Foolish child. Serving Manda is a great privilege. You must provide me with living tribute in order to call upon my protection. I will even be benevolent in this case and reduce your initial indulgence. Prepare me 12 human lives and summon me to consummate our bond, but call me again without my tribute, and I will eat you, Kyuubi or otherwise. Until then, little one." Manda disappeared as he had come, leaving Naruto and Anko alone again in the training grounds. His purple-haired sensei was almost shocked into silence. "We'll stop here today. Good work, kid. I didn't think you'd actually be able to do it." Naruto snide his reply. He might have to make one more hunting trip into the cities. Now all I have to do is dredge up 12 poor bastards to be eaten by some snake. Only Mitarashi Anko would take a statement like that with an apathetic shrug. We'll cross that bridge later. Anyway, go home and get cleaned up. I meant to tell you this earlier, but we're booked to meet with the Hokage in about 3 hours. He's decided that you're going to be coming along on a mission with me outside the village in a couple days, and he wants to go over the details with you personally. Naruto nodded and obeyed. He hadn't covered much distance when the demon called. This is bad, Gaki. She'll run right to the old man and tell him what the snake said. So you're still alive in there. I don't know what you're talking about. The Kyuubi remained silent a long moment, and then replied with an enraged whisper in his head. Imbecile, that scaled cretin talked about me. She knows that you're aware of my presence now. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he digested the truth behind the demon's words. He really was in a predicament that will cross that bridge later. Anyway, go home and get cleaned up. I meant to tell you this earlier, but we're booked to meet with the Hokage in about 3 hours. He's decided that you're going to be coming along on a mission with me outside the village in a couple days, and he wants to go over the details with you personally. Naruto nodded and obeyed. He hadn't covered much distance when the demon called. This is bad, kid. She'll run right to the old man and tell him what the snake said. So you're still alive in there. I don't know what you're talking about. The Kyuubi was silent a moment and then replied with an annoyed whisper in his head. That slimy cretin talked about me. She knows that you're aware of my presence now. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he digested the truth behind the demon's words. He really was in a predicament. Nine-Tailed Serpent, Chapter 4, Detachment, The Shinobi Way. Disclaimer, Naruto ain't mine, not making any money here, you know the deal. A long shower and almost 3 hours later, Naruto approached the Hokage Tower. He and the Nine Tails had gone over their problem at length and come to the conclusion that the best course would be to come out and own up to the host knowing about his demon when Sarutobi asked. This would mark the one occasion ever during which the blonde was able to express some gratitude about the villagers' taunts. His being ridiculed and called a demon all this time would allow him to claim to having pieced his circumstances together on his own. And perhaps Anko wouldn't even rat on him at all. Naruto was her student, and the demon carrier at least liked to think that she had some consideration towards him. He moved past the nameless ANBU guarding the tower's entrance without a word and proceeded upstairs towards the Hokage's business quarters. The interior was bustling with clerical employees going about their usual business. Few bothered to notice his presence, but those who did made certain to send him their usual cold glares. These swine would all live to regret their actions. I'm sorry, but Hokage-sama is currently in a "oh, it's you." The ANBU doorman's automated response changed to a vicious snarl upon noticing the visitor. Naruto wasn't about to let some nondescript grunt intimidate him. Though in all likelihood, he was a strong shinobi given that he had been charged with protecting the Hokage's working quarters. The whole situation was null in the end, seeing as this person would not dare to start something here and incur the Sandame's wrath. That's right, and I have an appointment. Let me pass, no count. The cat-masked ANBU bristled, but had no choice other than to let him pass. Naruto sneered as he passed into the Hokage's room. He wasn't surprised to note that Anko was seated there in advance. The Jinchuriki was right on time, so she must have arrived prior to the scheduled meeting. Proper conduct dictated that the snake-like Kunoichi wouldn't spill all her charge's secrets with him sitting the next chair over. Not that such things as tact and decency ever mattered all that much to the loud and abrasive Mitarashi Anko. Ah, there you are. Please take a seat, Naruto. Naruto nodded and slid into the chair next to Anko's. She glanced over at him and then turned her gaze back towards Sandame. The Hokage lit his pipe as the demon container relaxed into the leather armchair. The lit tobacco provided a soothing aroma that calmed the blonde's tense nerves. Apologies about being late, Hokage-sama. I didn't mean to hold things up. Naruto wasn't actually late at all, but it seemed like the appropriate comment to make. You aren't late at all. Now, then, let's get down to business. The demon carrier listened as the old Hokage spoke. He and Anko would be traveling to Sakai, a river port situated a moderate distance to the east. The commercial town was the main inland aquatic trade hub linking Fire Country and the small island Wave Country. Wave has a convenient location on an island past the Sakai River's mouth where it opened into the Eastern Sea. Port Sakai was a criminal locale and had been Naruto's destination during his last excursion 2 weeks earlier. Since then, an opium war had erupted between the established local Yakuza and a newer group. The battle sparked when the local boss's nephew had been killed during a transaction along with his entire escort. The uncle was enraged and determined to send his organization's new rivals packing and had sent an underling to Konoha to contract a team to lend assistance in the sabotage and extermination. The operation was rated as a B-rank mission. Your contact will meet you at the arranged location at noon tomorrow. This mission should last a week, so plan in accordance. Understood, Hokage-sama. We'll go and get prepared. Then, with your permission. Naruto's lips quirked in a small sarcastic smile upon hearing Anko speak so seriously. Her previous disrespect towards the Sandaime was not something she was willing to exhibit in the venerated shinobi elder's presence, it seemed. So very like a snake, shedding her skin whenever she liked. At least she had made a token attempt to help him avoid the coming interrogation. As you wish, Mitarashi-san. I'll be keeping Naruto a while longer, however, so you'll see him in the morning. Anko cast another look back at Naruto as she departed and grinned. Meet me at the gates at dawn tomorrow morning. Best not be late, or I'll be leaving your punk ass behind. Once Anko was gone, the Hokage sent to have tea brought in. The old man smoked his pipe with leisure and observed the much younger genin. Naruto was rather more at ease with the Sandaime than with most other people. The village leader had never once treated him with contempt and had on several occasions taken steps to assist the demon vessel with his education and training, when his actual instructors had given none. So then, tell me how being a Konoha genin has suited you these recent weeks. Naruto saw no reason to lie, and so gave an honest response. The work hasn't all been as bad as I thought it would be, though I'm glad to be doing a real mission now. I'm learning a lot with Anko-sensei. Sandaime's expression indicated that Naruto's answer wasn't quite what he'd been seeking. The demon carrier sipped his tea and pulled a scowl. The drink was bitter and unsweetened green tea. He would have liked something less unpleasant to the taste. Your sensei tells me that you've managed to summon the snake boss during exercises this morning. Naruto shrugged, as though executing a summoning that needed something close to a Kage's chakra levels were nothing worth mentioning. The Hokage seemed rather amused with the blonde genin's nonchalant attitude. She passed her Kuchios contract to me, though it did take me a couple tries to call out Manda. That is quite an impressive accomplishment, Naruto. The demon carrier ignored the compliment, though he was pleased to hear it inside. I only needed the summon contract to control the snake hand. Manda doesn't matter. Naruto wasn't about to tell the Hokage that he was entertaining the idea that he might somehow meet the Great Serpent's tithe. He rather doubted that the Sandaime would take well to his giving people over to Manda as tribute. A shinobi's enemies were all over the place. Sooner or later, he would be able to gather together enough victims to appease the snake boss. Regardless, Anko tells me that the snake revealed a terrible secret as he departed. Here we go. Took you long enough, old man. I've known about being a demon ever since I was a kid, Hokage-sama. The villagers have always reminded me. Sandaime closed his eyes and lowered his head. The old man looked over at Naruto again a moment or so later with a somewhat pained and much more serious visage. The townspeople had never outright said that he was the demon's carrier, but it could do naught but advance the blonde's position to allow the Hokage to think otherwise. I must apologize to you. I issued a decree against speaking out about that incident several years ago. I knew that the villagers have been rude and unkind to you, but it never occurred to me that people would ignore the Hokage's orders and violate the decree. You're not a monster, Naruto. You are a hero A child who protects this village against a great evil, and those around you are blind to it. Naruto kept his expression level. Attempting to act would get him caught and compromise all. The best course was to continue being as snide and apathetic as usual. Sandaime would see through any appeal to pity in less than an instant. One didn't survive so long atop a hidden shinobi village without being able to read other people. Well, being told is better than cursed and spat upon all the time and not knowing the reason. Sandaime nodded with an approving smile. That is a good attitude to take. Konoha will recognize its mistakes soon and will change its attitude. Naruto curled his lip in a bitter sneer. Forgive me, but I'm not holding my breath, Hokage-sama. I have something to give back to you while I'm still here. Ah, so you decided to return that stolen scroll at last. The demon carrier raised his blonde brows in surprise. He hadn't even reached into his coat to produce his stolen item. You knew I had it all along, then? That's a little odd. Don't be ridiculous, Naruto. Although I might be, I've not gone senile. You did well in taking the scroll and returning to your apartment, but you were also tactless enough to be seen wandering around Konoha during the investigation. You would have done better to have remained hidden in the woods. People here are always going to suspect you, and your presence outside was reported within minutes. I have allowed you to keep and study the scroll these past weeks because you were skilled enough to elude being caught holding it in your possession in the very enemy's midst. I've always rewarded merit as it deserves. I at least hope that you've learned something valuable. Naruto blinked in surprise. He hadn't even considered that the old man might have known a thing about the scroll's whereabouts. He withdrew the stolen item and placed it onto the Sandaime's desk. The Hokage drank his tea and waited in silence. I've learned several things, though the techniques are well past what I can handle in general. Kenjutsu aren't made to be used by genin. Now then, you have a big mission early tomorrow. Return home and get some rest. Naruto rose to leave as ordered. He considered stopping to express his gratitude to the old man in regards to all he'd done to help the prodigal shinobi. The blonde demon carrier shook his head and kept on walking. Such human sentiments didn't suit him in the least. XXXXXXXXXX. Meanwhile, the sun was beginning to sink into the horizon outside. Yuhi Kurenai sat at her table at a small outdoor restaurant overlooking the Hokage Tower. The place specialized in various beverages, its location situated to cater to the Sandaime's clerical workers and their insatiable caffeine drives. Kurenai was sipping on a double latte and had a large apple and cream cheese bear claw on her plate. While she tended to not like sugar in general, even teammates' leader had a small sweet tooth that demanded to be indulged on occasion. She would have liked to have had someone to converse with, but her usual crowd wasn't available. Kakashi was preoccupied with training his Genin cell, and Asuma was supervising his on a mission. Anko hadn't been around either, no doubt working with Naruto. Others were outside the village on missions or bogged down with administrative work. Thinking about Anko also made her mind wander to what had become a rather common topic in recent weeks: her team's resident problem child. Kurenai wanted to help Naruto learn to open up to other people. The blonde was hopeless in understanding how to interact with those around him. That much had been made apparent during the team's last mission together. She had told them that she was leaving them to run a personal errand in the village, but had remained in the area and used a hinge to change her appearance to look like a small dog so that she would be able to observe how her students behaved without her constant presence keeping them in line. Naruto had some serious issues with camaraderie. He was so accustomed to being mistreated that he remained unwilling to lower his emotional barriers. Except with her, she noticed, and then only when the two were alone. Naruto sometimes returned her smiles and chatted with her sans his usual deception. Though minuscule, the progress was nonetheless warming to her. Still, he was making even slower progress with his teammates as well. Naruto was no longer being outright vicious towards Ino, and he still maintained that curious accord he had with Kiba. She had been a bit irritated to see him use the Kage Bunshin to shirk the mission. The point behind making genin do menial tasks was to teach them to work hard and work together, and Naruto's tactics precluded both aims. She didn't know how or when the Jinchuriki had learned the restricted technique, but his advanced skills were a boon to the team and were thus all right with her. Perhaps this was how her Team 8 was meant to work. Naruto would blaze the path and excel, and the others would struggle and even to keep him within sight. With Anko giving Naruto her exclusive training, the skill gap between him and the other two Genin was going to widen more and not narrow in the slightest. At the same time, Kurenai had appreciated his reluctance to brag about his abilities to the other two. She had long thought being humble to be an endearing character trait, and arrogant people tended to get under her skin like nothing else. Kurenai let out a resigned sigh upon coming to the conclusion that this team was never to become legend in Konoha or even remain together long. Naruto would soar like a meteor through the Konoha shinobi ranks and leave Kiba and Ino in his wake. He would no doubt be an accomplished elite when his two current teammates became Chunin. Soon enough, the blonde would be her teammate on missions rather than her subordinate. She made another sizable dent in her bare claw and gazed across the street, right in time to see the spiked blonde head that dominated her thoughts leaving the Hokage Tower. Kurenai swallowed her bite in haste and waved him over. She could do a lot worse as eating companions went. Naruto blinked and hesitated but stalked over in the end. Kurenai-san, Kanbanwa. I didn't expect to see you out all alone and isolated. Normally, she would have been irritated with the base insinuation behind such a remark. The idea that she was some helpless damsel who shouldn't be out on her own rankled with a proud kunoichi like Yuhi Kurenai, but the Naruto's amused appearance assured her that he had been aiming to garner that reaction and nothing more. Tactless, but she would let it slide in his case. He didn't know much better. She delivered her retort with the same mocking seriousness. You had better be more cautious, Naruto-kun. Imagine that your sensei had heard that remark. Sensei, something that she wasn't to him, as much as she wanted to be. Kurenai smiled as the blonde gave an exaggerated shudder. I shudder even to think about it. She can hit a target at 100 meters with a needle. I've seen it. Come here and sit with me. I hate eating out alone. Naruto cocked his head and stared at her with a strange look, as though Kurenai were some ridiculous creature in a circus exhibit. His emotionless blue orbs were trained like an eagle's on her mouth and didn't move a centimeter as he sat down opposite her. A long moment passed without a word, and the Genin's gaze was beginning to bother her. She turned her head and looked at her own image in a near window. She could have keeled over in embarrassment at the sight that greeted her. There was cream cheese and apple smeared all over her mouth and chin. She then grabbed her napkin and wiped the mess clean, glaring at the blonde all the while. And I thought it suited you, Kurenai-san. Applesauce never looked so good. Quiet, or else I'll introduce you to my patented pervert repelling knee. Naruto grinned in response. She observed with more than a little anger that the proprietor didn't come over to allow him to order something. The spiky blonde didn't seem to mind. At least his whiskered countenance wasn't indicating such anyway. Then I guess it's a good thing I'm not a pervert or anything. The Genin kept his gaze locked on the older woman's as he spoke. Dull and listless as the pair appeared to an uneducated observer, Naruto's twin aquatic orbs held a certain burning intensity that was quite visible to one able to look underneath the obvious and see it. Kurenai was a skilled observer, a trait that came with being a genjutsu specialist. She had never once caught this kid looking at her other assets, as she had noticed her other male subordinate doing on several occasions. Uzumaki Naruto was a strange enigma. All the proper lines were hazed and obscured, and with the blonde. He looked like a mature teenager rather than a prepubescent child, and acted the part as well unless thrown into a situation that his established mindset wasn't prepared to deal with. There were no existing records about him in Konoha's data archives, either other than his name and mission statistics. Kurenai sometimes had a little trouble viewing him as a child at all. Please tell me what you were doing at the Hokage Tower. Kurenai thought it best to get some conversation going again. Her thoughts had been beginning to wander into treacherous waters. Despite Naruto's looks and attitude and that unwavering stare, the blonde genin was still very much a minor, and she was more than twice his age. Even considering him in such terms was gross and improper, her own budding relationship with Sarutobi Asuma notwithstanding. A mission assignment. I'll be going with Anko-sensei to Port Sakai in the morning. Kurenai was somewhat jealous upon hearing this. The Kunoichi had known well in advance that Naruto would be sent to shadow his combat instructor on some higher-ranked missions, but still he was her team's unspoken leader. Supervising him on missions was supposed to be her charge, and she wasn't at all pleased with Anko being allowed to encroach onto it. She took great pride in her new role as an instructor, and this entire idea implied that she was little more than a disposable accessory when it came to the prodigal Naruto's development, and was thus rather insulting. The Serpentine Kunoichi worked alongside Naruto enough with his training. Kurenai wasn't going to take her irritation out on him, though. Then I would assume that you're doing an escort mission or delivering documents. Naruto shook his head and responded with a slight gleam in his azure gaze, perhaps a bit miffed that she had even insinuated such. Aye, Kurenai-san. Much better than that. We've been ordered to help some opium gang in wiping out another one. She was a bit upset a moment ago, but she was downright enraged now. Kurenai bit down on her lip almost hard enough to draw blood. Sending a 12-year-old genin on an extermination campaign was a disgusting and insane practice. Shinobi were contract killers, she knew and well acknowledged, but still, Konoha Village did not share training practices with the Bloody Mist. Staining Naruto's hands with blood and gore at such a young age would result in compromising his mind later on. Kurenai had seen this happen with Uchiha Itachi, having worked alongside the wanted criminal on several missions as a chunin. Itachi had started killing much too young and had become more or less desensitized to violence, and then apathetic to it. Severing all emotional capacities had been his mind's only method to protect against total madness, and even that hadn't been enough in the end. One needed but walk through the ghost town that had one been the bustling Uchiha district to see the results. Kurenai would not sit back and watch the same happen to Naruto. The blonde had struggled too hard through constant adverse conditions to be lost like this. Her companion noticed these raw emotions burning on her visage. Her control had been compromised in anger. You're not looking so good, Kurenai-san. Perhaps I should leave. I didn't mean to cause problems. No, don't go. You're much too young to be doing missions like that, Naruto-kun. Naruto's expression lost that little gleam and his eyes narrowed in indignation. No need to be concerned so much, Kurenai-san. I can kill Yakuza goons with ease. It'll be a cinch. Kurenai understood that he had misinterpreted her emotional concern as a slight against his abilities. That seemed to be how Naruto's brain operated. He would construe any comment in the most negative way possible due to sheer instinct. Kurenai imagined that she might be the same in his position. The minimal human interaction that he had experienced as a child had been almost nothing but negative, and he did interpret her comment as such. The one thing that the Jinchuriki could not stand was being viewed as weak or incapable. Naruto had pushed his all to the breaking point during his battle with Anko to prove his worth. Kurenai didn't want to compromise the progress that she had made with him due to this. She grasped his hand under the table. His skin was hot, superheated by anger. That's not what I meant. I know that you can handle it, but you shouldn't have to. Naruto sat quiet a moment and nodded, pulling his hand loose and standing. I've got to go. Anko-sensei and I leave at dawn, and I've still got some work to do. He walked out without waiting to hear a response. Kurenai sighed again and palmed some Ryo notes down on her table. Her appetite had vanished. She was taking great pains to suppress her burning desire to storm across the street and into the Hokage's workspace and vent her displeasure with his decisions regarding Naruto. Nothing would be accomplished through meeting him in a towering rage. She would see the Sandaime in the morning, but now she was going to take a trip over to the public onsen and soak until her ill temper subsided. She considered tailing behind Naruto to make an attempt to repair the damage done between them, but realized that it would accomplish nothing save angering him more. He also didn't like being coddled. "Gomen, Yuhi-san, I would like a quick word, please." Kurenai let out an exasperated breath and whipped her head towards the speaker. "Make it quick. I'm not in the best mood right this second." The man, who she recognized as the restaurant owner, let out a condescending smile and nodded. "Believe me, I understand, and I wanted to apologize about that vicious little demon coming here and disturbing your meal. I should have ordered him to leave on the spot, but I didn't want to cause a public scene. Someone like him might have wrecked the entire shop. Rest assured that he won't be allowed back again. As compensation, your order will be on the house this evening." The red-eyed Kunoichi looked aside and bared her white teeth in a snarl that could rival Naruto's. She respected the kid even more now, having been exposed to what he had to deal with every single day. Kurenai would have lost control and killed a person or 100 long ago. How generous, but at least let me leave a proper tip. The calm and controlled woman snapped at last and whirled on the proprietor. The resulting slap carried all the strength Kurenai could muster behind it, a considerable amount given her shinobi training despite being much less skilled in taijutsu than the other arts. The odious little troll staggered back and crashed into another table where a young civilian couple was eating. The kunoichi prowled around a little and then turned back and made several hand seals, layering 2 cooperative genjutsu over the entire establishment. One tricked a person's visual cortex into seeing vermin and cockroaches crawling all over the place, and the other stimulated the gag mechanism and induced uncontrollable choking and vomiting. People began retching and abandoning their meals within seconds. "Let's see you deal with this, asshole." 2 birds with 1 stone. The man would lose his current customers and receive an even harsher blow to his business's reputation. Little incidents like this tended to stick in people's minds. Also, the Hokage would have to take great pains to deal with the mess. Symbiotic genjutsu were a nasty business. Each was maintained through the other, and so both had to be attacked at the exact same moment to make progress against them. Kurenai's mental techniques were tough to counter in the best scenarios. Her knowledge and skill with them was almost unparalleled, and in most cases, she was able to add in extra little touches that stalled the usual dispelling procedures. The Hokage might even have to come down in person to break the symbiosis. Kurenai whipped her waved hair and walked toward the bathhouses with a rare purpose. Due to her unbalanced emotional state, she hadn't noticed a certain Jinchuriki observing the short altercation with a genuine appreciation budding in his expressionless blue orbs. XXXXXXXXX. Rain poured down steadily in Fire Country the next day. Naruto and Anko had been in Port Sakai several hours, preparing to commence the mission. The larger operation contained 2 missions. Today, they would raid the Gata Trading Company's branch headquarters in the Riverside City. Wave Country's shipping magnate and unsung dictator proved to be involved in several ventures less savory than mere trade. Gata was using his legitimate business to his cover to conduct various illegal and lucrative operations. Among them was processing and selling opium in locales all along the Sakai River all through Fire Country. And now the man had come to the big city. Gata was the new competition that their client wanted expunged. This compound contained 1 large building and several warehouses enclosed with a strong concrete barrier. The warehouses seemed to both store Gata's opium and to house his security and street thugs, while the building contained his cash assets and administrative core. Might as well get started. You deal with the goons while I sabotage the building. Hi, Anko-sensei. I thought I might use them as Manda's tithe, unless you have a problem with the idea. Mitarashi Anko smirked at her student's ruthlessness but shook her head in the negative. Not today, kiddo. A giant snake's going to draw away more attention than we need. Naruto knew that she was right. This attack had to be kept somewhat quiet. Their mission was to move in and neutralize everybody in the compound, but not to attract outside attention while doing so. Ideally, they would make sure that word didn't reach Gata's headquarters in Wave Country. Should that happen, then he would recall the opium ship that served to both process and transport his drugs. Destroying that opium ship and its escort was the operation's second phase, which would occur upon the next shipment's scheduled arrival at Gada's private shipyard in 3 days' time, assuming this mission was accomplished without a hitch. You're right, let's get moving. Blast the radio tower with a lightning technique while I cut the electrical lines. No power and radio meant no working communications. Naruto did a couple quick seals, and a lightning bolt arched down and struck the small tower. Sparks showered as it blew. Meanwhile, Anko tossed several kunai at the lines outside the concrete wall, choosing a spot where the down lines wouldn't place the two in any danger. She barely missed a couple throws, but the lines went down quickly enough. The electrical lights around the warehouses and in the building proper went out in an instant. Trained ninja operated well in the darkness, and this gave the pair a distinct advantage. Naruto and Anko looked at one another and nodded. Each went to separate objective without a sound. Naruto saw his sensei tossing down spike traps at every possible exit to the building, including the ground below the windows. Anko then scaled the outer wall with ease and entered through the maintenance door at the top, intending to start with the executives and work her way downstairs. Naruto kept along the concrete wall as he ran to the warehouses. Several thugs were outside looking at the destroyed tower and cursing about the electrical storm. The meager light outside combined with the wall shade and his dark clothing to obscure him almost perfectly. He and Anko had abandoned their usual garb and changed into loose black bodysuits and masks better suited to covert ops. Naruto entered the nearest warehouse through an open side door unnoticed. There were 2 men in the room. The demon carrier moved quickly and drew his katana, hacking through the poor miscreant's throat with a wild swing. The other turned around with a shout. "Who the hell are Senijashu?" 3 shadow snakes lashed out at Naruto's command. 2 coiled around his waist and neck and bound him while the third mercilessly bit into his neck. The deep wound combined with the serpent's venom to kill him in no time. The kill wasn't quick enough to stop him screaming out, though. Several other thugs started towards the one warehouse. Naruto could possibly kill them all in a melee, but it wasn't a guarantee. "Let me have them, kid. I'm getting bored in here, and I want to sharpen my fangs." Naruto smiled saccharinely inside his mind as he answered his 9-tailed companion. "You never seem to want to chat with me unless you have to these recent weeks." The demon snarled and hurled against his bars with a loud crash. "Now's not the time. We'll have this conversation later. Open my cage and let me out. Anko-sensei might show up again soon, and your red chakra is way too noticeable. Let's not risk being exposed." The demon grumbled loudly. Naruto normally acquiesced to the 9-tails command in almost anything with barely any complaint. There was undeniable logic behind this rare denial, though, and the demon relented with an irritated nod. "Fine, but you'd better at least entertain me instead." Even while he bantered with the Kyuubi, Naruto spammed his seals and did his basic hitama. The resulting fireballs spread out and ignited the dry wooden opium boxes inside the warehouse. Naruto exited the door that he had entered through. The security thugs charged en masse through the main entrance and saw their 2 colleagues dead on the ground. Several began choking and hallucinating due to the wood smoke and the burning opium. The spiky blonde leapt up onto the concrete barrier wall near the door and placed a quick kunai trap. 3 men soon emerged and were repeatedly impaled by soaring knives. This battle was much too boring. These guys were both weak and stupid. The others retreated through the main entrance again and began running towards the main building to regroup. Once they reached the door, Anko's set spike traps activated. For more went down bleeding and moaning in immeasurable pain. Naruto could sense chakra being expended inside the building. There were 3 sources. Whomever Anko-sensei was battling against had shinobi training, and she was outnumbered 2 to 1. Unless they were at elite level, she could handle them on her own with no trouble, but the demon vessel chose to go to her nonetheless. These remaining 9 thugs would need to be dispatched in short order. Playtime was over. Gafibun sin no jutsu. 18 Naruto copies rushed the 9 weaklings brandishing identical katana. The demon carrier wasted no time and was already scaling up the wall when the two groups collided. He heard Gatsu's hired men screaming right as he entered the maintenance door. The blonde then dispelled the clones, as the replications as served their intended purpose and maintaining them expended chakra that he might soon need. Once in the hallways, he noticed that the main executive was dead. 6 puncture wounds organized into 3 matching pairs indicated that he had been victim to the Kunoichi's snake hand. 1 chakra then signal dissipated into nothingness. Either Anko had even the odds or she had been extinguished due to them. Naruto's heartbeat picked up as he rushed down the stairs. A real battle at last. He saw his sensei and 2 identical twin shinobi wearing hidden Mistatai 8. Each had a terrible-looking claw on opposite arms that were connected by a long chain. One brother was dead on the ground, and the other teeming with anger about it. "My brother, that does it, Konoha bitch. I'll kill you." Anko's brown snake eyes shined with bloodlust as she beckoned him to attack. She was no longer wearing her black mask. Naruto thought that she looked odd without her usual revealing clothes. He was used to seeing her almost naked in netted clothes. "Go ahead and try me, big boy. You and him both couldn't take me on at the same time." The other brother charged, brandishing his claw. Anko could take him out on her own, but Naruto had a more humiliating conclusion in mind. He reached out around the corner and grabbed the chain and pulled. Not expecting this sudden resistance, the other brother toppled back and crashed onto the ground with a thud. Naruto kept hold over the connection as he stalked out into the corridor with a smirk. "Talk about your second-rate shinobi. That Gata guy obviously can't judge talent." Anko scowled at her student. "Don't ever mess in my battles. Naruto, I hope you've cleaned out outside like I told you." They went down without trouble. Anko's sensei. The Miss Nin on the ground let out a groan. "A student, nothing but some damn gin and punk. I can't believe this shit." Naruto scowled and brought his leg down into the other shinobi's breadbasket. He wheezed as his wind was driven out. "We didn't give you permission to talk, chump. Shut it." Anko shook her head and spoke in an exasperated tone. "Damaged the merchandise during the interrogation and not until then." Despite his precarious position, the Kirinine still had some spirit remaining. "I ain't telling you shitheads anything. Don't even bother wasting your time." The Kunoichi's entire visage lit up with sadistic glee. "We'll see about that soon enough. I might not be a specialist, but I'm no slouch when it comes to extracting intel. Naruto, haul ass downstairs and deal with whoever's still alive. I need to concentrate while I work." Naruto was more interested in watching a real torture session than in some worthless civilian clerks. "But I've never seen a real torture session. I like to watch this." The purple-haired woman became incensed and snapped at her complaining student. "We're on a mission right now. In case you haven't noticed, brat. Get lost, or I'll give some private lessons in interrogation when we get home." Naruto raised his hands in a mock surrender and exited through an open window. The demon vessel had a sinking suspicion that he would be serving as the target in those lessons. The last sight he glimpsed was Anko calling out her shadow snakes and advancing slowly on the prone Miss Nin. He would be begging to be sent to his dead brother soon enough. The demon carrier entered the building again through another window on the ground level. Some targets had tried to escape the building and had been impaled against Anko's exit traps. The blonde worked his way back upstairs to his sensei's position and slew whomever he encountered in between. He knew that these people were innocents, but he couldn't let that stop him. Shinobi had to be remorseless at all times. Morals had no place in a shadowy world. A true ideal shinobi had no such emotions to hold him back. Not even the slightest expression moved in those cold blue orbs as Naruto brought his katana, slicing down onto a pregnant worker as she begged to be spared. Expectant mother and unborn child perished in unison. She would have reported the attack to the Port Sakai authorities had she been allowed to live. Gato would have been told and the mission's secret nature lost. Nothing could be allowed to compromise the mission. Naruto considered keeping his hands clean through using distance techniques to do the killing, but that meant expending chakra where it wasn't outright needed, and huge ninjutsu risked causing too much ruckus besides. Shinobi were mere tools, mechanical and optimal. The demon container took no pride in what he was doing, but acknowledged it as needed. That was enough to grant him sleep at night. He reached the upstairs wing soon enough. His sensei was leaning against a wall. The Mist-Nin looked like a butchered animal on the ground. His death had not been pleasant. These two were only lackeys. Their boss is an A-ranked missing Nin. Business as usual. Mitarashi Anko expressed no regret whatsoever about having sent her preteen genin student to stain his hands and soul with innocent blood. Those hands hadn't been clean to begin with regardless. Naruto was content with her detachment. He didn't want to be treated like a child. He had been killing since he was 7 and didn't need some pointless emotional counseling about his actions here. I bet their leader will be waiting at the next mission then. The woman nodded her agreement. Naruto took a towel that was on a nearby chair and cleaned away the coursing blood that drenched his hands and arms. He then wiped down his katana and sheathed the blade at his side. His name's Momochi Zabuza. He's known in most circles as Kirigakure no Kijin and was among Hidden Mist Village's elite 7 swordsmen. He'll be guarding the transport vessel. I'll be honest here. He's a dangerous opponent, and I'm not sure I can beat him. Fighting against high-class Nuke Nin wasn't in our mission docket. Naruto shrugged. He didn't know who this Zabuza character was, but he didn't care. We can't pack up and go back now. The operation's not done yet. Snake-like eyes narrowed. Anko's voice came out as a dangerous hiss. Don't be a retard, Naruto. A skilled shinobi always knows when to back down. Naruto remained unbothered. He didn't want to abandon a big mission. Returning to Konoha in disgrace would prove all those people that slandered him had all chances to be right. A single missing Nin wasn't that much to be concerned about. Failure would convince the Hokage that he wasn't skilled enough to do advanced work. The Jinchuriki would get shunted back down to doing D-rank missions. Uzumaki Naruto was no mere domestic servant. We could take him out together. Besides, I have a last resort to use in the worst case. That would be the demon and its powers. He could give over control in a heated battle and claim no responsibility. It would be possible to convince both Anko and Sandaime that the Bijou had wrested power in order to preserve its own existence. No one had ever battled against Kyuubi no Kitsune and lived. This Nuke Nin leader would not break that tradition. You're assuming he's going to be alone. Mistakes like that get people killed, kid. I'm prepared to do what needs to be done. We're not going to lose. Anko blinked and stared at him a long moment, but then showed her usual grin. All right then, we'll see this through. Come on, let's go rent somewhere to sleep. Sensei and student both returned to the building's blacktop and leapt back down to the asphalt below. The constant downpour soon washed the remaining blood clean. Some might have seen the experience as something cathartic. Heaven's tears cleared loose sins that the whistling blonde demon carrier didn't even acknowledge. Naruto removed his mask and tossed it aside. Next time, he would at least allow his victims to see their killer in the hole. Innocent casualties deserve that much at least. Standing atop a processing plant in the near distance, the same 2 cloaked characters who had watched Naruto during his last venture into this port locale observed the widespread carnage that the demon carrier bad created. The pair looked at one another and nodded, tailing unseen and unnoticed behind the 2 Konoha shinobi that you're assuming he's going to be alone. Mistakes like that get people killed, kid. I'm ready to do what needs to be done. We're not going to lose. Anko blinked and stared at him a long moment, but then showed her usual grin. All right then, we'll see this through. Come on, let's go rent somewhere to sleep. Sensei and student both returned to the building's blacktop and leapt back down to the asphalt below. The drenching rains washed the remaining blood clean. Some might have seen the experience as something cathartic. Heaven's tears cleared away sins that the spiky blonde demon carrier didn't even acknowledge. Naruto removed his mask and tossed it aside. Next time, he would at least allow his victims to see their killer in the hole. Innocent casualties deserve that much at least. Standing atop a nearby processing plant, the same two cloaked characters who had watched Naruto during his last venture into this port locale observed the carnage that the demon carrier bat created. They looked at one another and nodded, tailing unseen and unnoticed behind the two Konoha shinobi. Nine-Tailed Serpent, Chapter 5, Seven Supremacy, Demons and Devils. Disclaimer: Naruto ain't mine, not making any money here, you know the deal. 2 days' passage saw Naruto crouched alone inside Gatu's walled private shipyard scribbling down a schematic map on a notepad. He had volunteered to sneak in and scout the restricted area where the mission's concluding part would take place tomorrow. His sensei was occupied with coordinating plans with their syndicate employers and making some needed preparations. This was an easy enough task. Gatu's physical presence within the city had been greatly diminished due to the raid on his branch headquarters. He was wearing the same black garb that he had during the previous mission along with his weighted trench coat. It's a little too quiet out here. One would think there'd at least be some people about. I noticed that too, but Gatu's ship hasn't come yet. Nothing to worry about. Don't get complacent. That swine isn't likely to leave this place unguarded. Hi. Whatever you say, okay-san. Naruto's little taunt received the usual response, with the demon roaring in anger and crashing into his prison. The Kyuubi then withdrew back into his particular domain within the spiky blonde genin subconscious. Naruto completed mapping out the area he was working on and moved around a near corner to begin the next, standing in the shadows cast by a small storage shed as he leaned against the thin aluminum wall. He started to become bored with the monotony and decided to again attempt a conversation. Since we're alone out here, you can tell me why you keep giving me the cold shoulder. The demon remained silent a long moment and then responded. Because you've broken our agreement and are neglecting your purpose, brat. I've done no such thing, Baka Fox. I haven't forgotten our. Naruto stopped his mental discussion at once and launched into a back roll. Less than a second later, a large, cleaving sword tore through the wall he had been leaning against and brought the small shed crashing down. The blade continued until it embedded into the concrete barrier wall that surrounded the little shipyard. Naruto's blue eyes were wide and his breath quicker than usual. Never had he come so close to death. Seconds later, a tall shinobi appeared, standing with his back turned to the demon carrier upon the cleaver's protruding handle. His chakra levels were easily at the Jounin level and were more than a little bit higher than Anko's. The man glanced over his shoulder at Naruto. Pretty brave, sneaking in here all alone. Too bad you had to run into me, kid. The demon container held hope that Anko would sense this guy's chakra and make her way over to lend a hand. Otherwise, he was toast. There was no way he could beat this enemy at his current skill levels, not even with the Kyuubi in control. The demon could only boost Naruto's intrinsic strength and skill levels by about 30% or so. Giving over control only replaced the container's chakra with the residents. They could achieve better results were they somehow able to merge their two distinct personalities and chakras into one stronger collective consciousness. But at that point, neither had been able to devise a workable method to do so. So you must be Momochi Zabuza. We weren't expecting you so soon. Zabuza let out a dark chuckle and hopped down, easily pulling his customized Zambata loose and shouldering the massive weapon. Naruto could barely make out the characters inscribed upon the blade. Kobikiri Hocho, head-chopping cleaver. At least the man was open with his intentions. He was dressed in typical hidden mist shinobi garb. Naruto had seen several during his weekend travels outside Konoha. Theirs was a poorer village that couldn't purchase the protective luxuries that Fire Country's shinobi sported. Hidden Mist's somewhat isolated location gave them trouble securing wealthy clientele. Sorry to disappoint, but you should have been more thorough during your little raid. The only viable conclusion was that Naruto had either missed somebody inside the building or that he had dismissed his clones too soon and some thug had still been alive and breathing. He was inclined to think the latter, having been quite meticulous in purging the regular employees. Emotions were indeed perilous to a shinobi. He had been too preoccupied with going to help his sensei and had made a crucial mistake. That would be the reason behind the little port being deserted. Gadu had halted all operations in order to ambush the shinobi who had raided his branch headquarters. Naruto decided to respond to Zabuza in a nonchalant tone, hoping to stall him as long as possible. Then I take it somebody survived. I'm embarrassed to admit that was my blunder. The dark-skinned missing knee nodded and cracked his neck. And one that's going to cost you. A single mistake is enough to get you killed with me. A masked kunoichi then appeared beside Zabuza, or at least the demon vessel assumed the newcomer to be a girl. This one was dressed in a loose combat robe with several sunbon pouches attached. Gender regardless, the smaller masked ninja had a lower chakra count than Zabuza and seemed to be the weaker opponent. Zabuza's second was barely at the Jounin level, with less chakra than Anko. The spiky blonde didn't at all like battling down 2-1, especially when both enemies were likely on a higher level than him. I've scouted the area as instructed, Zabuza-san. There are 2 strong chakra sources located close to here, but one is moving in the opposite direction and the other is not moving at all. Neither seems to be associated with this person. Good work, Haku. Keep tabs on them, but be prepared to assist me as well. The masked nin called Haku nodded assent and moved to stand atop the concrete wall with decent speed, though Naruto was able to track his movement. The demon carrier could match his speed without much trouble. Haku wasn't much quicker than Uchiha Sasuke, though Zabuza's accomplice might not have been showing his or her actual skill. Not very smart, volunteering intel, like I'm not even standing here. Zabuza seemed to smile cryptically underneath the cloth wrapping that covered his mouth. Naruto regretted opening his yap almost at once. He had hoped to taunt the nuke nin into doing something stupid and take the chance to attempt to escape this ambush. All he had succeeded in doing was drawing the man's attention. However, what you know doesn't matter, boy. You'll be dead meat in a couple minutes anyway. Naruto steeled his courage and made ready. Escape was likely impossible due to that other shinobi guarding the wall, and even try to run would open up his back to Zabuza. There seemed to be no other recourse besides causing a big enough ruckus to draw Anko over to the scene and try and hold out until she showed up. We'll see about that, Miss Devil. I don't plan to go down without a struggle. There is no need to discuss the matter. Naruto at once yielded control to the demon. Zabuza took a hesitant step back when the visible red chakra began streaming outward. Hands turned into claws and dull blue eyes turned a malicious red. The Kyuubi bared its container's pointed teeth at the missing nin and swiped a claw. The pavement beneath Zabuza quaked violently and exploded. The older shinobi almost didn't manage to move away in time. Zabuza's black eyes were widened a bit as he regarded the demonic being that had utilized a chakra burst without making so much as a single seal. You monster! You're no ordinary shinobi. That much is obvious. The Kyuubi let out a laugh that sounded more like a growl. Most astute, little mortal. Now, come and experience a real demon's power. Momochi Zabuza stared at the altered Naruto until he realized the truth about the blonde. So, you must be a vessel. I've never killed a demon container. This ought to be good. H.R. You know about our kind. But to think that you could conquer me is arrogance. Demon or not, I'll take your head all the same. Without another word, Zabuza readied his Zanbatsu and attacked. The possessed Naruto made the ground explode again at a spot where the Kyuubi estimated that the missed nin would step onto, but the skilled mercenary sidestepped and swung his blade at the spiky blonde's neck. The younger shinobi ducked the attack with one liquid motion, but was sent spinning onto the hard pavement when Zabuza reversed the blade's direction and blunted him with the Zanbatsu's side. The weighted coat absorbed the impact to a large degree, but the attack would still leave serious bruising all over the demon carrier's upper right arm. The Ninetales regained his bearings within human speed and lunged at Zabuza with a snarl, slashing his clawed hands in a crisscrossing pattern at the missing Nin's chest area. Zabuza leaned back to avoid the attack, but the Zanbatu's weight and opposing momentum slowed his retreat. Kyuubi Naruto's nails raked through the larger man's skin, leaving 10 identical clean gashes along his torso. Zabuza hissed in pain and hoisted Kubikiri Hocho into the air, then driving the Zanbatu's solid steel hilt down hard between the demon carrier's shoulder blades with a sickening crack. The demon howled in rage and rolled to avoid the next attack, a cleaving chop that would have split Naruto's body in twain had it connected. Zabuza's blade sliced straight through the concrete underneath his opponent's previous position. "You're beginning to irritate me, human." The demon dodged another Zanbatu slash and countered with his earth explosion technique. This time the attack nailed its intended target, and Zabuza was sent soaring through the air towards the main docking pier. Kyuubi Naruto charged his demonic chakra to create another more intense land explosion that would blow Momochi Zabuza to kingdom come, but was distracted by a dull pain in his ankle. He glanced down at his leg with his red eyes and saw 3 Sunbon needles protruding outward. 3 more Sunbon then embedded in his arm. The demon glared at the annoying attack's source. Zabuza's masked accomplice stood atop a building preparing another throw. "I cannot allow you to harm Zabuza-san. Please understand." The possessed Naruto roared at the polite and vigilant Haku in response. "Foolish little insect. I'll show you what it means to stand against Kyuubi no Kitsune." The demon raised an open hand and clenched it at the androgynous masked nin's location. The brick building on which Haku stood buckled and collapsed. Zabuza's apprentice managed to leap away in time, but the demon bared his teeth in a grin and swept his clawed hand towards the other and sent the brick rubble into the air to bludgeon the nin. The agile Haku evaded the largest concentration, but was still caught with a large chunk in the torso and batted down to the ground like some mere mosquito. "Suiton, Suiryuda no Jutsu." Kyuubi Naruto at once turned his attention back to Zabuza, who had recovered while the demon had been momentarily occupied with Haku. The missing nin was standing on the pier and had created an enormous snaking dragon using the seawater. The large current was already streaking towards the corrupted blonde, and there was no time to counter. The demon concentrated his red chakra to be used as a shield and hunkered down to brace against the coming impact. The mighty Bijou was driven back several meters as the aquatic onslaught commenced, but managed to weather the storm. The walled shipyard was inundated ankle-deep in brine by the surging water dragon, as the concrete ground allowed the liquid nowhere to go. The demon remained on his knees with his hands on the ground when the attack ended and rushed at Zabuza like a rabid animal. The hired blade brought his Zanbatu to bear against his enemy's claws, blocking the Kyuubi's initial charge. With his superhuman strength, the demon gained the advantage in the resulting deadlock and shoved the massive cleaver aside. But the skilled and experienced Zabuza seized the possessed blonde by the throat and hurled him over his shoulder into the harbor. Demon Naruto leapt back onto the pier in an instant and rushed at Zabuza. He only played right into the Mist Devil's hands. "Suido no Jutsu." The demon grunted as the water surrounding the two shinobi coalesced and condensed into a heavy liquid bubble that trapped the blonde's body. The water pressure was such that he couldn't move despite his enhanced demonic strength. Even staying still exerted extreme pain into his body. Zabuza chuckled victoriously at his plight. "Welcome to my water prison, demon. There's no escape, so sit quiet and drown." All the Kyuubi could do at the moment was talk back, and he did so. "I'm going to tear out your still beating heart and eat it, impudent mortal." With that, the demon concentrated all the red chakra he could bear and pushed it outward. The blazing hot energy caused the water that made up Zabuza's prison to begin to boil and evaporate, cooking the hand that the missing nin had to keep inside to maintain the attack in the process. Kyuubi Naruto had to give the human credit. He didn't relinquish the prison despite the searing pain, but eventually the rising heat overpowered the water pressure and the bubble exploded violently. The explosion drove Zabuza back towards the barrier, and a near-asphyxiated Naruto sunk to his knees. The escape came at a great price, however, as the demon returned into the blonde's subconscious, reversing the changes and leaving a normalized Uzumaki Naruto to cope with Zabuza and Haku alone. The demon container wasn't at all pleased with this development. "I'm back in control, but I can't beat these two without your help, Baka Fox." "No choice, kid. Your human body couldn't handle my chakra any longer. Any more, and your muscles would have burst asunder." The spiky blonde supposed that it made sense. The human body wasn't exactly designed to channel demonic chakra. "We've never had any trouble up until today. And I've never had to use anywhere near this much power while in control. This is a most remarkably shitty time to discover that we have limits." The demon said nothing as Zabuza let out an exhausted groan and stood up again with Haku's help, also using his Zanbatsu as a crutch. The masked shinobi was also doubled over, having been hit square in the ribs by the demon's earlier attack. Both were weakened to a large degree, but Naruto somehow doubted that he could win against them alone. "You're pretty tough, kid, but let's see what you can do without your little demon. Misubunsin no Jutsu." At least there was one small advantage to be had. Zabuza seemed to think him weak and useless without the Kyuubi's assistance, and was underestimating him. The Nukenin ought to have known better. Naruto had wasted Gata's men with only his own skills. Several Zabuza copies materialized in the standing water. The Uzumaki was no expert with cloning techniques, but his senses told him that these doppelgangers were much weaker than the original. His own, on the other hand, Gahibunsin no Jutsu. Naruto's clones charged out to meet Zabuza's in a melee. The blonde mused that he had once thought that he wouldn't much use that technique, but he had still somehow managed to end up employing the Kage Bunshin in each important skirmish he'd been involved in ever since learning it. He didn't bother hanging around to observe the little clone war, concentrating chakra into his legs and springing up onto an intact structure while making rapid hand seals. Raiton, Bunkiten no Rakurai. Naruto's trademark lightning spread blasted down into the inundated ground. The whole compound seemed to glow with electric light as the harsh voltage cascaded through the standing water and broiled anything standing within. The demon vessel's chakra returned to his reserves, indicating that his own clones had been annihilated in the attack. The heated water began to steam, blanketing the area in a thin haze that soon thickened to the point where nothing could be seen. The clouds smelled like sweet dew rather than acrid smoke and steam, and so the blonde concluded that it had to have been created by some other means. At least one opponent had survived the electrical assault. A huge water wave then crashed into the building he was standing upon. He had no choice other than to descend into the unseen. That was pretty smart, using electricity on the water. Shows you have some skill. I'll reward you by taking this seriously. Zabuza. The primary target was still alive and well, much to Naruto's chagrin. Flattery will get you nowhere. Here we are, blind as bats in the mist. Zabuza let out another dark chuckle. His voice seemed to be everywhere. Perhaps so, but I don't need to see you. I'm going to teach you all about silent killing. One last lesson to take along to the grave. As a special added bonus, I'll even let you choose. Liver, lungs, spine, throat, carotid artery, kidneys, the heart, or the brain. Each one's a vital spot. Take a moment to think about your demise, boy. Naruto snorted at the disembodied voice. He wasn't about to cower like some baby. Death was a shinobi's constant companion. Shinigami was never more than a step or two behind his path. He didn't at all like meeting his end so soon into his career, but he wasn't going to break down in tears over it. There was no point in attempting to dodge. He had nowhere to go and was right in Zabuza's sights. You sound like some cliched cartoon supervillain boasting about his evil plans. Get on with it already, Zabuza. I'm so sorry, Kyuubi. I did my best, but I just wasn't smart or skilled enough. The demon made no reply. There was nothing to say. Naruto would meet his end alone. His sensei had abandoned him to this end. Enko had never even come to help. Everybody in Konoha would be celebrating come tomorrow. The demon was dead. He swore to come back one day as a real hell-spawned demon and wreak his vengeance upon them all. Fine then, have it your way. Here I come. Say your prayers, demon brat. Naruto stood in silent acceptance, and a moment later saw black splotched with red. He had thought that maybe this was what death looked like. He then saw golden sparks raining down around him, accompanied by a loud, clanking sound. He moved to get a better look. Another man wielding his own Zanbatsu had intercepted Zabuza's attack. The two stood in a deadlock with their massive blades crossed. This apparent new ally was even taller than Zabuza and wore a black cloak emblazoned with red clouds and boasted insane chakra levels way beyond anything Naruto had ever experienced. Hoshigaki Kisame, can't say I ever expected to see you again. Zabuza apparently knew the mystery man, which interested Naruto more than a little. Been a while, Zabuza. Looks like you've lost a step, getting roughed up by a kid. This Kisame character's blade seemed to hum slightly as Zabuza's summoned mist began to clear somewhat, allowing Naruto to get a better look at his unexpected savior. The tall shinobi looked like some odd genetic cross between a man and shark, with bluish skin and beady eyes and gills. His teeth were bared in a sardonic grin and appeared to be razor sharp. His Hitayate indicated that he, too, was a Mist-nin, or at least had been one at some point in time. The Symbala Protector had a long horizontal line slashed through the icon. His blade was equally unique. Rather than being smooth and steel like Zabuza's, the weapon appeared to be covered in rough scales. The blonde cringed at imagining what such a barbaric instrument could do to living tissue. Kisame grunted and shoved against Zabuza, pushing the mist devil back several meters. The shark man swung his strange Zanbatsu at Zabuza's head. The latter parried, but was driven back yet again by the impact. Zabuza countered with his own swing that Kisame easily parried and answered with a spinning smash that sent the dark-skinned man to the ground. Naruto decided to regain his bearings and observe two master swordsmen in action. He would get involved should Zabuza regain the advantage, as he owed this Hoshigaki Kisame a huge debt. Leave this be, Kisame. My contract with Gadu has nothing to do with you. Kisame gripped his blade as the shark-like man responded in a rough voice and pointed his thumb in Naruto's direction. And my mission right now involves making sure that Brat over there stays alive and in decent health. Business you see. The demon carrier couldn't help but wonder why anybody would hire such a person to guard him. Sandame had his own ANBU to handle such a task. He could imagine some wealthy prick in Konoha or the immediate environs, perhaps contracting some nuke-nin to assassinate the demon Uzumaki, but protection was another thing altogether. Zabuza seemed to smirk underneath his bandages as he again took Kubikiri Hocho and shouldered the trademark Zanbatsu in his battle-ready stance. So, I guess that puts us at an impasse. Honestly, I can't say I'm too disappointed. Kisame shook his head as though dealing with a particularly stubborn child. This will be the last time we play this little number. Zabuza, I always could beat you back during the old days, and I'm stronger now than I ever was then. As much as killing an old war buddy pains my poor heart, I can't let anyone stand in the Akatsuki's way. Akatsuki, Red Dawn, or perhaps Red Moon. Naruto stored the name in his memory. Today will determine who is really the strongest in the seven swordsmen. Rain began pouring down in the skies above as the hidden mists two great warriors battled once more. Their Zanbatsu clashed and sparks rained down in a menacing halo around them. Their duel looked something akin to a living blender with the two enormous blades moving and colliding almost quicker than the blonde's trained eyes could discern. He decided in an instant that he wasn't going anywhere near that particular showdown. He rather wanted his limbs to remain as they were, attached. Again, Kisame seemed to be dominating the duel. Zabuza couldn't contend with the shark man's superior strength and didn't seem to be trying to use his chakra to close the gap. Haku also appeared to be observing the duel in the distance. The masked Nin moved to intervene, when Kisame sent Zabuza down hard a second time, and Naruto moved into his path and drew his katana. Sorry, but that's a private duel. I'll be your opponent, princess. Haku nodded grimly and withdrew 6 sunbon needles, 3 in each hand. Understood, but I shan't hold anything back. Zabuza-san requires my assistance. Naruto sneered at the other's calm statement. What a pathetic little lapdog. At least Kiba hadn't been housebroken. He would stall Haku and make the masked Nin watch Zabuza perish. The mismatch in the other duel was obvious. Zabuza had been wounded going into the battle, and the strength gap between him and Kisame was extreme under any circumstances. Such pure devotion. It really makes me sick. Come in, let's dance. Haku leapt into the air and threw 3 sunbon down at the spiky blonde. He ducked the barrage and leapt aside to avoid the next 3. The masked warrior changed direction in midair and descended upon Naruto whilst drawing kunai. The demon carrier lazily blocked the stabbing attack with his nameless katana, easily overpowering the much smaller and slimmer Haku and pushing his arm down into the water. The androgynous Nin slipped away and moved to stab Naruto in the back, but his kunai impacted a steel training weight and did no damage. The blonde whirled about and attempted to skewer Haku using the katana, but the nimble warrior dodged the erratic stab and tried to puncture him in the throat. This time the demon container caught his arm at the bicep and twisted, separating the masked Nin's shoulder with an audible squelch. Seniajashu. The demon carrier kept his grip on Haku's bicep as the shadow snakes came out and coiled around him. Naruto swung his arm outward as his summoned serpents dashed the masked Nin into the concrete barrier. The hunter's mask came loose upon impact and revealed Haku's actual appearance and male gender, though the latter was not made apparent in any visible way other than through his having the telltale lump in his throat. The shadow serpent's grip remained strong as the blonde manipulated them to hoist the other warrior high into the air and then plunge him hard into the standing water, repeating the process time and again, mercilessly smashing Haku against any solid structure within range. Zabuza's apprentice was helpless to escape the bindings and was being tossed about like a rag doll. This is pathetic. I had at least expected a small challenge. The battered and drowning Haku managed to wrench an arm loose at last and reached into his sunbon pouch, grabbing as many acupuncture needles as he could hold and driving them into Naruto's right Achilles tendon. The demon carrier grunted in pain and went down, releasing the other shinobi and twitching as his ruptured leg ceased working. He used his katana as a brace to get back to a vertical base. The Kyuubi was even then doing his best to mend the damage, but the demon could accomplish little in his current position trapped deep in the blonde subconscious. Any more active meddling would risk the mentioned demon chakra overload, and the Ninetales knew it. My apologies. I never take pleasure in harming an opponent, but it was the only way. Don't start with that sentimental garbage yet. That was nothing but a warm-up. Haku had already turned away and was preparing to help Zabuza against Kisame when Naruto spoke. Any normal person would have been quite wholly crippled upon having a tendon shredded with needles, and so the androgynous shinobi's assumption that the battle had ended was not unwarranted. Haku came about and bit down on his lip in consternation upon hearing the blonde's voice. I see. You're quite resilient. I have no choice other than to end this right now. Naruto leveled his gaze at the determined Haku and pointed at him with his katana. I doubt that you can, but by all means do your worst. Kekkei Genkai, Maku Hayashu. A bloodline limit. The blonde should have guessed that Zabuza's lone apprentice would bring something unique to the table. No, Haku. It's useless. Don't throw away your chakra. It'll only help the enemy. Zabuza's warning came too late. Haku's demonic ice mirrors began appearing all around Naruto's position, but then dissolved back into nothingness a second later. Zabuza's shocked apprentice glanced around to see what had taken place. Kisame's scaled Zanbatsu was pointing directly at him and was vibrated with the same low hum. The shark man let out a loud laugh at the androgynous shinobi's plight as he turned back to continue attacking Zabuza. Hyuk hyuk, Samahata says thanks, sweetheart. Best meal she's had in a good while. So that was it. Kisame's Zanbatsu, Samahata, as he had called it, seemed to be able to consume an opponent's chakra and render them unable to use techniques. Combined with the shark man's daunting physical might and skilled swordsmanship, Kisame might very well be an unstoppable opponent. The spiky blonde wouldn't even be able to scratch the robed man in combat, given his reliance on chakra. Naruto was most pleased that the man was on his side and not on the other. Haku seemed unsure as to what to do next. Naruto again sneered at him. A typical bloodline limit genius, helpless when your Kekkei Genkai doesn't work. This will be a tougher match than I had anticipated, but I cannot lose. Naruto listened as a thunderbolt clapped over the shipyard. His leg wasn't healed, but his own adrenaline combined with the demon's small repairs rendered him able to move the appendage despite the tendon damage. Haku wasn't the only one with a limited arsenal. The pouring rain rendered the blonde's usual elemental attack useless, given that he tended to use Katon and Ration almost exclusively. He would need to work on branching more into other elements to avoid being hamstrung like this again in later missions. The blonde concentrated removed his weighted coat and hung the trench upon an open windowsill in the closest building. Now that he could move at his actual speed, he would be able to keep pace with Haku. A sorry housebroken mongrel, like you could never stop me. I'll kill you now. Haku now at last showed some emotion, anger crossing his delicate visage. Better to be a loyal servant than a savage beast. I will protect my precious person. Naruto went on the attack with his katana, ignoring the throbbing pain in his leg as he leapt into the air and attempted to impale Haku on the descent. The other nin stopped the lunging stab with his kunai. This time the demon carrier acted with sheer aggression and shoved the kunai back, scoring his blade along Haku's entire right arm and shredding the supple skin and muscle almost to the bone. The savage attack stunned Zabuza's accomplice, and Naruto pressed his advantage by whirling about and slashing low against the other, slicing out Haku's knees and crippling him. The spiky blonde was but an amateur swordsman, but he understood the human anatomy well enough to know how to stop an opponent dead. Haku had observed him during the entire battle and thought he knew the other's speed and reaction time. Losing the coat had boosted both, and the androgynous shinobi hadn't been prepared to compensate. One mistake was all it took. Zabuza had stated that earlier, and it was equally true here. Haku's arms and legs were all compromised. He couldn't even move, and continuing to battle Naruto was impossible. Zabuza Gomen, he was too strong. This battle is over. Unlike Zabuza, you never stood a chance against me. I'm merely his tool. My only regret is not being able to serve his will better. He won't be long behind you. Pathetic, but you can still be his slave in the next world. Haku looked up weakly as his victorious opponent, sadness in his black eyes. Still, you do not understand. Serving Zabuza-san was my own choice. He took me in. Naruto interrupted, having no desire to hear the other's tale. All that talk about tools and precious people meant nothing. Haku was nothing special. All true shinobi were tools created and molded to accomplish another's will. Even a venerable Kage, such as Sandaime, was subservient to his people. An ideal shinobi should have his own pride and personal esteem. Haku was a blunt instrument, made weak due to his obsession with being Zabuza's servant. Tool though he was, Uzumaki Naruto would never become a mere slave like Haku. His edges were sharp and would cut down those who didn't deserve to wield his power. Doing one's assigned duty and accomplishing the mission was not the same animal as casting aside all personal dignity and giving one's entire soul away to another. Shut up, idiot. The burden you bore was no heavier than the one I shoulder every day. One day, you will see the truth. With such hate, you will never attain true strength. And yet, my strength is much greater than yours. I'm through talking with you. The blonde gripped his katana with both hands and brought the point to bear against Haku's heart. Momochi Zabuza's broken apprentice and protector could not resist and inclined his head to gaze upon his precious person in his remaining seconds. A severely wounded Zabuza managed to push Kisame back momentarily with a vicious Zanbatsu thrust and locked eyes with his prize tool. Haku's bleeding arms and legs had stained the surrounding waters crimson. Naruto shoved the blade through, his cold blue eyes staring emotionlessly at Zabuza as the katana exited the Haku's back dyed in blood. "Sayonara, Zabuza-san. I will be waiting." Haku's eyes rolled back into his head, and his breathing ceased. Momochi Zabuza's eyes snapped closed a moment as he grieved his loss, but that was all the time his opponent needed. Kisame brought Samahata tearing down across the Mist Devil's unguarded back, scales shredding apart the darkened skin like sandpaper against a raw steak. Zabuza let out a strangled gasp and went limp, his torn body dropping heavily into the water. Master and apprentice, missing means, went down within a 3-second span. Naruto pulled his katana loose and cleaned and sheathed the blade. So disappointing, he didn't even land a single decent hit against me. Kisame didn't seem to be speaking to Naruto, muttering under his breath as he spat in the water next to where Zabuza had met his demise. His red and black robes were cut in a couple places, and a little blood trickled down where there was a minor wound on the shark man's wrist. But other than those little scratches, he had won his duel with the Mist Devil unscathed. The demon carrier retrieved his leather trench coat and put it back on as Kisame shouldered Samahata and stalked over to Haku's dead body and grabbed his long black hair, hoisting up the corpse in order to get a closer look. The robed swordsman gave a long, appreciative whistle upon assessing the damage Naruto had done to Haku. "And I thought it was all the demon. Nice work here, brat. I see some real potential." That set Naruto on high alert. Kisame knew about the demon. There was a decent chance that he had been observing the battle prior to stepping in and had deduced the truth in the same way that Zabuza had. But there was something strange in the shark man's tone that indicated that he knew much more. And there were other things about him that seemed to set warning bells ringing in the blonde's mind. His inhuman appearance and obscene chakra levels in particular. He decided that he should at least express thanks. Had he not come in to help, I would have been killed. "Arigato, Kisame-san." Kisame cocked an eyebrow as he hurled Haku's corpse back into the water like a toy. Orders are orders, you know how that goes. I wouldn't have bothered otherwise. Again, that was curious. Naruto didn't understand who could have ordered this man to act as his protector. He didn't have time to ask, though. Something blurred behind his position as he dropped down onto his stomach to avoid Kubikiri Hocho as Zabuza's steel Zanbatsu came soaring through the air in his direction. 3 senses were then pricked at the same time. He saw a searing black spot where the weapon had been thrown, accompanied by a scorching heat beyond anything he had ever known and an unpleasant stench that he recognized as burning tissue. Everything below Momochi Zabuza's neckline had been melted into organic goo, and close beside the now quite deceased Mist Devil's head stood yet another shinobi dressed in a red and black cloak identical to Kisame's. This one was a bit shorter in stature and had grayish hair and a slashed Konoha Hitayate. He also seemed to have extreme chakra levels. "Watch your back more closely next time, Naruto-kun." The man's whispered voice implied complete apathy, as did his blank visage. His spinning red eyes seemed identical to the Sharingan, or at least what Naruto knew about the Uchiha clan's legendary copy wheel eye. He had never actually seen the technique in person. The spiky blonde knew who this newcomer was. He alone had carried out the Uchiha massacre, slaughtering Konoha's greatest and most well-known shinobi clan and leaving but one alive, and he might well be the strongest single warrior in the entire land. Those eyes, the Sharingan, you could only be Uchiha Itachi. Itachi nodded in the positive, deactivating the Sharingan to reveal normal black eyes that seemed to be every bit as perceptive as their swirling red counterparts. The Uchiha gave Naruto an appraising look and glanced at Kisame and then around the wrecked shipyard, and at last returned his attention to the demon carrier. "That is correct. We have been observing you some time now, you know. Kisame bared his pointed teeth in his trademark sharky grin. Our organization's real interested in you, demon brat. That's why I gave you a hand. Things began making sense at that moment. This organization was more than likely called Akatsuki, the name that Kisame had let out earlier against Sabuza. The duo must have been observing him during his weekend excursions, since he doubted they would dare to enter Konoha to do so, especially given that Itachi was listed as an S-ranked missing nin within the village. They knew all about the Kyuubi, and with the demon no doubt stood their interest in Naruto. Nothing else about him would be all that intriguing to shinobi as skilled as these two or to an organization either. He was quite a bit stronger and more talented than his peers in Konoha, but that alone wasn't much to boast about. Rather, I might think your organization's more interested in what's sealed inside my body. Neither Akatsuki member denied the blonde's rebuttal. Their superiors had learned about the demon and were interested in harnessing its power. This Akatsuki organization might be the key to breaking Yondame's damned seal and setting the Kyuubi loose. That alone caused Naruto to reciprocate their interest. Our understanding is that you are able to make contact with your tenant, Naruto-kun, Kisame, and I would like to request a short audience. Please ask the Kyuubi to come out and speak with us a moment. The blonde shrugged, not wanting to make a promise that he couldn't keep. A quick peek into his subconscious showed that the demon was dormant and resting. Naruto was a bit apprehensive about not being able to give these much stronger shinobi what they asked, but he couldn't do much about the situation. The Kyuubi had its own will. He's sleeping right now. He overexerted his presence during the battle, and I can't make him wake up. Kisame gripped Samahata with a snarl, but the emotionless Uchiha checked his impulsive partner with a glance. The Uzumaki silently thanked Itachi. Fighting Hoshigaki Kisame was something that he had no desire at all to do at the moment, or indeed ever. The Uchiha glanced up into the clouds as the rain stopped. I see, perhaps on another occasion then. I also have a small warning to pass along. The Chunin examinations are scheduled to be hosted within your village soon. Our organization's spies have reported that the Odo Kid Orochimaru and his hidden sound have made a secret pact with Tsunagakure to launch a double attack against Konoha during the tests. Orochimaru also intends to assassinate the Sandaime Hokage. Orochimaru, Anko-sensei's one-time master, and a true satanic genius. Naruto didn't much care about what might happen to Konoha and the villagers in this attack, but he would do anything and everything in his power to protect Sandaime. The old man had always treated him well and had given him a chance when others wouldn't. He would also help out the Mutt and Yamanaka and Kurenai and Ayam and her old man too. He didn't know what to think about Anko at the moment. He had gotten more assistance than she ever could have given in Kisame and Itachi, but she still should have come to help. Understood. I'll alert the Hokage as soon as I return home. But your marked kill on sight in Konoha. I don't understand. Nothing in Itachi's voice or manner indicated annoyance, as both remained as impassive and unreadable as they had been the entire meeting. But Naruto got the vibe that the Uchiha didn't appreciate being questioned. My motives aren't your concern. I don't harbor any particular enmities against my home village. Oi, Itachi-san. We've got company on the way. 5 sources, 2 jounin. I have no desire to provoke another altercation. We will withdraw this time. Naruto concentrated on the incoming chakra signatures. One he recognized as being Anko's, and there was another that was quite a bit higher and about on par with Zabuza. The other 3 were negligible and likely Genin, though one was a bit stronger than the other 2. Naruto was glad to hear that the Akatsuki were leaving. The demon container would have had more than a little trouble explaining his standing over 2 butchered Nuke-nin whilst having a cordial chat with the S-rank criminal Uchiha Itachi and another rogue shinobi. Kisame pulled a sharky pout that looked quite ridiculous and stomped the ground in irritation. Spoil sport, and I'd gotten the old temper worked up too. Kisame disappeared into a mist cloud and was gone when it dissipated. We will no doubt meet again soon, Naruto-kun. Yamata. Several leaves swirled about in a cloud, and Itachi disappeared as well. Naruto looked about and took in the carnage that the battle had created. There was blood in the water all over the place. The spiky blonde shinobi grabbed Zabuza's Zanbatsu. Kobikiri Hocho was as heavy as it looked, but Naruto succeeded in shouldering the massive weapon. He would keep the engraved Zanbatsu as his war prize, seeing as Kisame had shown no particular interest in taking it. The demon carrier ran a hand through his spiked locks as the incoming Konoha shinobi at last arrived on the scene. He couldn't help smirking at their shocked expressions when they all took in the mess that he had caused. In Chapter 5, Naruto concentrated on the incoming chakra signatures. One he recognized as being Anko's, and there was another that was quite a bit higher and about on par with Zabuza. The other three were negligible and likely genin, though one was a bit stronger than the other two. Naruto was glad to hear that the Akatsuki were leaving. The demon container would have had more than a little trouble explaining his standing over two butchered Nukenin whilst having a cordial chat with the S-rank criminal Uchiha Itachi and another rogue shinobi. Kisame pulled a sharky pout that looked quite ridiculous and stomped the ground in irritation. Spoil sport, and I'd gotten the old temper worked up too. Kisame disappeared into a mist cloud and was gone when it dissipated. We will no doubt meet again soon, Naruto-kun. Yamata. Several leaves swirled about in a cloud, and Itachi disappeared as well. Naruto looked about and took in the carnage that the battle had created. There was blood in the water all over the place. The spiky blonde shinobi grabbed Zabuza's Zanbatsu. Kobikiri Hocho was as heavy as it looked, but Naruto succeeded in shouldering the massive weapon. He would keep the engraved Zanbatsu as his war prize, seeing as Kisame had shown no particular interest in taking it. The demon carrier ran a hand through his spiked locks as the incoming Konoha shinobi at last arrived on the scene. He couldn't help smirking at their shocked expressions when they all took in the mess that he had caused. Nine-Tailed Serpent, Chapter 6, Legendary Serpent Master, Pig Roasting on the Waves. Disclaimer: Naruto ain't mine, not making any money here, you know the deal. Naruto, thank goodness you're not. The blonde genin molded his expression back into a neutral stare as he turned towards the purple-haired serpent woman. His anger subsided somewhat as he took in her appearance. Anko seemed to have been run through the ringer in her own right. She looked a bit haggard and mentally drained, though she bore no obvious wounds. Naruto hasn't sensed any other battles going on in the area, but had been so preoccupied with not getting hacked into pieces by Zabuza that he admittedly might not have noticed. He still wasn't going to let the matter go without dropping a cold remark or two, however. Such sentiments aren't needed, sensei. The A-rank Nukenin Momochi Zabuza has been neutralized. The Kunoichi sighed and rubbed her temples in response. I can see that. I would have come to help too, but some cloaked weirdo had me trapped in an illusion. Another voice butted into his and Anko's conversation, sticking his nose where it wasn't wanted. We sensed other chakra sources over here. Tell us what you saw, Uzumaki. The demon carrier's eyes narrowed in irritation as some bearded shinobi tried to interrogate him, using a severe tone, while his genin squadron stared at the carnage with increasingly pale complexions. Naruto mused that this was the one occasion he could recall on which he had seen anything more expressive than total boredom pasted onto Nara Shikamaru's visage. Not that he ever paid the lackadaisical cloud gazer much mind. Likewise, Akimichi Chuji appeared as though he had lost his constant appetite, and Hyuga Hinata was close to outright swooning. The demon carrier thought it ridiculous that a little blood and gore would so disturb these would-be shinobi. Best to tell an abridged truth, he decided. Team 10's instructor didn't need to know about Naruto's discussion with the Akatsuki, though he might have come clean to Anko had she come alone. Naruto would share those sordid little details in a private audience with the Hokage and no one else. The man you described was here a minute ago. He also had a partner who was dressed about the same, except he was much taller and carried a Zanbatsu. The second one seemed to be acquainted with Zabuza somehow, and I gathered that the both were ranked among Kiri's 7 swordsmen. The tall, cloaked man more or less dominated Zabuza, and I was able to take out Zabuza's hunting accomplice. Zabuza tried a sneak attack when the other cloaked shinobi appeared and smoked him with some high-powered katan technique. The cloaked men both ran away when they sensed you all coming closer. I wasn't able to get a good enough look at either man, nor do I know what their business was here. The demon container's explanation seemed to be good enough. Anko let out a slow nod and exhaled. The other shinobi didn't quite appear to trust the report, but declined to press the issue. Naruto wasn't on his Genin team or under his command, and the blonde thus wasn't much obliged to share anything with him at all. The bearded man closed his eyes and lit up a cigarette, taking a long nicotine drag as Anko spoke up. Anyway, we've now been attacked by not only Zabuza, but also an unknown S-class shinobi. This is more than enough to claim a valid contract breach. We've done enough here. Gada's presence in this city is all but eradicated, and we're going home. Unlike the last time his trainer has suggested this idea, Naruto was now in no mood to oppose the plan. Almost getting killed in combat had dented his ardor to a large degree. What he and Anko had already dealt with was equivalent to at least an A-rank mission, and perhaps even higher. He wasn't inclined to die over some drug-peddling leeches. Falling at this moot point would be akin to abandoning his sworn duty to serve as Kage. Still, the demon vessel did have one certain loose end that he wanted to tie down. I won't argue this time, but I'd like to make a quick trip to the Hidden Mist also. Gonna try and collect that big heavy price on Zabuza's head, I'm guessing. Naruto allowed a small smile onto his lips. She seemed to understand his thinking well. He was no longer angry with her. He was somewhat curious as to why Itachi would apparently attack her but not kill her, not to mention the Uchiha strategic retreat when a much weaker team appeared. The Akatsuki member could have dispatched them all without so much as breaking a sweat. The spiky blonde quite doubted that Uchiha Itachi cared a single whit about Anko or Team 10, knowing that the young man had exterminated his entire clan with no remorse whatsoever. That's right, I did have a hand in his death, even though I didn't deliver the last blow. Sorry, kiddo, but that's in the opposite direction. I need to report these events ASAP. Naruto averted his gaze downward and yanked loose the sunbond needles that were still lodged in his arms and legs. He hissed in pain as he messed with his shredded tendon. The adrenaline that had sustained him during the battle had subsided, and now nothing remained save the hurt. The blood-stained sunbond landed in the standing water with a plopping sound as he tossed them aside. Maybe the kid could come with us. Water country's pretty close to the wave. Both sensei and pupil stared at the new speaker. Naruto hadn't even noticed the elderly man that seemed to be traveling with Team 10 until he decided to speak up and make his presence known. His dress and overall demeanor indicated that he was a working-class person and not at all the sort that one would expect to be able to hire shinobi escorts. This is Tazuna-san, a bridge builder in Wave Country. We've been ordered to escort him back home and protect him until his work is completed. The mission hasn't been so easy on us up to this point, though. Naruto paid minimal attention as Team 10's leader described their being attacked by a Reinin team likely hired by the same Gata earlier on in their trip. Many shinobi residing within Amigakure were Nukenin or other wanted criminals. The spiky blonde doubted that there were any around there that could even begin to approach Zabuza's skill level or even Haku's. He already knew that Gada's actual headquarters was in the Wave Country. He owed the corrupt magnate a personal receipt over the Zabuza incident. Perhaps he would have his chance to deliver by tagging along with Team 10, though the actual decision wasn't his to make. We could use another hand in case things get messy, and you seem pretty tough. At least somebody acknowledges my talents. It's your call, Anko-sensei. The pineapple-haired woman remained silent a moment. Go with them. You could use a short break, and it'll do you some good to visit another hidden village and see the sights. Stay with Asuma's team through their mission and obey his orders until you report back to Konoha. The demon carrier didn't much like being put under another team's command, but didn't complain about the decision. More than likely, he'd be able to avoid having to interact with them anyway. This Asuma character didn't seem to like Naruto all that much, Not that such reactions were anything new to the blonde Jinin shinobi. Anko sprinted away without another word, moving quickly back to Konoha to make her report. Naruto didn't really want or need to hear her say goodbye or anything similar. At that point, they were but two shinobi on separate missions, nothing more or less. Time to prepare my delivery, then. Those with weak stomachs ought to look away. Naruto trudged a short distance through the water to where Zabuza's shredded and molten corpse lay. Everything below the lower neck area was liquid slop. Itachi's attack had connected in the back, right above the waist. The stench was nothing less than nauseating. The demon carrier wrenched Zabuza's head up by its black hair and set it down on a steel crate located next to a warehouse door. Naruto took Kubikiri Hocho up in both hands, struggling with its weight as he raised the awkward cleaver and brought it down onto its original owner's throat, severing everything below the chin with a clean chop. Zabuza's head was then wrapped in treated medical bandages that the blonde had kept in his trench coat and sealed inside a small wooden box. Naruto covered his bleeding leg with the remaining medicated gauze and shouldered his newly appropriated Zanbatsu once more. He made his way back over to the other shinobi and the bridge builder with the box containing the prepared head tucked under his arm. All done here. I'm prepared to head out whenever you all are, comrades. The demon vessel had hoped to rattle Asuma and his team with his intentional odd and mysterious smile and the chipper tone in his voice. Few could muster such an enthusiastic attitude whilst hacking apart a dead body. Uzumaki Naruto was rather desensitized to such violence, having partaken in it even as a small child. The bearded shinobi Asuma shook his head in disgust as he took a drag on his second cigarette. The others hadn't even been watching his antics, save the old civilian Tazuna, whose tanned and weathered skin was looking a little bit white as a result. Right, let's get moving. I'd like us to make it a good ways downriver by sunset. With that, the odd quintet started towards the city limits along the Great Sakai River's banks. Their path would eventually lead to the Eastern Sea. Once there, they would travel along the peninsular coastline until reaching the still incomplete bridge linking the mainland to the insular wave country. Shikamaru scowled and muttered something about long, irritating missions and troublesome interlopers under his breath as he stalked along. Naruto pretended not to hear the boy, not being all that concerned with such a useless shinobi. There was no weakness quite as detrimental to one's potential as sloth. The trip to Wave Country, as it turned out, took several days to complete. Naruto could have covered the distance on his own in 12 hours or so, but the shinobi squad had to slow its pace to a mere brisk walk in order to accommodate Tazuna. The old man couldn't move at anything close to their optimum speed. This was such a poor country. People were starving on the streets. Naruto almost sympathized with the citizens, but didn't because he viewed the situation as being their own making. They had allowed Gatu to dominate them. Wei's people showed no willingness to band together and revolt to drive away the dictatorial crime boss. The demon carrier said nothing about his thoughts, however, as he sat down at the meager dinner table at Tazuna's home. He had remained more or less silent throughout his little stint as an unsolicited addition to Asuma's team. Okay, dinner's served. Go ahead and dig in, everybody. Tazuna's daughter, a rather pretty woman named Tsunami, placed dinner on the table. The meal was anything but sumptuous, cheap soba noodles with some rather withered seasoned vegetables. Naruto had eaten much worse in his day, so he had no problem digesting the meager meal. Upon tasting it, he was impressed with the woman's ability to make a decent supper with such poor ingredients. The admiration wasn't quite universal, however. Chuji especially seemed less than pleased with the selection, and the Hinata's strange expression hinted that she wasn't much used to such cuisine either. The Akimichi always kept his own culinary reserves in his pack, though, and the Hyuga heiress was much too shy and polite to ever even consider lodging a complaint. So, I suppose you're going to be headed out to Water Country early tomorrow. Naruto concealed his surprise at being addressed. Throughout the trip, he had remained more or less inconspicuous. Team 10 and their client didn't disturb him, and vice versa. He had caught Hinata, sending him concerned glances now and again during their travels. That had been the sole real interaction that he had shared with Asuma and his Genin team. The Kyuubi was still dormant while his host, demonic Tenketsu, healed and recharged. Even a chakra tank like Naruto needed time to recover when his reserves were depleted. The blonde had slept outdoors when they were camped using his leather coat as a blanket. Naruto glanced over at Tazuna and swallowed his noodles and then responded, "I'm planning on leaving right around dawn, as soon as I have enough sunlight to see. Get out to the docks early enough, and you can hire a boat to take you across the bay." "There's no need. I can make it over there a lot quicker, treading the water on my own." Naruto sensed somebody's gaze on his back again. He craned his head back to see Hinata looking at him again with that same odd stare. The gaze almost seemed to possess sadness and disappointment. The demon carrier seethed underneath his impassive mask, as though that living doormat had the right to pass sentence on him, staring at him with those pearl eyes because he chose not to remain the smiling little imbecile onto whom she'd nursed her pathetic little crush once upon a time. Naruto had been wholly oblivious to the issue at the actual time, but the timid girl's quiet obsession had been obvious in retrospect, back during their earlier childhood, when he still played silly pranks and screamed about becoming Hokage. And then the blonde had met with and accepted his inner demon and had seized control over his own destiny, had become something better than what he had been, and at some obscure point the little Hyuga had gotten over him and moved on. Or so Naruto had thought. But it didn't matter. He would never have returned her attraction in either case, the old Uzumaki or the current. The one version was too dense and stupid, and the other was too preoccupied with more important matters. "I'm going to bed now. I don't need to oversleep tomorrow morning." The spiky blonde pushed back and stood upright, leaving his partially eaten meal behind. With a kimchi chuji sitting at the table, there could be no doubt that the rest would make its way inside a human stomach. Stalking upstairs with a scowl, Naruto reached the guest room he was given to share with Shikamaru and Chuji. There were 2 sleeping bags on the ground in addition to a bed. Not caring to cause a minor controversy by stealing the only bed, he moved his Zanbatsu and the box containing Zabaz's head over to a sleeping bag and settled down. Sleep didn't take long to claim him into its embrace. Several more days later, a loaded Uzumaki Naruto stepped back on a solid ground in wave country. He had spent the meantime in the hidden mist purchasing brand new equipment, as well as having his other gear serviced. He had woken up early and departed Tazuna's house at dawn days ago as promised, and had run the distance across to water country on his own. The demon carrier arrived in the insular nation's capital port, Sajiribra, right in time to stop at a dockside stand and sit down to a nice hot morning meal. He then scanned the area and moved toward the strongest chakra concentration in the area, his senses leading him right into the hidden mist village. Kirigakure was about what he had expected it to be, rustic and poor when compared to the larger and more modernized Konoha. There were practically no civilians within the village, as opposed to Konoha, which was teeming with non-shinobi. Everybody in Hidden Mist was connected in some manner with the ninja, right down to the shopkeepers and restaurant owners. The land was swampy, yet somehow cold, and the citizens lived in thatched cottages. They weren't so accommodating to Naruto right at the start, and the demon carrier quickly came to realize that Konohagakure wasn't well-liked among the hidden villages. Apparently, the blonde's home village used its wealthy status and more extensive shinobi ranks to push the smaller villages around, and those that resisted openly tended to come out crushed and humiliated, much like the Hidden Cloud a decade ago. But whatever enmity the Kiri populace might have had towards Naruto as an individual vanished when they saw that he had more than a little money to spend. The Mizukage had been away on business when Naruto arrived, and so he had to bring Momochi Zabuza's head to a lesser bureaucrat. The man had been surprised to see one so young claim the reward on the notorious criminal, but couldn't deny him the cash upon seeing the Mist Devil's trademark cleaver also in the spiky blonde's possession. The actual bounty had been less than what Naruto had hoped, but was still more than adequate to suit his purposes. The Konoha Genin remained several days in the village, meeting new people and browsing the shops. Hidden Mist weaponsmiths were renowned as being the best in all the 5 shinobi countries, and their armament stores were quite good as well, at least to those who possessed the assets to shop. He decided that he rather appreciated staying in a place where people didn't spit and swear at him on the streets, and where he could walk into a store and shop without being denied service or cheated. What an odd week this has been. Naruto wasn't one to think out loud, but it seemed appropriate here. I don't think that odd even begins to describe it, Brad. Naruto let out an almost serene smile. He didn't like not having his demonic companion around. The blonde leaned against a concrete support pole as he reached the bridge area. He could see Tezuna supervising the construction and ordering laborers about in the distance. Asuma and his genin were also there keeping watch at various positions. The demon container relaxed in the shade, having no intention to assist them with their work. So you're awake. I didn't even notice. It really has been an entire week, you know. The demon cracked his enormous neck and yawned inside Naruto's mind. Feels like it too. Remind me not to get carried away like that again, lest it kill us both. Like you'd pay any attention to me once that demon rage started churning anyway. But my bloodlust is always boiling, kid. Surely you should understand that by now. Naruto then sensed a small chakra surge across the bridge. He was standing at the side that led into Wave Country, and the pulse had thus originated at the Fire Country mainland end. He glanced over and saw a shinobi team coming onto the bridge. Their clothing gave them away as being Cloud Nines even at such a distance. Almost immediately Team 10 moved in between the Kyuubi shinobi and Tezuna. The battle ought to be interesting given that the Hyuga heiress was present among the Konoha squad. The standing enmity between her clan and the hidden Cloud village was legend. Maybe something bad would happen to her, and another shinobi war would break out between Konoha and Kyuubi. The demon vessel wasn't outright wishing harm onto poor Hinata, but the consequences would be entertaining to watch were anything to happen nonetheless. A war would give Naruto ample opportunity to carve out his reputation. Let's see what Team 10 can really do. I'm certainly not getting involved. The Kyuubi's baritone chuckle indicated that the legendary demon was pleased with his host's callous attitude. I agree. Let them handle these swine on their own. Helping them isn't our concern. Naruto moved atop the support to gain a bird's-eye view. Running up the side was tougher than he had anticipated due to the weight he carried. His trench combined with Zabuza's blade and several other new weapons to put more than a little strain on his body. The blonde understood that he could store the Zanbatsu and other blades within scrolls and lighten his load to an enormous degree, but that idea didn't suit his personal style. He wondered whether or not Asuma and the others knew that he was around and not making any moves to come to their aid. They probably did, due to Hinata's Byakugan. Maybe he would intervene, should they somehow get into dire straits. The Cloud Nines didn't seem all that tough anyway, so it wasn't likely to become a serious issue. The battle between Team 10 and who were apparently the most recent among Gado's contracted shinobi began with the Cloud leader rushing at Asuma, while a subordinate started making hand seals. The bearded shinobi's dual trench knives extended outward in response as the chain smoker engaged his principal opponent. A Cloud kunoichi likewise attacked Hinata, while the last remaining opponent matched up against both Shikamaru and Chuji at the same time. Asuma backed up the leader with ease, but had to abandon the advantage and dodge when the second opponent unleashed a lightning-release thunderbolt that struck the bridge and made a small crater in the asphalt. Naruto snickered under his breath. He could have done so much better than that. Boring. These guys are even sorrier than those two Bakayaro Anko-sensei, and I beat. Their leader doesn't look to be entirely hopeless, though. Mostly hopeless, yes. Right, because you're such an expert on human shinobi, Baka Fox. The demon was less than amused with his living subordinate's cheek. I've killed them by the thousands over the centuries, so yes. Watch your mouth, Brad. The Cloud Nin leader landed a crescent kick to Asuma's cheekbone that staggered the man a second. His second was already down, stabbed in the gut by Asuma's trench knives. The bearded shinobi grazed the other shoulder with his right knuckle blade in response, and then stunned him using some ridiculous jutsu that involved blowing a cigarette smoke cloud at him. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Chuji were doing rather well against their lone opponent. The Akimichi was bleeding and appeared to have a broken nose. That little battle ended when the Nara used his trademark Kagemain no Jutsu to bind the Cloud Shinobi in place, and his overweight companion dashed the adversary into the concrete barrier with a slow but immensely strong double palm thrust. Naruto was almost loath to admit it, but the two made a good team. The two nodded and went over to assist Hinata. The Hyuga had done well enough on her own, having scored several hits on her opponent's sensitive chakra points during the duel. The Cloud Kunoichi collapsed under the combined assault within seconds. Tazuna-san, the village is under attack. Gata's men have your daughter and grandson. Naruto looked downward at the wave villager running in Tazuna's direction in a screaming panic. Asuma had knocked down the last Cloud Shinobi while the blonde had been observing the other three genin. Team 10's squad leader bit out an irritated curse. Shit, I'll handle this. Team, you stay here and keep watch over the bridge builder. Asuma used the Konoha Shunshin and disappeared in swirling leaves. Naruto leapt down into the water underneath the bridge and tread across to the other side, emerging at the mainland bay's opposite shore aside the entrance to Tazuna's masterpiece. There was no point in keeping his little perch when there was nothing more to see. The demon container moved back onto the bridge at a deliberate pace and leaned against another support pole. He didn't get to relax long. The Cloud9 leader that Asuma had taken out moments ago had been playing possum and rose again once he was gone. I've had enough. Time to die, old man. Shikamaru spat out some blood and dropped into an untrained combat stance alongside his teammates. TCH, no way we'll let you kill the bridge builder. Screw-in, UPA, big mission like this be way too troublesome. My mom would skin me alive, and Ino would never let me live it down either. That's right. We shall protect Tazuna-san with our lives. Naruto groaned inwardly. These three green genin weren't going to be able to handle a high-level chunin, as this one would have to be in order to be a mission squad leader. Letting them do their thing was one matter, but he'd catch hell should Asuma's students get killed without him having made an attempt to assist them. The enemy, Shinobi, easily incapacitated the Akimichi and then moved in on the Nara. Shikamaru blocked a couple punches, but the Kumo Chunin grabbed the lazy genius genin by his pineapple ponytail and knocked him out with a knee strike to the head. Naruto grabbed his new Zanbatu's hilt and prepared to play the unwilling hero right as the enemy, Shinobi, withdrew a kunai and made to kill the down Nara. The blonde never got to intervene. Hinata's Byakugan activated, and a moment later the Cloud leader went down, clutching his arm, the kunai clattering on the concrete. Two more gentle fist strikes crippled both legs, and the Hyuga at last hesitated with her hand about to impact the man's chest. The attack would have caused the Kumo Shinobi's heart to explode, but the blonde wouldn't have stopped in the same position. The girl's reaction speed had nonetheless been impressive, even though she hadn't completed the task. Maybe Hinata was a short sight less weak than the demon vessel had so long believed. Any skilled opponent would have neutralized her prior to pushing the attack on Shikamaru. That wasn't bad, Hyuga. Much better than I'd expected. Seems like I wasn't needed. In Naruto-san, your clothes and your HT. Naruto's appearance had indeed changed. He now wore a loose, sleeveless crimson bodysuit tied at the waist with a black cloth sash, along with matching Kevlar breast armor and bracers and plated boots. Both lightweight and acceptably durable, these armaments were well suited to a warrior shinobi. Over those he still had his old weighted trench, and had Kubikiri Hocho strapped to the back. 3 kunai were strapped to his belt at the side opposite his katana, and he had an ninjato girded at each wrist. These were short stabbing swords with elongated and hollowed hilts, inside which scrolls or poisons could be concealed, among other essentials. He mused that some might mistake him as a burgeoning weapons master, though he wasn't and had no real intention to be. Lastly, the cloth sack containing his remaining bounty Ryo was also slung over his shoulder. The last change was to the blonde's Hittai 8. He no longer wore the Konoha standard issue that bore the village's emblem. Naruto had long considered it idiotic to see shinobi advertise their allegiances like such, and so he had a unique protector custom carved by an engraver in Kirigakure during his stay. His new model bore the symbol representing demon, and the symbol was painted in a deep crimson. The color matched the Kyuubi's eyes. Naruto rather hoped that the image would gall the annoying villagers back in Konoha once he returned to his personal prison. Could have helped out earlier, Naruto. We almost got killed over here. The demon container leered over at the groggy and now rising Nara Shikamaru with his pale blue eyes. Ridiculous, getting mad because Naruto hadn't made their mission easier. They'd never become anything without learning to rely on their own skills. At least Hinata seemed to understand this, as she wasn't backing her teammate's statement. She seemed to be quite pleased, actually. Naruto supposed that beating a much higher-level shinobi was a positive experience, and maybe she was starting to think that she wasn't necessarily as helpless as she had always thought. Meh, but that would have been too troublesome, and it wasn't my obligation. Hey guys, look over there. There's more coming this way. Naruto had to admit to being a bit chagrined upon realizing that Akimichi Chuji had somehow managed to detect an incoming threat that he hadn't. Not that these newest newcomers really much amounted to one. Approaching the bridge was a small army being led by a stumpy little man in sunglasses and a Western business suit. Surely this had to be none other than Gatu. The demon vessel grinned. What excellent timing. Now it's my turn, so sit back and watch the show. I've got business with this guy. So, you punks beat my hired shinobi. Good, that means now I don't have to pay him. The greasy magnate walked with a swagger, looking quite smug as his thugs and goons brandished their blades and other assorted killing instruments. Gata's mob had the entire passage back into Fire Country blockaded. Naruto strode towards the lot lacking a single care. The blonde could exceed their numbers 10 times over with one single hand seal by employing his Kage Bunshin technique. And you must be Gatu, the man in charge around these parts. Look here, man. This one wants to be the hero. Don't worry, it won't hurt too much. The demon carrier was already within striking distance. Gata was a dead man walking. I.e., shinobi aren't made to be heroes. I'm here to ask whether or not you recognize this. The porcine crime lord cocked his head and sneered as Naruto unclasped Zabuza's Zanbatsu. The demon carrier brought the blade around his body and holding the massive cleaver level with deliberate slowness. The blonde smile deepened as Gatu paled ever so slightly and sweat began dribbling down his nose and cheeks. That, you killed Zabuza. And that means, wait, maybe we can make a deal. Naruto cocked his head in amusement and nodded. There was no harm in toying with his meal a little. Gata's men began looking about one another warily and mumbling, the thugs not seeming much too willing to tangle with Momochi Zabuza's supposed killer. I am listening. I might be willing to serve you provided the money's right. The magnate smiled broadly and clapped his hands in delight. Now that's what I like to hear, kid. Warms me to see a man with some business sense. The blonde didn't know whether to be enraged or smug at noting that Shikamaru and Chuji were both starting at him with absolute betrayal in their eyes. Hinata seemed even close to shedding tears. The game was too entertaining to abandon now. Naruto would be more serious where he engaged in a real mission, but this was a recreational slaughter. Even the cold killer had to get his kicks somehow. We shinobi are tools and nothing more. My skills are yours to command, Gatadano. Gatu steepled his porky digits and let out a dark chuckle. Excellent. Kill those 3 and the old geezer, and you'll be a made man, mister. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Yokugakure's legendary demonic nine-tailed serpent master Sannin. At your service. Naruto listened as the Kyuubi belly laughed at the ostentatious moniker. Shikamaru blinked and raised an eyebrow, now seeming to understand. The hidden fox village. The old demon ought to appreciate that at least. Naruto only hoped that one snake Sannin Orochimaru would never hear about the blonde genin who dared to use a play on his title. But such a thing was almost impossible. The blonde cracked his neck. Go ahead then, Serpent Master. Show me what you can do. Naruto closed his eyes as his amused smile turned cold and vicious. Count on it, and my price will be your head, swine. Gata took an immediate step back, but to no avail. Naruto's eyes opened and widened. The blue orbs were alive with bloodlust, and the gushing killing intent was almost tangible. The crime boss and his hired minions halted in their places, rendered unable to move. The demon chose to add his intent into the mix as well, and not even a high-level shinobi was likely to be able to resist the terror. Naruto relished in the look on Gatu's visage as his expensive sunglasses slid down and hit the concrete. The man's piggy little eyes were wide with unbridled horror. Gatu, your tyranny comes to its end right here. The Shinigami beckons, and you cannot be late. Naruto whirled around and swung the Zanbatsu at Gata's neck like one would a heavy baseball bat. A loud chop resounded in the air as the man's decapitated head soared into the air and plopped into the wavy bay waters aside the bridge. Blood sprayed like some terrible geyser, staining the headless man's expensive suit and the ground around it an impure crimson. Now on a roll, the Uzumaki knew at once what to do with the others. Now that our inept general is dead, perhaps it's time to introduce his grunts to the sword also. No, boy. Stop, it's enough. Gata's dead, and the rest won't stay without an employer. Watch closely, kids. This is what they don't teach you at the Genin Academy. Naruto wasn't listening to Tizuna. These useless scums would serve his designs with their deaths, as so many others like them had in days gone by. The spiky blonde demon carrier reached into his coat with his unoccupied hand, the other still holding Kubikiri Hocho, and withdrew a scroll. A special scroll that required his blood as a libation. Naruto took his sweet time unrolling the snake summon contract and ran his thumb along the Zanbatsu's sharp blade. The ridiculously stylized, nine-tailed serpent master dragged his bleeding digit down the contract. Concentrating his chakra and slamming his hand to the ground, he bellowed out 3 words that would each kill a whole 24 men. They were powerless to even cry out, paralyzed by killing intent. Kuchiyose no Futsu. The resulting smoke rolled across the water, blanketing the area in a thin haze. As summoned, the Serpent Lord appeared. Manda coiled around the bridge, straining but not quite crushing the engineered masterpiece. Tizuna and the team 10 members all became rather impossible to discern due to the great snake's shadow. The serpent hissed in its unctuous drawl as he stared at the town across the bridge, sampling the exotic air with his tongue. Manda leered about in obvious disdain. Somebody has dared to interrupt Manda's nap. There will be consequences. My apologies, great Serpent Lord. I'm the one who called you here. Manda whirled about on the spot and whipped his head over to Naruto, hovering right above the demon carrier and staring at him with a giant serpentine eye. The blonde prayed that the snake boss wouldn't eat him now and ask questions later. Given the titanic horned serpent's current mood, such a thing was quite possible. Ah, it is you again. You had best have remembered my previous warning, hatchling. Naturally, I've prepared your lordship's tithe, and in greater quantity than requested. The snake looked upward and opened his mouth, letting out a hissing chortle. Excellent. Manda is peckish this morning. This unexpected delivery pleases me greatly. They're gathered here and ready to be inspected as you like. Manda slithered onto dry land and towered over his hapless tribute. Gatu's thugs were prostrated on the ground and shivering, and several had urinated onto themselves in terror. The serpent tilted its head about, side to side as though appraising his next meal. Manda's mouth curled back in minor disgust as he stared at them. Such sorry specimens these are. I will expect much better next time, servant. Naruto bit down a scowl and nasty retort, not at all liking this creature's tone. The Kyuubi was outright cursing Manda inside the blonde's mind, howling about how the impetuous snake boss would end up becoming the demon's supper as soon as Yondame's seal was dissolved. Now that was a battle that Naruto would pay a heavy sum to be allowed to see, mostly because the kitsune would devour the snake with ease. Again, my apologies. I should have been more discriminating. Indeed, but I will accept this unworthy offering today. Our contract is now complete. Your lordship is too kind and magnanimous. My most sincere thanks. Naruto hoped that the old snake couldn't detect how much his tone actually lacked sincerity. Regardless, the serpent ignored the demon carrier as he dove into his human meal with sickening gusto. The blonde released his killing intent, wanting to hear the thug scream and cry as the snake consumed them. Some tried to scramble away, but Manda's legendary speed was not to be overcome. Naruto strode onto Gatu's corpse as the snake ate, using the criminal magnate headless husk as a pedestal. Somehow it seemed appropriate, as he dropped his Zanbatsu to the ground and placed his hands on his waist and laughed uproariously. There was something intoxicating in the power that this gave him, causing such widespread death with a mere hand seal sequence and a little cut. Colloquial cuisine, but it sated my hunger nonetheless. You are now the second person who is permitted to call upon Manda's protection in battle. But remember that I always require such tribute and will not accept such base churls as these next time. Now remove your coat and receive my mark, hatchling. Naruto did as commanded, despite the demon's warning, and Manda lowered his enormous head to the demon carrier's chest. The serpent lord's tongue darted out and touched the blonde's sternum, and a distinctive mark appeared. A summoner's tattoo. Now he could call the larger snakes without needing to use the actual contract as a medium. Team 10 watched on in both terror and amazement. It is done. Now I shall return to my sleep, and I would suggest not to bother me again. Manda turned about to stare at Tizuna and the others on the bridge. The snake bared his bloodied maw and snapped at them with a violent hiss, letting out his hissing chuckle as they leapt back in unison, the old bridge builder losing his balance and taking a spill onto the hard concrete. The serpent then disappeared back to wherever he always returned. The bridge's structure seemed a bit worn where Manda had constricted around it. Well, that was rather interesting. Overall, a most productive day, I'd like to think. Naruto sneered and kicked Gata's corpse into the water. The ground nearby was saturated with blood and venomous saliva where Manda had taken his meal. The blonde trudged over to the water's edge and dipped the Zanbatsu in, meticulously cleaning the crimson stain and drying the blade and reattaching Zabuza's trademark to his back. Okay, Tsunami-san and Inari are all right. I've driven out the ones in town. Nothing else here either, Asuma-sensei. Naruto here was kind enough to ensure that. Naruto scowled at Shikamaru and palmed his katana's handle. Such gross ingratitude. He'd be happy to snip that ridiculous ponytail and then take the little punk's scalp right along with it. He'd done his share in the battle. Gata's men would have overwhelmed and killed the others had the demon carrier not lent his assistance. He wouldn't bother the next time they needed help. Maybe I'll let the snake eat you next time too, Nara. I'm sure nobody would miss you. Except your mother, and she's a bitch. That'll be enough out of you both. Naruto, you went beyond overboard here. Show a little damned restraint. We're not barbarians. Naruto rolled his eyes in response. Whatever, go right on ahead and take that slacker's side. Gata's dead at my hand, and there will be no other threats here. With permission, I'm going on alone back to Konoha. My work's done here, and I don't care to lounge about with you saps. I've got things to do back home. Asuma shook his head and stared at the insubordinate demon container. Do whatever you want. Rest assured, I will be reporting this little incident to the Hokage. An baseless threat. The Hokage knew exactly what Naruto did to people like these and had never once reprimanded him about it. This mission hadn't even been assigned to him other than what Anko had said back in Sakai. She didn't have the clearance to send the Sandame's shinobi on another mission without his approval, and so the blonde had never been outright obligated to do anything that Team 10's leader commanded. Naruto could get in trouble only through somehow compromising their mission, and he never had done anything even remotely like that. Asuma would accomplish little other than looking like an idiot and being a tattletale. Report away, Taicho. Trust me, you'll be shocked and appalled with how little Hokage-sama will care. Naruto waved over his shoulder as he walked away in a fire country. He had his own report to make to Sandaime, involving Uchiha Itachi's warning about an incoming invasion. He hoped that this would mark the last time he would have to play tag along with somebody else's squad. The entire experience made him appreciate his own team and instructors that much more. Maybe he would devote more time to making things work with them when he got back, at least until he earned a promotion through the Chunin exams. That also meant attending some training sessions with them as well. And so the demon container departed and broke into a run, having no idea that the news he was about to deliver would soon change everything in his existence. Asuma shook his head and stared at the rather insubordinate demon container. Do whatever you want. I will be reporting this incident to the Hokage. An empty threat. The Hokage knew exactly what Naruto did to people like these and had never once reprimanded him about it. This mission hadn't even been assigned to him other than what Anko had said back in Sakai. She didn't have the authority to send Sandaime's shinobi on another mission without his approval, and the blonde was never outright obligated to do anything that Team 10's leader demanded. He could get in trouble only through somehow compromising their mission, and he never had done anything even remotely like that. Asuma would accomplish little beyond looking like an idiot by playing tattletale. Report away, Taicho. I think you'll be disappointed with how unsympathetic he'll be. Naruto waved over his shoulder as he walked away into fire country. He had his own report to make to Sandaime, involving Uchiha Itachi's warning about an incoming invasion. He hoped that this would mark the last time he would have to play tag along with somebody else's squad. The entire experience made him appreciate his own team and instructors that much more. Maybe he would devote more time to making things work with them when he got back, at least until he earned a promotion through the Chunin exams. That also meant attending some training sessions with them as well. And so the demon container departed and broke into a run, having no idea that the news he was about to deliver would soon change everything in his existence. Nine-Tailed Serpent, Chapter 7. Return to Konoha, an unlikely acquaintance. Disclaimer: Naruto ain't mine, not making any money here, you know the deal. Naruto's return to Konoha took less than 2 days with the demon carrier moving at his optimal speed, or at least as close to such as possible considering all the additional weight he was carrying in his coat and various weapons. The load became ever so slightly less taxing to bear as he moved along, and he was able to increase his own pace in proportion. The spiky blonde shinobi came to a stop as he reached the imposing barred gates that led into the village. The lead chunin on guard duty eyed him with suspicion. This is Konoha territory. State your business, outsider. Naruto scowled and took out his Konoha Hitate, knowing that the guard knew precisely who he was and was only trying to be a thorn in the demon vessel's side. Typical shit. His new clothing didn't do very much to conceal his identity. He decided to repress the urge to attack the man as he tossed the steel protector over, not caring to be arrested by the ANBU, and chucked into a cell until the Hokage made time to have him released. Naruto had no doubts whatsoever that he would coincidentally be assigned to stew in the dingiest and most vermin-ridden hole on the block. Genin Uzumaki Naruto, returning to deliver a mission report to Hokage-sama, sir. Another chunin, this one a rather unattractive Kunoichi, sneered at him. She appeared to be in her late teens and would have been a child when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Naruto didn't much care what the demon might have done to her back then. Listen to that, guys. Even Demon Boy can show some proper respect when he wants to. The blonde was prepared with a pointed retort, leering at the older girl. She had some balls to say the least, though the demon vessel hadn't intended that thought in any complimentary manner. Her more experienced male cohorts, on the other hand, seemed to be somewhat apprehensive about provoking Naruto. The demon carrier didn't doubt that Anko had been spreading around the story that her student had slain the mist devil ever since her return. She delighted in stirring the proverbial pot like that. Best watch what you say. Flouting the Sandaime's law is high treason, you know. That comment silenced the mean bitch at once. She could very well be executed should Naruto rat her out. Not that he cared enough to bother. A common villager might well have kept trying to bait the blonde, but ordained shinobi were much wiser about not incurring the old man's wrath. Naruto sneered and snatched his atate back as he leapt onto the gate and backed down into the village, not waiting to let the guards open the path. Villagers glanced warily at the demon carrier as he walked towards the Hokage Tower. The usual scorn and derision was replaced with terror when they glimpsed the spiky blonde dressed in black and crimson underneath his sleeveless trench coat and carrying an enormous cleaver strapped to his back, along with swords at his waist and both wrists. "I'm sorry, but you're going to have to make an appointment to see Hokage-sama." Naruto glanced at the same cat-masked ANBU that had been guarding Sandame's business quarters the last time the blonde had visited the old man, who was now speaking in a smug tone. The demon container contorted his visage into a shit-eating grin that he thought might mirror the one that the doorman was almost assuredly wearing underneath his mask. Naruto then unsheathed the ninjato girded at his right wrist with a quick motion and drove the handle into the ANBU's throat, snickering as the man crumpled to his knees, hacking and clutching at his esophagus in strangled agony. He hadn't hit hard enough to cause any permanent damage, but the man would think twice about acting superior towards Uzumaki Naruto again, his rank be damned. The demon container then marched into the Hokage's room without as much as a word to his down guard. "Ah, Naruto, good to see you. I didn't know you were home yet, or else I'd have sent." Naruto bowed as the venerated elder addressed him, taking in his revamped appearance with a raised eyebrow. The spiky blonde demon carrier supposed that he should be honored that the Hokage considered him important enough to summon into his presence. No normal genin would ever be endowed with such privilege. "I've only now arrived back in Konoha, Hokage-sama. I have an urgent report to make." The old man placed some tobacco into his pipe and smiled cynically as he lit up. "Couldn't be that important, seeing as you had the time to take a vacation in Kiri." Naturally, Anko would have reported her student's whereabouts when he had not returned to the village with her a week or so ago, and so it was no surprise that Sandame knew all about his short stay in the Hidden Mist. "That was a business venture, though I will admit that I had a nice time over there." Naruto had no particular desire to heap guilt onto the Hokage through comparing his positive experiences in Kirigakure to his usual routine in Konoha. The shinobi elder had previously apologized on one occasion, and that was more than enough to appease the spiky blonde where he was concerned. Sandame wasn't really to blame anyway. He couldn't help that the villagers under his stewardship were by and large ignorant swine. "Nice to hear. Go ahead with your report." Naruto wasn't one to beat around the bush and came right out with it. "According to some intel that was shared with me during my mission with Anko-sensei, in Port Sakai, there's going to be an enemy invasion taking place sometime during the approaching Chunin exams. Oto and Suna are the two villages involved in the plot." All the previous mirth departed the Hokage's demeanor in an instant, and the old man became very serious. Obviously, he hadn't been expecting to hear something that concerned the entire village's security. Sandame considered a moment and responded, "I'll need to know who your sources were to begin with. Tell me the entire story." "Well, I'm sure Anko-sensei told you about the two strong chakra sources in Sakai." The Hokage nodded and exhaled his tobacco smoke. "She mentioned them in her report, yes. One attacked her, and the other apparently came to your aid against Momochi Zabuza. She also said that they were both cloaked and that you were unable to get a good look at either. By your current demeanor, I'm going to have to guess that you weren't telling her the exact truth. I already have my own theories as to where their allegiances lie, but those can be discussed later. Please continue." The demon vessel took a quick breath and did so, at last sitting down in a chair and leaning on his Sandame's ornate wooden desk. Naruto placed his Zanbatsu and weighted coat on the ground next to him, and his nameless katana on the desktop. He got the vibe that this unscheduled meeting was going to take a while and decided to relax into a less strenuous position. Kneeling on ceremony with all that weight on his back hurt like hell. The one who saved my tail was a Kiri missing nin named Hashigaki Kisame, and the one who attacked Anko-sensei with a Jinjutsu and later showed up to terminate Zabuza was our S-class criminal Uchiha Itachi. While he was battling with Zabuza, I overheard Kisame mentioning that they were involved with an organization known as Akatsuki. Sarutobi's countenance waxed even graver still at this news, and Naruto guessed that the Akatsuki meant something to the old man. Naruto continued by reporting that Itachi had been the one to pass along the invasion warning, as well as the not-so-little detail that Orochimaru explicitly intended to assassinate the Hokage. Uchiha Demon Itachi and Daimyo Killer Kisame. This doesn't look good. Naruto remembered hearing that a single man had assassinated Water Country's daimyo, along with all the ruler's clan and retainers some time ago. So that had been Kisame's work. With both him and Uchiha Itachi ranked among their numbers, this Akatsuki looked as though it would be an extremely dangerous group to cross. That was not a pleasant thought, seeing as the shadowy organization seemed to have a keen interest in both Naruto and his demonic partner. Perhaps the group might be able to assist in the Spiky Blonde's personal quest to break the fourth seal, but the demon container was nowhere near naive enough to pretend that such aid would come without a very heavy price. Not when such notorious shinobi as the known two were involved. Regardless, the more important issue now is meeting this invasion plot. The demon container had remained silent throughout Sarutobi's quiet verbal musings. Hi, Hoke-sama. That's all I have to report on anything relevant to the attack. Sandame nodded and returned to his thoughts. Naruto took this as a non-verbal indicator that his presence was no longer needed and made to leave. The blonde donned his weighted leather trench coat once more and reattached his katana to his waist. He was reaching down to take his Zanbatsu in hand when Sarutobi spoke again. Naruto, don't leave yet. I want to ask you something. The Uzumaki prodigy returned to his seat and stared levelly at his sworn Kage. As you command, Hokage-sama. I am listening. Give me your personal opinion on this intel, whether or not you think it reliable. A curious request, as though the greatest and wisest sage in the village, and also perhaps all the 5 shinobi countries, would ever need Uzumaki Naruto's advice on any matter. The demon container had no clue as to what the old man's angle was, but tried to answer as best he could. He was a pure war shinobi, not a strategist. Well, I can't see any reason to doubt it, despite the source. It's not like Uchiha or the Akatsuki could be gaining anything through putting us on our mettle. Were they planning some move against Konoha? It'd be counterproductive to get us to increase village security during the exams and minimize our casualties when Orochimaru carries out his scheme. Maybe the organization could be planning its own business in either Sound or Sansoon, and they're trying to borrow our hands to weaken their target now. Sarutobi turned in his high chair and gazed outside through his window, observing his domain. Lunch hour was on at the Hokage Tower, and several employees were out grabbing a bite to eat and conversing among the many small establishments that rimmed Konoha's central administrative complex. The sun was shining bright in the sky. Naruto noticed with some approval that the eatery, where he had spoken with Kurenai prior to leaving on his last mission, had almost no customers now. The illusions that the red-eyed Kunoichi had woven over the place must have made a lasting impression on the clientele. A sound analysis, no pun intended, but consider these alternatives. Maybe they plan to conduct a covert operation inside the village, and this warning is a ploy to divert attention to our borders. Or maybe this Akatsuki only wants to sow mistrust between Konoha and Suna, knowing that we're at peace at the moment, and created this tale to do it. Both were viable explanations, though Naruto had considered neither. Nor did he care what the Akatsuki's motives were. He was rather hoping that there would be an invasion. A war would give him many new enemies to kill to increase his power and prestige. Then you think that the intel was nothing but a smokescreen meant to deceive us. The Hokage shook his head in the negative and smoked his pipe again. The burning tobacco aroma that seemed to distinguish Sandame's quarters within Naruto's memories now controlled the air within the lavish room. Quite the opposite. Naruto, I think it's genuine. The Hidden Sand is in dire straits right now because Wind Country's daimyo has slashed their budget, and their Kazekage is desperate enough to accept making a deal with Orochimaru in order to advance his village's position at Konoha's expense, our treaty regardless. But as a leader, one must learn to explore every possible angle and then make a decision. Keep that in mind. A test, then, but I'm not a team leader. I'm nothing but a killing instrument, yours. Kurenai seems to think you're developing into one within her team. Cold blue eyes narrowed in deliberation. The demon container didn't believe that he was anything resembling a team captain. Fuck, he hadn't ever really even trained alongside the mutt in Yamanaka, much less having actually battled with them. He supposed that he could acknowledge being Kiba's leader at least. The brash and arrogant Inuzuka had always shadowed in his direction, even in the Genin Academy, even though they had never been that close. Naruto had long been a complete loner, allowing nothing save the Kyuubi into his heart and dreams. And yet somehow the idea that these two other Genin looked up to and depended on him wasn't so repulsive. And I guess Kurina-san dropped I told you this while I was out on the mission. She had said the same thing months ago during their initial conversation once the team introductions had ended, that he was becoming the team's leader. Whether or not that trusted position was being placed in the right hands with the demon carrier remained to be seen. Naruto decided that he would make an honest attempt at it, at least. Yes, she stormed in the morning and Anko departed. Once she'd gotten through lambasting me about my sending you on an extermination mission, I asked her to give me a report on your progress with your teammates. The spiky blonde's lips curled into a mulish sneer as he crossed his arms in annoyance. That woman, she meddles too much. I've always known what being shinobi means. She worries about you, Naruto, and your emotional well-being. She cares, you know. Somewhere deep inside, in a place long since buried underneath the demon carrier's hate and bitterness and shinobi convictions, Naruto appreciated Kurenai's concern. He knew that her care was something genuine due to her having reacted so violently when he was insulted at that restaurant weeks ago. But the stunning woman didn't understand how matters stood. The spiky blonde had previously cast everything else aside, had stripped his own soul bare in order to reconstruct it into the model shinobi image with the demon's assistance, seizing his purpose like she would have wanted to mint leaving him with nothing. That could not be allowed. Naruto gave a dismissive hand wave. She's ignorant. I've been claiming lives since I was a small child, and it's much too late to wash all that blood clean now. These hands are stained crimson, and I couldn't care less. I've never once regretted the choices I've made. Hokage-sama, this is what I want to be. There's no turning back on this road. I'm walking. The Hokage stopped smoking and cleaned out his pipe with a tired sigh. That's your decision to make, whatever the consequences. But you don't have to do it. Actually, it was Sarutobi's decision what to do with the demon vessel. Naruto supposed that Sandame would allow him to drop back down to being a regular genin and advance through the Konoha shinobi ranks at the same relative plotting pace as the others. But that idea didn't please the blonde. He wouldn't let down his Kage or his demon like that. To accept being mediocre when one could achieve greatness was inexcusable. Maybe so, but I can tell that I would never be content doing any less than I could. Since that's how it is, your team is doing a D-rank mission in the South District. Taking that remark to be his actual dismissal, Naruto stood and bowed to the Hokage one last time as the demon carrier shouldered Kubikiri Hocho and made his way towards the oaken door. He had set his palm onto the handle when the old man detained him again. One last thing, Naruto. Naruto stopped and turned his head to regard the Sandame. Sarutobi's stare was level with the spiky blonde genin's new customized attire and showed mild disapproval. Moments passed, and then the Hokage waved an aged hand towards the door. Never mind. Good work in bringing this intelligence to my attention. Dismissed. The demon container shrugged and took his leave with a wave over the shoulder. Naruto inattentively noticed Sandame summoning an ANBU squadron into his quarters as he turned onto the stairs. Deciding that the matter wasn't his concern, the blonde exited the Hokage Tower and proceeded towards his own destination. He didn't need long to get where he was going. Naruto had considered heading over to the South District, but decided that since the Hokage hadn't outright ordered him to assist in Team 8's domestic duties, he would sit down to a late lunch at Ichiraku's instead. The demon carrier supposed that it was hypocritical to mentally swear to always do as much as his abilities allowed during his meeting with Sandame, seeing as he was now not even an hour later deliberately shirking a mission in order to eat. There is a simple solution to the little dilemma, however, he thought as he slid into an alleyway. Enhin no Jutsu, and then Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto employed the henge technique to revert back to his appearance prior to the changes wrought by his trip to the Hidden Mist, and then created a dozen shadow clones with that same look. The demon vessel wanted to gauge how the Mutt and Yamanaka reacted to his brand new style with his own eyes, and Kurenai-san as well. He sent the clones towards Konoha's more downtrodden South District with orders to search out his comrades and see their mission through. A proper Taicho had to know how to delegate. Well now, the prodigal son returns again. Take your seat, my boy. Naruto showed a little rare smile as he sank down into what had years ago been, and in recent weeks once again become his seat at Ichiraku Ramen, leaning his Zanbatsu against a wooden column near his position. The blonde had kept his accidental promise to Ayam and her old man by visiting the place at least twice a week ever since becoming a real shinobi. I've only been gone 2 weeks, Gramps. Give me the unhealthiest thing on the menu. The demon vessel had been delighting in rediscovering his old passion where boiled noodles were concerned. He now had the means to purchase more nutritious sustenance, but nothing brought out old nostalgia like Ichiraku Ramen. Getting to visit Ayam was a welcome bonus too. She had ceased pursuing any romantic entanglements with the younger shinobi with his less than enthusiastic reaction to her earlier attempt, and the two had since settled into a relaxed camaraderie. At least, they were as close as Naruto would accept becoming with any non-shinobi. Civilians constituted a liability in the end. Now, there's what I've been waiting to hear. Couldn't stand seeing you ordering vegetable ramen and miso soup all the time. That's not what my oldest and biggest customer's supposed to do. 1 super deluxe ramen coming down the hatch. Naruto doubted that he was either. Some people were so simple to please, the demon vessel noted with a little amusement. All he had to do was drop by the stand and order something packed with salt and cholesterol, and old man Ichiraku was as happy as a clam during high tide. I don't see Ayam-chan around, old man. Nothing happened to her while I was gone, I hope. The old ramen stand owner waved away the blonde's curiosity with a smile. She's away visiting some relatives in another village, that's all. She'll be happy to know you asked about her, though. Naruto lazily dispelled his hinge and popped his sore neck with a sigh whilst the old man heaped what had to be the ramen bowl answer to Haruno Sakura's much maligned brow onto his designated spot on the counter. He separated the cheap wooden chopsticks and tore in without bothering with the proper ritual. He hadn't done so in several years. I thought I'd told you to stop eating this salty garbage, brat. The Kyuubi's roar interrupted Naruto's third bite, causing the blonde to shudder. Quiet, Baka Fox. This is my sole guilty pleasure, and I'm going to enjoy it. Most might think it's somewhat crass to see a person who killed other human beings on a near constant basis with no remorse or compassion to instead view something as ordinary as eating salted ramen with guilt, but to Uzumaki Naruto, this could only be natural. Nothing save his demon's demands and his Kage's orders mattered. This is my body too, you insolent mortal. Order us something healthy or else. You can't do anything about it but complain, and you know it. Let me eat in peace. The demon retreated back into his domain, grumbling all the while. Meanwhile, his host resumed consuming his unwholesome meal with something between disinterest and gusto. The old man was occupied with other customers, having to both cook and serve at the same time due to Ayam's absence, and had no time to make small talk. Um, please excuse me, Uzumaki-san. I'd like to ask you about something. The spiky blonde had noticed another person taking the seat next to his several moments prior, but it paid the matter no particular mind. Ichiraku's was quite busy at the time, and there had to be at least some people within the disgusting village who were hungry enough to sit next to the demon and stomach his presence. Only when the girl addressed him did Naruto bother to spare her a glance. He was a little surprised at who he saw there. His companion was a young Kunoichi who had graduated the Genin Academy a year ago. Naruto had done some practical exercises with her. Tam Tam, or something was her name. The demon container blinked when he recognized her. Oh, I remember you, the year above mine in the academy, the weapons specialist. The girl beamed a little at being acknowledged, even though not by name. She wore a simple pink kunoichi training dress and had dark brown hair that was pinned into two buns parallel to her ears in a practical manner. Twin bangs covered her hitayate on either side, but were cut short so as not to obscure her vision. Naruto approved. Long hair could be to one's detriment in combat, a lesson that he would like to see Ino absorb eventually. She was rather cute, with deep brown eyes and a slim and athletic physique, but more appealed to the demon vessel in that her overall demeanor indicated that she didn't take much pain to obsess over looking attractive. Naruto hated the glamour aspect that Haruno and, until recently, Yamanaka always displayed. The girl rose and gave a demure bow. Gomenasai, I know we've never spoken, but I couldn't help noticing that Zamtu. The older Kunoichi nodded towards Kubikiri Hocho, which stood in the shade provided by the column. Naruto wasn't wholly surprised. Such a high-quality sword would no doubt be a great interest to a budding weapons mistress. The spiky blonde was even somewhat eager to discuss the matter. So pleased was he to come across somebody who wanted to talk about shinobi concepts. And a Kunoichi, no less. He had once thought that he was damned to never meet a girl with whom he was even the least bit attuned. Naruto hoisted the Zanbatsu by its steel blade and presented its handle to her. She accepted it with a reverent expression, looking it over and mastering its weight with practiced ease. Something I acquired on my latest mission. The sword once belonged to a missing need. This is a real masterpiece. Little air resistance, and the alloy used is light and durable. Naruto decided to explain the weapon's history, seeing as she was so mesmerized by it. The demon vessel didn't get the big deal. The Zanbatsu was awkward and heavy to him. He had managed to use it on Gato, but he had kept it more or less as a showpiece. Old man Ichiraku came over to take the girl's order. She didn't seem to want anything, but ordered some mint tea to be polite, since she was occupying a seat at the pack stand. The previous wielder was Kirigakure no Kijin, Momochi Zabuza. No surprise that it's a good blade. The spiky blonde smirked in amusement as the girl's eyes widened and her head whipped over to lock his cold blue eyes in an incredulous stare. Eventually, she matched his expression as she retook her seat, answering with a mild mocking voice. But Zabuza was in the Seven Swordsmen. To get his weapon, you'd have to have killed him somehow. Please excuse my being a little bit skeptical. They were only the most renowned blade masters in all the 5 countries. Naruto wasn't bothered in the least. He wouldn't have ever been willing to believe that any genin had slain an enemy as strong as Zabuza. He was then surprised in retrospect that the authorities in Kirigakure had paid him the bounty on the deceased Miss Devil. The demon container would have held the girl in less regard had she been so willing to accept his tale without some substantial evidence, especially since she knew Momochi Zabuza's skill and reputation. Naruto was likewise impressed that she did her homework. Few would know another village's nuke-nin, especially among genin. Not at all. Actually, I'd have thought you rather gullible in the other case, miss. She blushed in embarrassment and hung her head, adopting a genuinely apologetic tone. Oh, Cammy, help me. I didn't give you my name. Such terrible manners. I am Tenten. At least his initial guess had been somewhat close. Tenten stood and extended her hand with a smile. Naruto arched an inquisitive eyebrow and used to having people making attempts to become his acquaintance, but accepted and returned the gesture with a casual expression. Those who didn't sneer tended to avoid him. This was a welcome change. Uzumaki Naruto, but I think you already knew that. And I wasn't lying about Zabuza. Naturally, he wasn't telling the whole truth either. But Naruto didn't care to admit that the mist devil had kicked him around like a rag doll until somebody else showed to lend a hand. She smiled again and looked at the weapons girded at his waist and wrists. Sure you weren't. I could tell you like swords. Those can be stored in scrolls, you know. As though proving a point, Tintin reached into her belt and withdrew a small scroll. Naruto pretended to be intrigued, but wasn't. Storing various items inside scrolls was a basic technique taught to students at the Genin Academy. Nothing special. Some smoke rose as the Kunoichi channeled chakra into the scroll, and a well-made katana appeared in her hand. Tintin placed the sword back inside the scroll and retrieved it again. See, look, that's a whole lot easier than carrying all that weight around with you. They help with my strength training like they are, and they make me look intimidating. Tintin rolled her brown eyes at the last comment. Naruto went back to eating his ramen. Typical macho man, always trying to put on an act. I didn't think you were the sort. The spiky blonde outright cringed at being called a macho man. Naruto remembered when Yamanaka had taunted Kiba by calling the same thing during their team introductions with Kurenai-san. Being compared to the mutt was a terrible thing indeed. Tintin was mistaken to dismiss his motives so easily. Presenting a suitable vision could change the tide in a battle or win it outright at the start. Such was the entire point behind employing Genjutsu techniques. The elite in Naruto couldn't resist enlightening the girl. But in some cases, such a show can win a battle alone. A dangerous smokescreen can trick one's enemies into losing their cool and make them helpless. Any proper shinobi has to use whatever advantages exist in a combat situation or else be killed. Tintin sent him an odd look. Naruto could get quite passionate when expounding about shinobi codes and principles, a character quirk about which the Kyuubi had mercilessly ridiculed him more than once in the past. The girl tapped her chin in thought and nodded. That makes some sense, I guess. I still think all that added weight would make a huge liability, though. The logic you're giving me sounds like losing 3 steps and only making 1 back. And your smokescreen could be done with a hinge anyway. All valid points. Though the demon carrier wanted to train his body to the point where the weapons didn't impede him at all, and thus all these issues that Tintin was bringing to light would be rendered moot. I'd store the steel when I went into battle, obviously. I'm using the weapons to train. Hey, my sensei's Mato guy. I know a thing or two about training weights. Thank you. Naruto glanced down at his weighted coat and thought about the hideous green leotard that the man had sent him as a get-well present a while back, shaking his head in exasperation. Better Tintin than him, was the sole thought his mind could piece together. The poor thing. The weapons user glanced at her watch and then muttered a curse. And on that happy note, I've got team training at ground 31 and I'm late. HRM, such dedication. And here I am skipping a mission to eat ramen and chat. Tintin grinned and shook her head as she started away. I've had a nice time meeting you, Uzumaki-kun. Maybe we could have a spar together sometime. We seem to have a lot in common. Naruto shrugged as took the last remaining ramen between his chopsticks and downed the now lukewarm noodles. A shinobi's answer to a date, perhaps. A practice match seemed more suitable to the demon vessel than dinner and a movie, at least. There was no current romantic interest on his part, even though Tintin was a cute girl, and they seemed to get along well enough. The proposal might advance his training. Studying underneath Mato Guy, this girl would have to have gleaned some advanced taijutsu skills in a year since leaving the academy, and he needed serious work in that small department, but still wasn't quite willing to go to her eccentric green-clad sensei and ask his aid. Beyond that, the spiky blonde didn't know what else might develop. At least the demon didn't seem to have a problem with her, though the Ninetales was more than likely giving his host the cold shoulder over the ramen and would voice his negative opinion later. Sure thing, but don't expect me to go light on you because you're a girl. Tintin only laughed and waved over her shoulder as she bounded onto a near building and away towards the shinobi training grounds. Naruto reached into the bag on the ground near him and withdrew in small sum needed to pay his bill and went away in his own direction. He never did rendezvous with his teammates. The demon carrier had been so absorbed with Tintin that he hadn't even noticed the chakra used to create and maintain his clones returning to his pool. He ambled along towards his apartment, pondering over the new acquaintance he'd made that day. The next morning, the spiky blonde walked towards Training Ground 2 alongside the mutt and his mongrel. He had guessed right that Team Kurenai had exercises scheduled that morning, and all he'd had to do was skulk around near the Inuzuka compound until Kiba came out and then tail him. That genius scheme had lasted a little over 1 minute until Akamaru caught his on his scent and Kiba called him out. "Man, you could have waited outside my house. Didn't need to stalk me like some target." Naruto grinned and toyed with his unsheathed katana as the mutt pulled an irritated scowl and grunted out his complaint, Akamaru yipping along with him. Kiba actually seemed a little peeved this time. Maybe he wasn't a morning pooch. But that wouldn't have been entertaining, and I wanted to test your scouting skills. "Well, looks like we aced then. Akamaru and me caught onto your big ass easy enough." As though he were doing his absolute best to remain concealed. Naruto supposed there was little he could do about his scent, and whatever he could do required too much work to bother with in this scenario. The blonde decided to get in one parting shot on the issue. He could have corrected the Inuzuka's grammar also, but didn't bother with loose causes. "The dog aced the practical, not you. But I suppose you can get passing marks at least." The mutt snorted but grinned back as well. Another round ended. "Whatever, asshole. Anyhow, people have been talking about you a lot this last week." The demon carrier gave no visible response, though he was somewhat intrigued. Whatever rumors had been spreading must have been rather serious, considering the changed attitudes that the villagers had been showing since his return. The swine weren't being nice or hospitable, but now they looked away when he came down the street. Something had them intimidated and good. "People talk about me all the time, and what they have to say is never good." Kiba sent him an understanding look that he didn't need. The blonde's reputation was no secret to either person. The Inuzuka had no doubt heard worse insults aimed at the demon carrier, those that the craven villagers would never dare utter to the whisker-marked Kyuubi child outright. His ears were extremely sharp. This isn't the same as all that other mess, though. Kurenai-sensei would know more about it. Some weird-ass bullshit that Snake Woman was saying. All I've heard was that her story was something like you killed some 36 armed gangsters on your mission and went and took out 2 high-class missing nin the next morning. The 2 genin and 1 dog then arrived at the designated training ground. The morning sun was starting to peek out through the clouds, but it was overcast and still very dark. Naruto wondered what in the hell could have gotten Anko to blurt out that many details concerning their mission, as though she hadn't given him the order to do what he'd done then. The spiky blonde supposed that it didn't matter in the end. The demon container's expression slipped into disdain when Kiba slapped his shoulder with a laugh, as though the entire tale were some ridiculous untruth. Taking everything into account, the actual number is somewhere closer to 100. Kiba stared at the other genin a moment in shock, but didn't make any gestures that one might associate with hostility or disapproval over the revelation. Naruto plopped down on the dewy grass and leaned against a scorched tree trunk. Several shuriken were embedded in the wood above him. He subconsciously kept an eye open in case a kunai were to come soaring at his cranium, needing a moment to realize that he wasn't training with Anko. 100 kills, man. That's some serious shit. Must have been like a war or something. Kiba perched on a low but sturdy branch on the same tree. Naruto took his katana and plunged the nameless blade into the trunk, leaning back and staring at it with disinterest. Something like that, yeah? I can't believe you all always train this early in the morning. The demon carrier could wake up early and not be hindered, but he didn't like to. Faye, Ino's never here on time anyway, always spending hours preening at the mirror. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he sensed a kunai whistling through the morning air in his general direction. Something seemed a bit strange, however. Kiba must have heard it also as the mutt rolled to his right. The demonic blonde caught the incoming weapon with ease. Whoever had tossed the blade hadn't been very strong or accurate about it. Say that again, Inazuka Kiba. I dare you. My looks are all natural, I'll have you know. The demon carrier tossed the kunai between his hands and glanced to the spot where he knew the boisterous Yamanaka was about to land. Naruto sometimes wondered how he'd managed to get teamed with the two loudest genin in his class. The spiky blonde noticed that she hadn't bothered putting on her usual bandage wrappings underneath her training clothes, and that she had her hair arranged rather than hanging down in the typical ponytail. Now relaxed in his position on the ground, Naruto let out a mild yawn. "Ohio, Yamanaka, you look exhausted. Not that I'm much better right now." Yamanaka blinked in surprise, obviously not having noticed or expected her other teammate. Poor perceptive abilities, the demon container thought with disapproval. He had been conversing with the mutt in a rather loud-out voice. There was no reason not to register his presence in the area. "Naruto-senpai, I didn't know you were back home yet. And you got new gear too." His look was easy to notice even in the poor light. He hadn't bothered with his weighted coat or Zanbatsu on that morning. He was much too bushed to deal with the extra weight. His crimson bodysuit and Kevlar body armor were quite visible. The demon kanji on his new protector wasn't so. "I wanted to catch up with you all when I was done reporting, but that didn't work out." Meaning you ordered some bunshin out and didn't bother going along with them. Naruto reached up and gripped his katana handle where the blade was buried in the tree and used it as a brace to stand when he heard Kurenai's voice, pulling the steel sword loose with a harsh tug and sheathing it. The spiky blonde leaned against the somewhat scorched tree again and stared at his team's instructor. Kurenai's red eyes seemed to glitter in the rising sun as she walked casually into the training area. "That's about right. But I'm here now, at least. Naruto Taicho has come to serve. Hey, my captain, Uzumaki, nobody died and put you in charge." "Shut it, mutt. Nobody died and asked your worthless opinion either." "Fuck you, Naruto. And it'll be the best you'll ever get, sweetheart." Akamaru included. The two kunoichi on the squad looked at one another and sighed. Naruto and Kiba both smirked at each other and then ceased their vulgar banter. There was no lingering resentment between them, as there never was. "That'll be enough, boys. Naruto, I'm glad you decided to come and train with us." The demon carrier nodded and replied with a serious tone. "Well, I've been a pretty lousy teammate until now. Watching another squad working so well together in Wave Country made me realize that, and I'd like to change things around now. I'm sure I can handle these sessions with what I've already got with Anko's sensei. Well, we've got a good chance to see where we are. Team 7 has challenged us." Kurenai went on to explain that some person, whom Naruto guessed at once to be one Mitarashi Anko, had mentioned the demon carrier's exploits in Sakai to some ANBU in the Hokage Tower lobby, right as Team Kakashi was coming in to deliver a mission report. The masked copy-nin had seemingly been intrigued and wanted to see whether or not the spiky blonde hype was real, and had gone to Team 8's instructor to arrange a spar between him and his own little star pupil Uchiha Sasuke. Kurenai had countered with a proposal that would place both complete teams against one another in an elimination-type sparring match. "Sounds good to me. I've been itching to put the smack down on Sasuke a while now." Naruto shook his head at the mutt's enthusiasm as the Inazuka threw up an arm and hooped. He wholly expected Ino to complain about not wanting to mix it up against her precious Sasuke-kun. The Yamanaka said nothing, though, and actually seemed eager to show what skills she'd learned since leaving the academy. "Finally, I get to put that forehead girl in her place. I'll teach her to look down on me." The demon carrier knew what this challenge was really all about, and it had nothing at all to do with Itachi Kakashi having any interest in observing him. The year's highest-ranked rookie couldn't brook seeing Naruto gaining more recognition than the would-be Avenger and wanted to throw down with him to appease his pathetic ego, and had said something indicating as much. And his sensei decided to indulge the brat's whims and create a scenario where Sasuke could take the demon carrier on in a controlled environment. The spiky blonde didn't consider the other genin to be worth bothering with, but would agree to the challenge to give his teammates a chance at getting some needed combat experience. I've got no problems with it. Uchiha needs an ass kicking, and I'll give him one. Kurenai seemed extraordinarily pleased to see her team so anxious to compete. Excellent. I'll set the match to take place in 1 week. And now we'll begin preparing. And so began Naruto's only team training session, despite having been on the squad over 2 months. Deep down, he knew that he would soon leave them behind, as his advanced skills would see him through the shinobi ranks at a quicker pace than Kiba and Ino could even hope to match. But until then, he decided that he would do everything that he could to assist in making them as strong and skilled as either could be. The demon carrier knew what this challenge was really all about, and it had nothing at all to do with Hitaki Kakashi having any interest in observing him. The year's highest-ranked rookie couldn't brook seeing Naruto gaining more recognition than the would-be Avenger, and wanted to throw down with him to appease his pathetic ego, and had said something indicating as much. And his sensei decided to indulge the brat's whims and create a scenario where Sasuke could take the demon carrier on in a controlled environment. The spiky blonde didn't consider the other genin to be worth bothering with, but would agree to the challenge to give his teammates a chance at getting some needed combat experience. I've got no problems with it. Uchiha needs an ass kicking, and I'll give him one. Kurenai seemed extraordinarily pleased to see her team so anxious to compete. Excellent. I'll set the match to take place in 1 week. And now we'll begin preparing. And so began Naruto's only team training session, despite having been on the squad over 2 months. Deep down, he knew that he would soon leave them behind, as his advanced skills would see him through the shinobi ranks at a quicker pace than Kiba and Ino could even hope to match. But until then, he decided that he would do everything that he could to assist in making them as strong and skilled as either could be. Nine-Tailed Serpent, Chapter 8. Synthesis by Fire. Team Kurenai versus Team Kakashi. Disclaimer: Naruto ain't mine. Not making any money here, you know the deal. 1 week passed, and the time had come to hold the exhibition. Naruto decided to go alone to the scheduled training ground an hour or so early and get in some actual practice time, having nothing better to do with his morning. This time he was decked out in his complete battle gear, including the weighted coat and cleaver. This particular practice site had a small lake in the center, as well as several rocky knolls and a small wood rimming an edge. The place seemed to be landscaped to simulate various terrain types in one single central area. Nothing natural or realistic by any stretch, but the grounds did permit visitors to train in several elemental technique releases in a convenient location. Naruto walked atop the still lake water until he reached the center and unclasped his Zanbatsu. The demon carrier hated physical training and always tended to cram as much into as little time as he could, so that he could get on his studying and mastering techniques and doing exercises that he liked. Here he was both working with his chakra control through standing on the water and enhancing his body's strength and deepening his tenketsu by working through basic kata with his cumbersome cleaver and channeling chakra into his hands to make wielding the steel blade easier. Once in a rhythm, he started walking and then later hopping around while doing his routine, increasing the precision needed in his chakra control. Look, Guy-sensei, Uzumaki Naruto-kun's youth is burning strong this morning as well. The loud booming voice through the spiky blonde's concentration, causing him to release all the chakra he had been storing in his blade while swinging it down through the water. Naruto sank about an inch into the lake as well, but quickly regained his bearings and redistributed his chakra, 2 legs and a hand resting upon the rippling waters. He almost lost control over the Zanbatsu as well, but managed to regain his hold over the blade thanks to its long handle. This was all instinct, as the demon vessel's attention was on the blade chakra he had expelled underwater. The unchained energy streaked through the lake, parting the liquid plain as it traveled in a straight beeline towards the bank and exploded, creating a sizable crater and showering the immediate area in mud and dirt. The spiky blonde shinobi blinked in wonderment. Quite interesting, subterranean chakra missile expelled through the blade. I'll need to examine this again on land. Naruto concentrated chakra into his legs and sprang into the air, landing on the grass several meters beyond the disturbed lakeside. He turned to the newly arrived Team 6 as he attempted to replicate the swing pattern he had used on accident when Mato Guy's loud apprentice startled him. The spiky blonde wasn't sure whether to be pissed at having been caught unawares or content that he had been able to react and compensate as speedily as he had. He was somewhat surprised that the strange Gaki even knew who he was. The demon carrier had never exchanged so much as a glance with the other youth. Ohio, Utsumaki-kun. We didn't mean to disturb your practice. Please excuse us. Tintin was polite all the time, it seemed. The weapons user was approaching with her squad and had that same small pink tinge on her cheeks. A curious phenomenon, indeed. He supposed that he too would be embarrassed to have two ridiculous bozos like Guy and his clone as teammates. Tintin and Naruto had met to have that sparring session 2 days prior, and she had been the one to teach him the basic sword exercises that he had been doing moments ago. The spiky blonde hoped to make such sessions into a habit, as he had managed to assimilate a lot in those couple hours. Tintin's spandex-clad sensei and teammate both wore identical grins. With them was a long-haired Hyuga boy who the demon carrier vaguely recalled as being the previous year's top student at the Genin Academy, walking behind them with a cold expression. Naruto decided to set aside her concerns, though he was a bit quizzical as to why in the hell her team was even there. Don't worry about it. The interruption might have helped me invent a new technique. Naruto glanced about, seeking a suitable target. He might have lounged around and chatted with his new acquaintance and sparring partner in another situation, but a rather childish obsession with his accidental new skill was dominating his current attentions. The demon vessel glimpsed a tall pine in the near distance and nodded his approval, not even allocating a single moment to greet Mato Guy or his students. He concentrated his chakra through his arms and into the blade again and cleaved into the earth, releasing the stored potential in the same method that he had on the lake. Sakebi, Koutetsu no Mononoke. Screaming Steel Spectre, a suitable name, though perhaps a little long-winded. Naruto used minimal chakra in creating the attack, and the missile detonated well prior to reaching its intended destination, leaving a small crack along its straight path and a much more minuscule crater than a larger shockwave had produced at the lakeside. That led him to make the tentative conclusion that the travel distance and explosive potential was proportional to the chakra used. That made sense enough. Uzumaki-kun, maybe you ought to conserve your chakra until the match. So Team Guy knew about the exhibition. Naruto supposed that they had come to watch. Despite what she was saying, he knew that the weapons mistress in training had a keen interest in what he was doing, at least to the extent that she was shadowing him when she was supposed to be with her teammates. There's no need to bother. My energy levels won't matter. Better step aside, Tintin. Tintin shook her head and muttered something about boys under her breath as she moved well clear. Guy and Caterpillar Brows were having an animated discussion as the Hyuga stood in an isolated shaded spot with his arms crossed observing what the spiky blonde was occupied with. Those milky eyes betrayed nothing, the demon carrier noticed on a look. There weren't many among Konoha's youth who could stare down Naruto and not react to his presence at all. Aburame Shino was the one other that he could recall. Sakebi Koutetsu no Mononoke. The second test had as much chakra behind it as Naruto could muster without either placing serious strain on his arms or risking breaking the Zanbatsu. This attack tore through the soil and upturned the ground as it moved at rapid speed, zigzagging about in an almost indiscriminate route in the general direction that the demon carrier had aimed. The underground missile veered right and streaked well beyond the tree that Naruto had chosen as his target, eventually colliding on its haphazard course with a large boulder and ripping out a massive chunk with a loud explosion. Somehow, I don't think that was quite what you were aiming to do. The spiky blonde was too enthralled to hear her, and his mumbled response was more a personal observation than a retort. Mastering new techniques was his one genuine passion in his civilian existence, as he called those times when not training with his instructors or out on missions with some marginal disdain. Not quite. When I don't use enough chakra, the attack has no range or power, but when I use too much, it becomes wild and inaccurate. Either version will make the technique worthless. I'll need to hammer out some workable compromise between the two. But right now we have other business to attend to, so do please stop making a mess. The demon container shouldered his Zanbatu when he heard his team's instructor arriving and gave a bored shrug. Team 8's other two members weren't with her. Such remarkable cohesion they showed. The Mutt and Yamanaka did appear moments later, however, right at the designated time. Team 7 was nowhere to be seen. Gomen, Kurenai-san, wasn't thinking about time. The other team's not here, though. Naruto walked at a deliberate pace over to where the crimson-eyed Kunoichi stood and waited there, as did his arriving teammates. Tenten went back to her team as well. This little practice slaughter didn't mean much to him, so he couldn't have cared less whether or not Hitaki's squad showed at all. Kurenai crossed her arms with a scowl. Oomph. I'm sure Kakashi ran across a black cat and had to take a detour or something. Naruto cocked an eyebrow, not quite comprehending the meaning behind the woman's remark due to his never having been exposed to Sharingan Kakashi's quirks. The Jinchuriki nodded over to Ino, who was looking at the huge cleaver on his shoulder with some apprehensiveness. She had told him during their last team matting that she had placed no particular credence in the rumors that had been spreading throughout the village about him, but seeing the terrible weapon that he now carried might have led her to believe that there was something to them. The demon vessel didn't care. Ino could believe whatever she liked. Kiba, meanwhile, was giving some instructions to Akamaru, making his own last-minute preparations. Almost an hour passed in relative peace, and Team 7 had still not arrived. Do not despair. Eternal rival Kakashi is late once again, but he shall make it here soon. Guy attempted to alleviate the rising tension in the air with some idiotic thumbs-up pose. Naruto crossed his arms and stared at the man as though the spandex-wearing martial arts master were deranged, which he might well have been. Not that the blonde epitomized the sane mind either. Kurenai sent Guy a gentle smile that tried to hide her own ambiguities regarding the man. Thanks, Guy. That was quite enlightening. Kiba leaned over and whispered into Naruto's ear a bit louder than needed. More like retarded. Man, what a nutcase. The demon container smirked as his gaze roved over the tight green getup that the man wore. I cannot quite disagree. Sorry we're late. An old lady needed assistance crossing the street. Naruto wrinkled his nose in irritation. That was the single worst excuse he had ever heard. Though the Jinchuriki quite well knew Hitaki Kakashi via reputation, he had never met the man, and he wasn't getting a good impression now. Sakura and Sasuke were both with him. The girl looked somewhat intimidated, while Sasuke seemed more anal retentive than the demon vessel had ever seen him, as he at once locked stares with the blonde and tried his damnedest to glare a clean hole through the taller Genin's head. Also with them was Aburame Shino. Naruto wasn't aware that the insect user had been relocated onto Team 7, having taken no pains to keep tabs on his one-time classmates. The stoic kid's presence would make this encounter a little more interesting, he hoped. Kakasvikun Eternal Rival. We have come to watch these teams compete. The masked silver-haired shinobi kept his attention concentrated on the book he was holding. Naruto was aware that Kakashi possessed a Sharingan that was covered at present with his Itate, though he didn't know or care where and how the man had obtained the Uchiha bloodline limit. The Kapinin glanced at his exuberant rival with a single bored nod and blinked. Oh, wasn't listening. Naruto shook his head as Guy went into an overacted lamentation at this dismissal. Meanwhile, his apprentice was sending a ridiculous lovesick glance towards Haruno Sakura. How anybody would ever have a crush on her was something the demon carrier would never be able to understand. Let's get this started, Kakashi. We've already wasted enough time on your account. The Jinchuriki was almost surprised at Kurenai's snappish tone. Anger wasn't in her usual nature, though he did know that she could come down with a vengeance when roused. The incident at the restaurant had accentuated that point in the proverbial bold. He trailed her red gaze and noticed that her eyes were narrowed at the open book in Kakashi's hand. What he saw there explained things. Naruto had heard about the notorious Ika series that the Gama Sennin Jiraiya penned, though he'd sooner be impaled than read such pornographic sludge. The Sandaime had several volumes in his personal collection. Kurenai despised perverted men, and Tenten also seemed rather disgusted upon seeing Kakashi's notorious book. Ino didn't appear to give a damn. Kakashi grinned at the incensed woman through his mask and responded with a drawl. "Whatever you want, Kurenai-san. Guy, I'll ask you to call the match, since you're here." Guy nodded and bared his impossibly white teeth in a cheesy smile as he strode a good distance into the training area. Both teams trailed behind in their individual groups, Sakura conquering her reluctance and showing a determined appearance. The spiky blonde glanced in her direction and set his lips in a vicious smile, sneering in his mind when the young Kunoichi gulped in terror and broke eye contact. He could sense the Kyuubi mirroring the gesture, which indicated that he was watching the game too. The mutt cracked his neck and loosened his shoulders at Naruto's side, Akamaru growling with canines bared. Sasuke was situated opposite Naruto, making his intended opponent clear as he took several shuriken and crouched into position. Aburame stood in an unreadable position, but was also prepared to go at a moment's notice. Haruno and Yamanaka eyeballed one another with mutual dislike as each girl drew a kunai. "We'll continue until one team is no longer conscious or surrenders." Hajimaru made Guy accompanied his shout to begin with his trademark nice guy pose and grin that seemed most inappropriate given the situation. Sasuke leapt backwards into the air at once and hurled his shuriken down at Naruto. The spiky blonde swayed out to the side with instinctive ease, and the metal throwing stars embedded in the soil. Sakura and Ino were occupied with attacking one another in the near clearing. Naruto hurled his Zanbatsu into a tree trunk in order to dispose with its weight. He could retrieve it later should need arise. Shino seemed to consider attacking the demon carrier as well, but reconsidered the idea when his blue eyes snapped over in total awareness and he sneered. "Don't you even think about it, cockroach." The Aburame didn't react to the obvious taunt. Naruto saw Uchiha rebound against a tree and streak back down at him with a drawn kunai. Meanwhile, Kiba tossed Akamaru a soldier pill, and the spiky blonde noticed the pup's snow-white coat beginning to change to a violent red, but turned his attention back to the nearing Sasuke in time to step back, resulting in the would-be Avenger's downward swipe connecting with nothing except air. Sasuke tried another precise swing, but Naruto parried the strike with his Kevlar bracer and snapped two rapid punches into the boy's mug and spun, then sending a savate kick into the Uchiha's stomach, causing the smaller shinobi to stagger and grunt as the air stored inside his lungs was expelled. Those plated boots packed a sting. "Come on now, Avenger. I know you can do better than this." Naruto was so used to having Anko taunt and belittle him without compassion during training that he couldn't resist abusing the advantage now that he was wearing the proverbial other shoe. She did so to motivate him into trying harder, but the demon container was provoking Sasuke with a more malicious intent. Once he'd chiseled past the Uchiha's cold and brooding exterior and gotten him riled into a blind rage, then the real entertainment could commence. Sasuke snarled and attacked again, this time with some considerable killing intent. So violent, when this was supposed to be a mere spar. "I'll teach you not to mock my path, Uzumaki. You don't know anything at all." The spiky blonde sked and caught the raven-haired Genin's wrist, twisting and pulling Sasuke into a clinch. The kunai came loose and clunked onto the grass. Naruto threw a vicious knee strike that his opponent managed to catch with his other hand, but lacked the strength to outright halt, and so he still took considerable damage to his ribs along with a severe bruise on his hand. A Hittite-assisted headbutt dizzied Sasuke, and a hard thrust kick to the sternum sent him soaring back into the same tree, where Naruto's Zanbatsu was embedded into the trunk. To Uchiha's credit, his body morphed into a log as it made impact, indicating that he had managed to do Kawarimi despite being dazed. "I know that you're too weak, Uchiha. You'll never even touch Itachi at this rate. Sasuke's countenance turned murderous at his brother's mention. Naruto glimpsed Kiba battling against Aburame, and the mutt wasn't doing all that well. Shino's moves were much crisper and more practiced than the Inuzuka's. The bug user had trained and studied hard during their Genin Academy years, while Kiba had been more or less content to coast. The distinction was becoming apparent. The demon carrier would need to either incapacitate or distract Sasuke soon, or else he would be dealing with a double onslaught once the mutt went down. Tell me everything you know about Itachi. You know more than you should. But you said I knew nothing at all a moment ago. Make up your mind, Sasuke-kun. Naruto snide the addendum onto the Uchiha's name. The hook was now baited, and all that the spiky blonde shinobi needed to do was cast it into the water. Sasuke leapt over the taller Genin's head and landed to his position, then started making hand seals. The demon carrier recognized the sequence and started his own at a much more rapid pace. Excellent, this exchange would give him the opening that he wanted. He could have laughed at the Uchiha's smirk when he turned around. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Doton Dorihiki. Naruto spewed out mud in a viscous stream to create a sizable wall between him and Sasuke's Grand Fireball. An advanced protective technique he'd learned about a year ago with Sandame's permission. The intense heat baked the mud into clay, but more important to the demon vessel's scheme, also rendered Sasuke unable to see him at that moment. He disappeared into the near woods and perched onto a branch where he could observe without being visible. The two girls were having a grand Genin Academy contest in the distance, their great struggle being to decide who could do Kowarimi more times as Sakura and Ino moved about and chucked kunai and shuriken at one another and exchanged some substandard hand-to-hand blows when at close range. Embarrassing to say the least, but Naruto hadn't expected more. Kiba was now looking disoriented and battered, though Shino had taken a hard blow to the cheek and was sporting a bleeding bite wound below his kneecap. Rather than keeping things within suitable limits, Guy looked to be cheering on everybody's exuberance while thundering about springtime and burning youth power. Naruto watched Sasuke appear atop the created wall and narrow his black eyes when his opponent was no longer present. Now was the time to ensnare the hot-headed imbecile. Mugen, Thiki Dachiku. The spiky blonde layered his own original illusion technique in a large radius around the Uchiha and sent down a shadow clone to engage him with certain instructions. Naruto used much more chakra than usual in order to make his doppelganger strong and durable, as he would need it to last a while. He needed to help Kiba, but also didn't care to reveal his stronger techniques with all these observers about, Sharingan Kakashi in particular. He wasn't likely to have anything in his arsenal that the renowned Kapinin didn't, but there was also a chance that he did, and Naruto wasn't about to share anything with the man. The illusion technique he used would cause the target to perceive the closest opponent as his or her most loathed person. Sasuke's initial incredulity turned into outright hatred, and the Naruto clone spoke in the demon carrier's voice, though Sasuke's mind would perceive it to be his brother's. Very disappointing, Otudo. I can see now that sparing you back then was a waste. Uchiha Itachi, I'll kill you. And you're next. Uzumaki, you traitor. The real Naruto shook his head in disdain on his perch. That technique should not ever have worked, but he had known that it would have. No shinobi with any common sense would accept that their worst antagonist would magically appear during some random battle. But Sasuke was so riled and so dominated by hatred that the illusion had taken root in his mind at once, and he was so enraged that he wouldn't even consider the obvious. Falling into such a blatant snare, pathetic, so careless and impulsive. Finish him, brat. There's no point in waste any more time with that imbecile. The demon sometimes chose the oddest moments to make his presence known. I'd rather watch him squirm. He's locked under my power now. No need to rush. It's your battle. Don't whine when this comes back to bite you in the tail. The demon carrier smirked inside his mind as Sasuke attacked with a battle cry, and the Naruto shadow clone, Itachi, dodged the wild blow with ease. This kid was an emotional head case. The spiky blonde moved through the trees, leaving Uchiha to his induced madness, and landed on the ground near where Kiba and Shino were still going at it. Gitsuga. Kiba and Akamaru both spun at a vicious speed like living drills at Shino, who had been sidetracked a moment with Naruto's arrival. The Aburame exploded into a Kikai cloud when hit, and the destruction bugs latched onto Kiba and siphoned his chakra to nothingness within seconds, sending the spent Inuzuka into unconsciousness, or so it seemed at the moments. The mud exploded in a smoke cloud, revealing a downed and twitching Akamaru as the one who had taken the previous attack. Jujin Bunshin. The Akamaru, still standing likewise, exploded in smoke to expose the real Kiba, and he wasn't happy. Akamaru, I'm gonna pay you back in spades, bud boy. Sikyaku no Hutsu. Kiba's hands extended into claws as he dropped down onto his arms and legs like a beast. He inclined his head to stare at the demon carrier, and turned his attention back to the genin who had harmed his canine companion. Keep your cool, mutt. I'll give you a hand, so don't do anything stupid. Shino reappeared behind Naruto and pushed his shades up onto his nose. Kiba growled and rushed at him, but a claw swipe revealed this Aburame to be another insect clone. The Inuzuka was able to change directions and retreat at a high speed, and thus avoid being caught, as Akamaru had moments ago. Perhaps you should keep your attention on Uchiha. A mere clone will not stop him. Another Aburame Shino was standing on a limb on the same tree that Naruto had last occupied prior to leaping down. Sasuke would remain indisposed as long as the spiky blonde wanted. His mind was too clouded to escape the illusion. You'd be surprised. Worry about your own skin. Katan Itama. Fireballs soared towards the insect user as the demon carrier spammed his most basic Katan technique 3 times in succession and made him abandon his elevated position using the body flicker technique. Naruto also moved to the lakeside, noticing Shino's bugs swarming into the area where he'd been standing. Kiba was circling around behind the Aburame at a high speed. Sakura and Ino landed near their position as well. Both girls were bruised and scraped and winded, though Yamanaka seemed to be winning their little battle overall. Naruto would now be the one to end it, though. The spiky blonde demon vessel chose to seize the opening that their arrival created. Seniajashu. Naruto's arm extended towards Shino as a shadow. Snakes emerged through his wrist. The Aburame rolled aside to avoid them, but he wasn't the intended target. The demon container moved his wrist in another direction, and the snakes instead coiled around Haruno, binding her arms and waist and throat. The spiky blonde sneered as Sakura paled as white as a ghost. Hope you like the ride, cotton candy. Naruto manipulated his snake hand to use Haruno's body like a battering ram, sending her crashing into Shino as the bug user ended his role. The two teams' 7 members butted heads with Sakura moving at high velocity, staggering both and shattering the Aburame's trademark black shades. The spiky blonde heaved Haruno into the air until the shadow snakes had extended to their maximum length and then yanked back, bringing her plummeting down ruthlessly into the ground. She was knocked unconscious on the spot, and the demon carrier used her limp husk to bludgeon Shino back again, and then gave her a casual toss into the bushes. Guy went in and extricated her, taking her in his arms back over to where her sensei and the other observers were standing in the distance. Hey, big forehead girl was supposed to be mine. I could have beaten her without help. Naruto glanced over at the Great Avenger as he dueled to the death with a damned clone. The battle was quite close, as both were moving at about the same pace. He was glad that he had made the thing as durable as he had. Otherwise, it would have taken a hard enough hit and been dissipated or exhausted its chakra. Even now, he could see Sasuke's reaction speed and precision increasing with each successive exchange. The demon vessel decided that the time had come to eliminate Shino, since Uchiha would soon break his snare. Seeing the mud approaching in the cockroach's blind spot, he turned back to the scowling Yamanaka with a raised eyebrow. But that huge noggin makes an ideal ram. Teamwork and all that. It's not like I want to make you look bad, Ino. as though beating Haruno Sakura were some great honor that he would even bother trying to steal. Naruto almost snorted. Yamanaka gave him a strange look and then burst into a sudden beaming smile. The demon carrier would have questioned her, but wasn't given the chance due to the bestial Kiba barreling into the still dazed Shino's back with a canine tackle and sending the Aburame right into him. The spiky blonde caught the other and prepared to knock him out with one last stroke. But in an instant, Shino's glazed hazel eyes hardened, and he stared without expression into Naruto's blue as he gripped down in a Kevlar-plated wrist. The demon carrier tensed as pain and weakness registered all over his arms and back and spread to blanket him. Kikai bugs streamed out by the hundreds through Shino's skin pores, and those released earlier in the match mounted onto him in a swarm. The spiky blonde then comprehended that the Aburame had been playing possum and that he'd been suckered. His tenketsu were being depleted too quick. Fuck, I can't believe he managed to trick me. I can't even move a muscle. Fight back, you worthless swine. I will not watch my avatar lose to this weakling. The Kyuubi's roaring demands snapped Naruto back into reason. With an enraged howl, he wrapped his loose arm around the Aburame's chest and brought his hands together to make seals. This had worked once on Anko, and it would beat this Gaki as well. He lowered his head until it was close to Shino's and whispered on wobbly legs. Well played, Aburame. But this won't be enough. Raiton, seiteki na karada. Shino didn't react until the voltage stuck him. Naruto's entire body turned into a biological bug zapper as intense static current poured out through every pore in his skin. The potential was augmented even more due to the steel in the demon carrier's weighted coat and swords conducting the voltage. The Kikai bugs dropped like the proverbial insects as they twitched and many perished. The Aburame likewise shuddered and convulsed in Naruto's iron grip, hissing in agony as the current surged through him. Naruto canceled his attack when Shino started losing consciousness, slamming the shaking Aburame to the earth with all his considerable strength to put him down and out. Shit, Naruto, I thought you were gone there. I'd have tried to help, but... The demon container took a somber moment to ponder whether or not Shino would have gone all the way and sucked his inner chakra reservoir clean. He doubted so, since total chakra exhaustion could be lethal. He decided that it couldn't have happened. The Kyuubi would never have allowed it and would have gotten involved, and then he'd have had to deal with the consequences that came with killing another genin during a sparring match. Not even the Hokage would have been able to save his ass then. Kiba had canceled his bestial technique and was standing upright once more. There's nothing you could have done. His Kikai bugs would have eaten you alive too. Kiba reached behind his head and scratched his neck with a sheepish expression. Yeah, maybe you're right, but still. I should have tried something, you know. Naruto was a little breathless due to the shock, but otherwise unharmed. He had dealt with worse chakra exhaustion during the battle against Zabuza and Haku, as well as when summoning Manda both times. The demon carrier halted Guy with an outstretched palm when he returned to take Shino away, reaching into his coat and withdrawing the black designer shades that he had stolen months ago when he had killed the Mitani overlord's nephew in Sakai. The spiky blonde put the expensive glasses over the unconscious Aburame's eyes, replacing the ones he had broken. The insect user had earned his respect. Mato Guy gave an approving nod and then carried Shino out. Forget it, Kiba. We got this in a bag now. All we have to do is take out Sasuke. The Inuzuka beat on his chest like a Neanderthal with his usual boisterous arrogance. And we've got him outnumbered 3-1. This'll be a cinch. Sasuke was still battling with his all against the Naruto doppelganger in the near distance. The clone wasn't designed to boast the same skills as the original and was now backpedaling, doing all that it could to stave the Uchiha's relentless advance. The Kage Bunshin did a Kawarimi to avoid Sasuke's grand fireball, causing its creator eyebrows to shoot skyward in total surprise. Naruto had never known that shadow clones could even mold chakra, much less do techniques. He took a moment to berate his mind over having not even considered such a crucial detail, but then basked in the obvious conclusion that the observation added whole new dimensions to his abilities. We could crush him with a combined assault, but let's try something more intricate. Don't overdo it, Naruto-senpai. Shino looked like he got you good back there. The spiky blonde let out an annoyed sigh at being addressed with the title. Naruto will do. I'm your teammate, not your superior. Now listen, you two. Naruto Taicho made his working debut as he pulled his teammates in and gave them their individual instructions. He could move in alone and crush Sasuke with ease, but decided instead to make this into a team action. He had nothing to prove in this charade, and the other two both playing a large role in besting the village's most touted rookie would mean a nice boost to the squad's overall morale. The Mutt and Ino both had some reservations, as the Demon Carrier's plan would have them each do something they'd much rather not. Still, both agreed to go along with the scheme in the end. Naruto created 2 additional shadow clones, which he ordered to hinge themselves to look like Yamanaka Ino and Aburame Shino and lie on the ground pretending unconsciousness. Enhin no Jutsu. The real Ino grimaced in distaste as her appearance changed into Haruno Sakura's, and she moved opposite her 2 male teammates while drawing a kunai, as though she were locked into a battle against them. The spiky blonde then let out a slight vindictive smirk as he at last dispelled the illusion that was locked in and around Sasuke. The Uchiha's eyes widened as Itachi turned into Naruto, who gave a mocking little wave goodbye as he vanished in a smoke cloud when his creator dismissed him. And those disbelieving eyes were crimson. So the impotent Uchiha had somehow unlocked his much overdue Sharingan during the battle. Kiba noticed as well and nudged his side. Hey Naruto, take a look at his eyes. They kind of look like Kurenai Sensei's. The Demon Carrier shook his head. The Mutt should have known what he was seeing. Naruto beat back the annoyed twinge that shot through him at hearing Kiba compare Kurenai's gentle and alluring red eyes to the madness that was the Uchiha bloodline limit. The connotation bothered him, and he didn't quite understand the reason. That's the Uchiha clan Jujutsu, the Sharingan. An obstacle, but it doesn't matter. Let's go. Kiba nodded and leapt at Sakura, who moved to avoid and allowed the Inuzuka to back her towards Sasuke's position, making some vain counterattacks here and there to sell the illusion that the two were indeed involved in a struggle. Meanwhile, Naruto moved towards the would-be Avenger again, meeting that crimson gaze without hesitation. Uzumaki. The spiky blonde gave a little mocking bow to the incensed Sasuke. The real one this time. I do hope you like the Genjutsu. My own invention, you know. Sasuke snarled and attacked. The demon vessel doubted that the raven-haired genin was even yet aware that he had unlocked his Kekiai Genkai. The Uchiha's punches and kicks were much quicker and more accurate, and Naruto was even hard-pressed to block the other shinobi's strikes with his weighted coat on. Sasuke now outclassed Haku in raw speed. The demon container had never gone against the Sharingan in combat, and had to acknowledge that it was equal to its reputation. Naruto managed to snare Sasuke's arms through catching 2 successive punches and shoved him backwards into a tree. Once again, it was the same tree where Kubikiri Hocho was embedded deep within the trunk. Sakura landed on her rear near her teammate, wiping her mouth with her hand. Sasuke-kun, your eyes. They're red. Sasuke blinked and his brow nodded in perplexity as he gazed at his image mirrored in Naruto's Hitate. He then let out a smirk that threatened to split his cheek, Sharingan eyes glittering with pride and accomplishment. The Sharingan, at last I've attained my birthright. Stand behind me, Sakura. I'll handle this. Sakura grinned evilly as she moved into position behind the Uchiha. A second later, his crimson eyes widened in shock and then went slack as the disguised Ino used the Yamanaka trademark Shintenshin no Jutsu and possessed Sasuke's body. The hinge on her own unoccupied husk dispelled on its own without a consciousness to maintain it and reverted to Ino's original appearance as it slumped to the ground. Naruto dispelled his own 2 disguised shadow clones, no longer needing them to assist with the ruse. Sasuke pranced around a moment as Ino looked over her temporary host. Yeah, even being in a guy's body is more attractive than looking like Forehead Girl. Naruto couldn't help letting out a small chuckle. They're both equally repulsive to me. Ino mocked being hurt inside Sasuke's body and then let out a silly smile that looked so very wrong on the terminally angsty Avenger. She then used her patented sexy pose and winked suggestively at her two male teammates. Yamanaka was thoroughly enjoying this. Naruto almost couldn't believe that she was treating her beloved crush with such gross irreverence. Ah, come on over here and I'll give you a big kiss, Naruto-kun. You too, Kiba-kun. Kiba scowled in disgust, while Naruto tried to keep a neutral expression. You're starting to creep me out now, Ino. Let's get this over with, please. Ino sighed as she walked Sasuke's body over against the tree trunk and put his hands against his sides, taking a moment to move the Uchihas right to grope across his own crotch. The demon carrier wanted to gag as he ripped his vision away. The perky Yamanaka moaned in contentment and then suddenly shrieked in horror, the noise being rather ridiculous considering that it was Sasuke's voice being used. Sasuke-kun, he's so tiny down here. This is terrible. All my romantic dreams are ruined. Let's keep our minds on the business at hand, please. We didn't need to hear that, Ino. Ino raised Sasuke's black eyebrows and moved the hand back again. Naruto noticed his mistake. Not that hand, Ino. Stop screwing around. Sasuke's lip poked out in a pout. The mutt was rolling on the ground and beating the grass with his hands while howling in riotous mirth at hearing about the Uchiha's substandard male development. Kiba was still snorting as he stood and reached into his equipment pouch to withdraw a spool containing steel wire. The Inuzuka ran around the tree trunk and bound the possessed Sasuke so tight that not even the greatest escape techniques would be able to liberate him. That's right, tie me up tight and ravish me like a slut, boys. I didn't know you could talk so dirty, Yamanaka. Sasuke's eyes went blank again, and Ino returned to her own body. Once the Uchiha regained control over his senses, he turned apoplectic with rage, hands clawed and red eyes glaring as he sputtered in indignation. On the ground, Yamanaka extended a demure hand and looked at the demon vessel, who took the hint with a sigh and helped her stand. She coyly attached to his arm and leaned her head onto the spiky blonde's muscled bicep, while Kiba stalked around a livid Sasuke with a smirk and admired his handiwork. Sure I can, when something gets me in the mood. I'm not a prude like Sakura. The mutt came back over wiping his hands. Naruto chose not to even respond to Ino's statement. Too troublesome. As much as the demon container didn't like Nara Shikamaru the lazy boy's catchphrase carried its weight. Well, that's our victory. Prissy boy over there ain't going anywhere soon. Naruto sneered and walked over to Sasuke, who glared up at him but said nothing due to his compromised position. The demon carrier snickered and went around to his Zanbatsu. The spiky blonde kicked the blade almost clean through the trunk and then pulled it out. I'll bet you can guess what I'm about to do next, Sasuke-chan. Naruto then punched the trunk with all his strength, completing the split that the cleaver had started, and watched as the whole tree went down with Sasuke still tied to the center. The would-be Avenger ended up pinned by its weight and mired in a large mud puddle, seething as an unconcerned team Kurenai departed and walked towards their sensei and the other spectators. Not even Ino cared about the raven-haired Genin's plight. And the winners are Team Kurenai. Guy shout and nice guy pose were not needed at all. Naruto looked over Ino's shoulder at the mutt and smirked. Kiba whistled to Akamaru, who had regained consciousness in the meantime. The little white dog yipped and bolted over to its master, who placed the pup in its usual position atop the Inuzuka's head. So, about that big kiss, Ino, I'm assuming the proposition still stands. Yamanaka was shocked to hear the serious Naruto mention that and blushed crimson. Well, I'm not that kind of girl, but I guess I can make an exception in your case. She closed her eyes and puckered her glossy pink lips, craning her lithe neck upwards in anticipation. Kiba took the hint and landed a big wet one on their teammate, who reached up and threaded a hand through his air and then realized who it was. Ino's blue eyes shot open and she wrenched away as though the Inuzuka were some rabid animal, which Naruto estimated might be true. All that nastiness while possessing Sasuke. Payback was a bitch, as the saying went, except Kiba was a male dog. The mutt howled and strutted away like a rooster. Yamanaka glared at her taller teammate and then gave a coquettish smile. You got me, Naruto-kun, but now you have to kiss me too. I'm not letting these pristine lips anywhere near where that mongrel slobbered. Yamanaka pouted as the team reached their destination. Naruto noticed the Hyuga genius on Guy's team, giving him a deep, appraising look as Tintin beamed at the victorious squad leader. Caterpillar Brows was preoccupied with tending to the still recovering Haruno and declaiming that he would avenge her honor to anybody who would listen. Kakashi seemed rather put out, but nodded to the spiky blonde in acknowledgement. Well then, it would seem you were as skilled as the rumors state, Uzumaki-in. The credit isn't mine alone, Hataki-san. We did this together. The copy-nin said no more as he went to extricate Sasuke, leaving his two other wounded charges behind. Their lives were in no danger, but the gesture still made the man's priorities regarding his squad obvious. Naruto then concluded that he didn't like Hatake Kakashi in the slightest, the condescending prick. Kurenai-chan, your team's burning youth has bedazzled me with its intensity. The illusion mistress ignored the returning guy as she smiled at her three genin. Those kind red eyes were nothing like Uchiha Sasuke's malevolent Dojutsu. This alone seemed like reward enough to the tall blonde genin. Making her proud stirred something within him, and he didn't understand what. Well done, team. Let's go and have lunch, and then we'll go to the onsen to celebrate. A new arrival disrupted those plans, however. Sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to postpone that arrangement. Naruto glanced over to where Sandaime was approaching in the distance, along with Anko-sensei. He hadn't seen the latter since his encounter with the Akatsuki in Sakai. The blonde smiled at his snake-like teacher, whose lips quirked up at the ends as well. Sarutobi was leaning against his walking stick, betraying his advancing age in a manner that was seldom apparent to the demon carrier during his routine visits to the Hokage's business quarters. Kurenai didn't seem to like the new circumstances, but didn't dare voice a complaint with such a crowd gathered. Hokage-sama. The old man smiled as he stopped. Kurenai bowed in acquiescence to Konoha's sage and shinobi leader. Naruto gave a small reverent bow as well, and his genin teammates both repeated his example. I'm going to have to ask to borrow Naruto. I need to discuss some details concerning his last mission. Hi, Hokage-sama. As you command. There was nothing else to be said. The demon vessel would have liked to have spent some more time with his teammates, and with Kurenai as well, but the Hokage's was paramount. He started towards his Kage and his sensei without being excused. Whatever Sandaime needed was obviously very important, seeing as the old man came in person to retrieve the blonde. Even so, Naruto was happy with the morning's events. His team had gelled into something real, an actual unit rather than three kids under a more experienced nin's command. Sometimes it took a battle to make such things happen. Things were actually looking up, and the demon carrier began to believe that it was possible that he might sometime attain real happiness in the hitherto accursed village known as Kanehagakure no Sato.